Welcome, one and all. We are finally here at the end of the road of CCT Series 6 as we're in for the grand finals, a best-of-5 extravaganza to determine who truly is the best team in this tournament. On the one hand, we do have Night Pulse, the new roster developed around Divine Llama that's been wrecking the entire tournament. But on the other, we have Na'Vi Jr., the squad that has been on the come-up and showing what they've been having in all of the tournaments all across Europe. And I'm sure they're going to show us more here today. Of course, before we get into this action, behind us we have our producer Malib. My name is Snare, but the real star of the show is the homie Wingblade. Fam, it has been a long time since you and I have been on the mic together. How have you been? How are you feeling about this grand final?
Oh, you flatter me too much, Snare. I'm very happy to be here with you as well. I'm quite excited because I got the opportunity to do some casting of Night Pulse in the group stage. And I was casting the matches and I was like, these kids, they seem pretty good, you know? They might not be like the top level, they might not be as strong as the invited teams, but, they're a nice up-and-coming squad, And then I look away for a moment, I watch some playoff matches, and I'm like, okay, maybe they might be at the same level. Maybe they have what it takes to win it.
Nah, bro, I disagree with you on one thing, right? How did it take you so long to think maybe? From the moment I watched them, I was like, damn, okay, like, they're showing me something. Like, with all of these tournaments, you can always see where there's that one squad that no matter what, you can imagine making a deep run in the tournament. I mean, last time out, we saw Passion UA. They came through. Initially, you were like, where are they really in the grand scheme of things? Then they start decimating the opposition. You're like, all right, these guys are legitimate contenders. I feel like Night Pulse kind of did the same thing from the get-go, and they looked reasonably solid. And the thing I liked about them most is their drafting, right? The fact that they can deploy this Phoenix in particular in so many different roles, I feel like makes it very difficult to prepare for them in the drafting phase.
Yeah, maybe you are better at recognizing potential than I was, because I watched them lose a match as well, and I was like, yeah, this seems like par for the course. But I was so mistaken, and they do have a really fun style of playing. Any team that Desire is on is just going to be a hell of a ride.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he had that one game on his Clockwork where he had more damage than the enemy safe lane and mid laner combined on his Clockwork, and you're just like, all right, this guy knows what's cooking. He knows something extra about the game at this moment in time. Of course, it's been a long road for both of them. Night Pulse got to come through in the upper bracket. They were doing reasonably well in the group stages. Afterwards, they looked amazing in the playoff bracket. But Na'Vi Jr., what do you think? I think sometimes some of these squads kind of need the lower bracket run, because when you just look at the team sheets, right, of everybody that was in the tournament, you would automatically imagine that Na'Vi Jr. would be getting themselves all the way into the finals. So I kind of feel like it benefited them a little bit to, get knocked off their pedestal, go through a difficult lower bracket run, play some difficult games, almost get eliminated once or twice. What do you think? Is this going to give them that additional grit for this stage of the finals?
I think so, yeah. Night Pulse woke them right up, just knocking them down a peg immediately in like their first two matches. And then from that moment on, Na'Vi have been locked in. They dropped a single match against both Jiggling and Passion UA, but they 2-0'd Mouse. They 2-0'd Zero Tenacity, and they've been looking really solid. And I don't think they're really going to be intimidated or anything, because they lost 2-0 to Night Pulse before. Because look at their players. They've ran the gauntlet so many times.
Yep. And unfortunately, normally they either play in Western Europe or Eastern European qualifiers for some of these bigger lands. Those are some very difficult qualifiers to get through. So mentally at this point, you're used to getting 2-0'd in the upper bracket. You're like, whatever, man. We've been through this. It's fine, guys. We'll just climb through the lower bracket all over again. And it's been working. Here they are again in the grand finals. And the way it's been working out, of course, if you didn't know, we had a bevy of teams that joined us at the very beginning of the tournament. 10 teams invited. 2 teams invited, 8 teams qualified. Thereafter, a couple of teams found themselves eliminated. We managed to distribute 3 teams from the groups of each group, with 2 teams from the invited seeds. Those went to the playoffs, and then so far it's just been a fair and open 8-team bracket, double elimination, and you have to play well. I must say, you were mentioning how the side, of course, of Na'Vi Jr., they lost a game against Passion UA, a game against Na'Vi Jr., against Jiggling, and was still able to come this far. Bro, I want you to consider the fact that Night Pulse, this entire time, since getting to the playoffs, have lost 1 game. Just the one. A single game in the upper bracket final, no less. So these guys they're cooking right now. They are cooking. I don't know what it is that Divine Llama's been telling them in the background, but it feels like they're ready to just come in and win the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. I thought especially like their 2-0 against Jiggling was very impressive. Because for me, Jiggling was one of the favorites, you know? It's my boy Kopi, my former teammate. You have big names like Mind Control and Lilis. I was like, okay, these kids, this might be like a fresh tier 1 team. And then Nightpulse just comes in, just wipes them off the table in a cumulative time of like 61 minutes for the entire best of 3. And I'm like, okay, never mind. Nightpulse, they're the big dogs.
I will say I met your boy at TI. You once told me he's a really nice guy, and I understood when I met him. Like, this is a really good, cool kid. I like that guy. Of course, both of these teams here, no matter what, you've already earned yourself $10,000 to distribute as you see fit. If somebody's feeding on the team, sorry, brother, your share is going down a little bit. You're the one that brought us into second place. However, if things go very well, you can triple that degree of revenue, getting yourself $30,000 to do with as you please. And I think for me, when people look at this, they're going to be like, what the hell? Why isn't this like a $100,000 tournament? You have to remember that there are CCT series pretty much reliably, right? Pretty much every other month, there is a new tournament. So if you keep finding yourself in these podium finishes, slowly but surely, that kind of money starts to accumulate.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And in this situation, for both of these teams, it's like you either win a little bit or you still win, but slightly more. It's just a nice position to be in. And to know that we have like consistent good Dota almost every single month coming out from the CCT is a really privileged position to be in.
Yeah. And also the fact that this is also a staging ground for a lot of these teams. They come here, like let's say a team like Avalos, right? Their first overall tournament that they participated in was a CCT series when they still weren't completely sure about what the roster looks like, what's their play style. They come here, they do really well, they win the tournament, and now all of a sudden you see them regularly participating in the biggest lands in the world. So all you youngsters out there who's wanting to participate, this is it. Back in the day, we used to have like tournaments like Star Ladder, some JDLs, you know, these lower strength tournaments that sort of prepare you for the big leagues. We don't have as many of those anymore. So shout out to CCT, making sure that gap is filled and making sure that we get to see the future superstars in the making, because I guarantee you, let's make a bet right now in Blade. By the end of this year, whoever wins this tournament right now, between these two teams, I'm pretty sure we'll be at a LAN. I'm not sure which one, but Navi Junior already doesn't count, but I'm saying another LAN, a different one.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll take that bet. So let's take a look at the rosters now. Do you have any standout players for Navi Junior?
Saying Zayat feels like it's cheating a little bit. I will say for me, it's Guniku. Not always for the best. I feel like he sort of reminds me of, let me think who was a good comparison player. Who was the ex-mid laner for Bedboom? Was playing in the mid lane, not GPK. The other one, the puck player.
The name is like right on the tip of my tongue. Kiyotaka?
Kiyotaka, there we go. Yes, yep. Kiyotaka. Super high impact, right? But very variable impact. Sometimes he feels like he can hold the game back for you. Basically, he can be the reason that you win or lose the game overall. I haven't got the juice initially. I did feel I was also fairly inconsistent, but as the tournament has gone on, I think he's gotten more consistent in his carry play, especially towards the latter part of the mid game. So that's been good for him. PMA has just been playing the same, very rock solid. Zayak's been playing the same as well. I think that off lane of theirs is their strongest aspect. But for me, I'm going to be focusing the most on Nuku. When he does really well, the team does really well. But we'll see if Nightpulse manage to exploit that and make him have one of those off-kilter game that doesn't allow them to shine at their highest.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite significant for Nightpulse to get a good matchup in the mid lane. Make sure that Niku doesn't have the dream game that he's looking for.
And what about you? When you look at Nightpulse, who stands out for you here?
It's got to be Desire, man. I love this guy to hell and back. I remember, I think my initial exposure to him was when he was still playing with the Greek boys. And they picked Primal Beast, so I was like, okay, that's gonna be like mid or off lane, but it was position 4, and at the end of the game, he did by far the most damage. And I was like, okay, he is gonna be one to watch, and ever since, I've been a Desire believer. If there is 1,000 fans, I'm one of them. If there is 100, I'm gonna be one of them. If there is a single left, it's gonna be me, and if there is none left, it means I am no longer of this world.
I remember when they played IESF a couple months ago. I remember there was a game that they were playing like to get to the grand finals, and Desire literally solo carried his team to victory on Earthshaker. Everyone else was feeding. Game wasn't looking hard. He's like, guys, you know what, don't worry about it. I want to go to the finals. I don't have any plans later, so let's just make it easy. And he got there. Yeah, Desire, I like this guy a lot. His play is very exciting. And I think pairing him with somebody like Desire Llama makes for very explosive lanes, right? Honestly, it's one of these situations where if at 5 minutes, if I'm even with this lane, with these two in the off lane, honestly, I feel like I'm behind. I'm like, we've given them too much, guys. It's going to get dangerous.
For sure. Especially when Davai Lama, he likes to play some bully heroes. I think Enigma is probably his go-to, and pairing that up with like an explosive position 4 like Desire is just a really good combo.
Probably going to see that happen in this particular game. Of course, you were mentioning that mid lane matchup. We'll see how Warwick ends up performing there. He's been relatively stable for the most part there. Kami, man, I've always loved watching Kami, especially when he's playing Morphling. Just puts a smile on my face. Seeing this guy, and for years and years and years, you know, sometimes you see these players that as they start to advance in the ranks of Dota, they abandon their roots, they start picking different heroes. He is like, guys, I will play PA, I will play the Water Boy, I will play Gyrocopter. Give it to me every game. It's pretty great. It's very fun to witness, honestly, with this guy.
Yeah, it's worth mentioning as well that while Got the Juice has played a total of 5 heroes in this tournament so far, Kami has played 12. So he plays pretty much every single carry out there. And of course, the comparison isn't entirely fair because Nightpulse has played 17 matches and Navi only 12, but still 12 against 5. It's really hard to draft against Kami.
What's his highest win rate hero right now for Kami?
I think he has a few undefeated heroes, but his signature is definitely a Morphling 4-0.
That sounds like the Kami I know, baby. Give me that Morphling wins. I saw him on that hero a few times. It always looks solid. I also really want to see, like, just overall, whether or not this is going to be, you know, sometimes some grand finals, once we get to game 5, things become very methodical, very slow. Game 1, I want to see who's going to come out the gate swinging, you know, because I remember, I forget which true side it was, but Notil was talking about sometimes you want to unsettle the opposition in game 1, whether it be you dominate them in the game, whether you throw them an off kill or draft that they don't know what to do with, but just try to make the game as weird as possible, as quickly as possible. If that were to happen, which team do you think is more likely to throw the curveballs in game 1?
I think it may be Navi Jr. because Zayat has some heroes that are a bit unconventional, where from his position, he can just completely change the game around by playing either like a big tempo dominator like a Chen, or something that's completely just a nuisance in the game like a Ricky. And I feel like Desire, while he's also very explosive and interesting to watch, the heroes he plays are more like similar to other Dota heroes, if that makes sense.
The heroes that make sense, actually. The kind of heroes that's like, all right, I'm not worried about some Ricky running around, you know, trying to destroy me randomly from the position 4 role. I know exactly what you mean.
So my money is on Navi Jr., but that doesn't mean that Nightpulse isn't gonna do something crazy either.
I'm kind of hoping that we get Phoenix. That's all I want to see. I just want to see this offlane Phoenix again for Divine. It was just the first time I got to see it, it was way too much fun. I'm like, yeah, this is the kind of hero I want to see all day, every day. Of course, once in a while, we are just waiting for one player to join in the lobby. Then we're going to be getting going with our BO5 Grand Final. Quick predictions, Mr. Wingblade. Tell me, how many games are we having, and who do you say is going to win the entire thing?
It's definitely going to be a 5-game series. It's got to be. And I think it might be Nightpulse taking it. You know, in the previous match, they were too strong for Navi Jr. And Navi Jr., they made that nice lower bracket run, but Nightpulse have been so dominant ever since the playoffs started. So it would be wrong to bet against them.
Yep. I'm with you. I'm also definitely going for the side of Nightpulse. I also just think that they have a little bit more versatility in their drafts at this point in time. So whenever that ends up being the case, it just makes it more difficult. The longer a best of 5 goes, right? Because it sort of develops its own interior meta. It becomes harder and harder for the team that's a bit more constrained in their drafting to break out of that meta. But the team on the other side, they can pretty much do whatever the hell they want. That being said, Navi Jr. does have Zayas, right? And this is a guy that got to top 2 at a TI with Puppy in one of Puppy's years where outside of Crystallis, he was not drafting very versatilely, right? Everyone was playing very similar hero pool throughout the entire tournament. So if there's a guy that knows how to win with a limited hand, this is probably going to be the dude I'm banking on.
Yeah, for sure. And he's been around for a while. He's been in dozens of tournaments like this. I think he started in 2015, which sounds quite recent, but it's actually 10 years ago.
Oh, don't remind me. 10 years? Are you kidding me? 10 years? Damn. You know what's actually wild about it, right? What's wild is that he's been playing Dota for 10 years, right? Obviously, he's now one of the veterans, but he's still not going to be fully considered the old god. He still came in like, oh, you're part of the quote-unquote newer wave of Dota players, which is kind of insane. Like, how long has this game been going, bro?
Yeah, we're all boomers at this point.
By the way, when did you start playing Dota?
I think in 2012 or something. Like just after the beta released, I got an invite, started playing a little bit, then went back to Heroes of New Earth for like an additional year. And then I came back to Dota for real. And then it took me a few years to get myself up in the ranks. But there has been overlap between me and Zayat's playing, because I vividly remember being in my pubs, and whenever I got him in my team, I was very happy because he was quite high rank, but he was one of the few high ranks players that would actually still play support, even if he was the highest rank in a match. So that was always very nice, because I was a core player myself, and usually when you were playing with the high ranks, they would be like mid, and then according to the unspoken rules of Dota, you had to oblige.
Dota is probably one of those games that guarantees hierarchical thinking. We'll all just take it as it comes, but thankfully Zayat is not one of those guys. Not only has he been willing to boost his team in terms of playing pubs, making sure he plays support, but even after he got famous, he made sure to bring up these young kids, play on smaller teams, and make sure that the future of Dota is in good hands. So we wish him good luck. We wish his opposition of Nightpulse good luck as we get into our grand finals. Game 1 now underway. Radiant side for Nightpulse with the second pick. Dire side for Na'Vi Jr. first pick. And let's see here. What's missing? Oh, all right. Look at this. Nightpulse targeting Zayats, Nyx Assassin, and Ricky Band. They're like, brother, sorry, we've seen what you can do. So that leaves what? The other hero that he's played that's super annoying is his Bounty, but we might not see that. I think the top two, this is probably the wisest idea to eliminate those.
They are gonna donate Dalai Lama his Enigma. That's gonna be rough. We already do see Kami's Morphling ban. Morphling as a first ban is a little bit unusual, but against Kami, I get it.
Yeah. You have to against Kami. You can't allow him to play this hero. Also pretty glad that they've made sure to remove this Bristleback. This hero is just big. As much as I love playing this hero, seeing him in pro games, at some point you're just like, guys, this is impossible to deal with. The hero just becomes absolutely unkillable. Just stands there as this big rock, delays games for so long. So it makes sense, especially when you're picking something like the Magnus. You want to be able to jump in, finish off the fight, get out. But team fight versus team fight spells. If you're Na'Vi Jr., do you try deal with this? Do you get like some Rubik or something just to threaten the Enigma with the Black Hole Steel?
I don't think so. I think the most important thing is that you have a carry that can deal with the Eidolons. Because Dalai Lama doesn't really play it as a big teamfight threat. He's more of a tempo-oriented player, and if the game calls for it and it goes late, he can still be the big teamfight threat, but it's not the main goal of him picking Enigma.
We get this Lich, so we get the Frost Shield going for ourselves. You presume that this Magnus could be in the off lane. This way you have something to break the Skewer as well. The Fast Fingers on the Sinister Gaze. Nice little team fight damage, and also this hero, dude, this team fight already. Imagine Black Hole, Chain Frost together. Oh my god. That just feels absolutely terrifying. If I'm this Magnus player, I don't want to jump in anymore. Like, when am I going to get the chance to RP and get away with it without taking a hefty amount of damage in the process?
This is interesting though. Na'Vi picking up the Magnus and then immediately the PA. They tend to not play Magnus as offlane. It's going to be either mid lane or position 4. We'll see what they opt for right now, but it's definitely a strong and time-tested combination. PA plus Magnus.
Yep. PA Mag does its thing. I've been seeing also lately, have you also been feeling this in your pubs as well, that the PA has been just rising in priority? A lot more carry players are just enjoying her. She's been coming earlier in the drafts as well. Honestly, the more I've been seeing it, I'm kind of surprised, or happy rather, that they didn't get the Lich as well, because I've been seeing a lot of PA Lich. So it'll be Phoenix. Is there a possibility? I don't think. Have you seen them like PMA play this Phoenix before? I don't think I have.
No, I don't think so. I don't think they've played Phoenix in this tournament at all. So, I don't know. I think Zayats can definitely play it. I've seen him play it before. So that probably means that it's gonna be a mid Magnus. So a lot of cards on the table for Navi Junior already. They're good cards, but still.
I like that both teams though have some pretty good team fight going for themselves, and can sort of bait the enemy team into using their spells. This is pretty decent. With the PA as well being in this game, I mean, she's not going to be fully protected once she has BKB, but there are ways to sort of dissuade Night Pulse from just jumping in, all in on her. If they have RP, if they have the egg, know where you want to aggress onto her. So for Night Pulse, I want to see some heroes that can actually get to the backline, remove this Phoenix from play. There's another way to go about this. So you get the Muerta, you drop the silence onto the ground, make sure that there's this impossible area. So we can't fight into your Supernova, you can't fight into our Black Hole plus the Calling combination.
I really like this Bloodseeker pick. It's quite good against PA, because her jump is not far enough away to negate Rupture damage. And it also means that the Pangolier possibility is off the table. That is definitely a PMA favorite.
I mean, you could still play it. You could still play. Nah, he's not going to play it. Can you just imagine, like, you get hit with Rupture, then you get Deadshot, you just die immediately? Yeah, he's not going to play back.
I'm still waiting for one of these pro players to just pick Pango into Bloodseeker and first item Blade Mill. But no, they're too afraid. They'll never do it.
They want to win too much instead of having fun and entertaining the viewers. Very unfortunate.
Don't they realize they're entertainers, Snare?
I mean, Fear said it once in an interview years and years ago, right? That the primary purpose of professional Dota players is to provide a service of entertainment. So, guys, take your job seriously. You know, do the right thing.
Instead, they go for Tide. So far, they have one hyper carry and 3 big team fight heroes. Very interesting draft. Feels like a TI kind of draft where you're in the main stage and you're like, ah, shit, we just need to make sure that we have the team fight presence.
Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like, actually, when I look at this draft. Everybody team fights. I mean, even on the other side, right? It's not like there's slouches in the team fight department themselves. Chain Frost, Black Hole, Calling. Eventually, Bloodseeker becomes a team fight monster with the double Rupture. This is going to be a fun game, no matter what.
I think so. But I'm worried about Navi's skirmishing potential. If you look at this draft, who is ever going to get a pick off? Like, how is that going to work? Maybe if Magnus gets like a quick blink, but Tide and Phoenix don't really contribute too much there, nor does PA.
I was actually going to say, let's revisit your idea of having this Magnus be a position 4, and then you pick a much more active mid laner. Ember would have been decent. Some Storm, maybe. Puck, I think, could be pretty decent in this game. I think Puck, that's the one. That could fit the bill. It doesn't necessarily help you too much in pure pickoffs, but at the very least, what you can do, like early game, Puck goes bottom. PA comes through with the Twin Gate, you know, making sure that you get that kill, try to distance into transition into the tower. But yeah, they're going to definitely have like mid-game pick-off massive issues, unless they commit their ultimates, but then afterwards, Night Pulse is just happy to run around with the Bloodseeker and Muerta again, trying to find heroes.
I like Puck, but at the same time, it needs to be a situation where the Puck can snowball and have a really good lane, and they don't have last pick. So Night Pulse bans it out, so we're not gonna see it. But I feel like if you pick Puck and then you get a bad lane matchup, you're gonna lack damage.
So, Mr. Mid Laner, what would you want here if you're on the side of Navi Junior? What would you want to play?
I think Invoker could work well. Seems pretty good. A lot of squishy heroes on the other side. You can run around maybe together with the Phoenix. I think that could work. It also doesn't get counted too hard, but they could still go for the Magnus. We'll see.
If they do go Magnus mid, then we need another 4 position hero that could still move around the map. Lion still in the pool. We have seen some people play Hoodwink in the past. Oh, they go Tiny. All right, there's your hero that plays high tempo. Moving up. Okay, cool. There's a nice contrast with this team, right? 3 heroes with extremely high cooldowns and a hero with practically no cooldowns. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, it fits perfectly. They needed a hero to create some space, and they're facing a lot of squishy heroes. Even Bloodseeker at the start of the game isn't that tanky yet. So this is a really nice pick. As long as Tiny doesn't get completely countered now, they should be fine.
Let's see for Nightpulse what they get for their mid lane. They could go for the Invoker themselves that you mentioned. Get some Tornado action going with the EMP burn. What else is still available for them? They can get Earth Spirit. They could get Storm. And they go for the Earth Spirit.
Okay. I was gonna say Lina, but Lina feels too squishy. So it's nice that they have a mid hero with some beef. Because they're not lacking in damage. They're not lacking in team fight. They're not lacking in pickoffs. They just need someone to go in. Because all of the other heroes kind of want vision. And that's what Earth Spirit's gonna do. He's just gonna roll in, make space for the rest, and then see how it goes.
So there's a lot of these games where you see Earth Spirit. One of the problems that sometimes Earth Spirit has is that he brings heroes very, very low, but can't like take them over the threshold, runs out of stones and stuff in the middle of the fight. Now I have this Bloodseeker behind me, who the moment these heroes get low, it's like a buffet for my boy. He's just gonna run in, chewing these heroes up, providing that vision that you were talking about onto the other heroes in the back as well. Alright, I see this. But now that we are at the end of the draft, Monsieur Windblade, analyst of the Grand Finals, tell me which draft do you favor? What should we expect from Game 1?
Ooh, I think we can expect a lot of action from this game. And I honestly don't think there is a huge outdraft either way. Both of these drafts are very well-rounded. I don't think either draft has way stronger lanes than the other one. But this is a big one. Dalai Lama is undefeated on his Enigma. So if I were a betting man, it would be Nightpulse.
Okay. Looking at this, for me, the Enigma is very scary. The Muerta Lich is very scary. There's a thing that you were mentioning when you're talking about like the nature of these drafts, and it's that there's a lot more balance, I think, on the Nightpulse side of things. They have some decent team fight. They have some decent skirmishing. They have some decent ability to take down buildings. They have some decent scaling into the late game. The only maybe issue for me is that a lot of their things are decent, but not necessarily exceptional, right? But Na'Vi Jr. has exceptional team fight and exceptional scaling potential with their draft, having access to the Tide Hunter PA Magnus. Late game for them looks very scary. So let's find out if it's going to be generalities or the jack of all cards coming up in Game 1. Nightpulse, Na'Vi Jr. It is Grand Finals. It is a BO5. And so you saying Nightpulse, I'm gonna go with PA Magnus, dude. I don't know. I don't know. PA lately has just been seeming like this kind of hero that is so difficult to deal with. And I think a lot of this game is going to be on Dalai Lama as well, because if he's able to have a good start to the game, he's going to be the one that's providing the push potential that they need to go up the hill. Because that's the one issue that they have, right? Because two of your cores are Bloodseeker and the Earth Spirit, you don't have any other push outside of him or just wiping the entirety of the enemy team. And it gets harder and harder as this game goes on. The enemy team, they don't have the best high ground defense in the world, but they do have Tiny and Magnus who can reposition when you're trying to push, making life impossible in that regard. So I think if Na'Vi Jr. can just hold on long enough, I feel like they've got this.
That's gonna be a challenge, though. I spoke about it in the draft. I thought the most important thing for Na'Vi Jr. to do was to pick a hero that lanes well into Enigma. And while I think that PA can survive the lane, she doesn't have a way of like naturally cleaning the Eidolons. And Phoenix is also gonna struggle with that because he has fire spirits, but he's kind of short range as well. So I could see Dalai Lama just being completely oppressive in the laning stage. And that is something that I'm very worried about, because a team fight lineup like this doesn't work if you don't have levels and XP.
We'll see if he can find those levels and experience as we now are finally underway. Game 1 of our Grand Finals of Na'Vi Jr. versus Nightpulse for CCT Series 6. Let us see what's going to happen. And speaking of Dalai Lama, what build do you think he's going to go for in this game on his Enigma?
I think it's just going to be the classic drums. Just hitting people. And then afterwards he'll see what he needs. Maybe it's going to be like a pipe. Maybe he's going to finally invest in the blink. But it's got to be drums.
I feel like that item needs to be nerfed, honestly.
It is very strong, without a doubt. At the same time, I don't mind that the early game is a bit more active these days. I would rather see an offensive item like drums be strong than something like pipe every game. For me, that's the dullest meta, having every single offlaner like rush a pipe. Ooh, nice dead shot.
It could be okay.
Zayat.
Zayat, he's losing a lot of HP. Gonna be able to dodge the blood, right? But that brings him closer towards the Blood Seeker. But they actually turn onto Kami. He's surrounded all of a sudden by Na'Vi Junior heroes. Red is able to draw the first blood on his Phoenix. And oh no. You know, sometimes vision is your enemy. You see the target you're supposed to go on, you don't see anybody else, and all of a sudden you're surrounded.
Mm-hmm. A nice call by a Na'Vi Junior to go in there. I like how the Magnus didn't worry too much about being low HP. He saw, hey, they used all of their spells. I can just walk back in, right click a few times, and that's all they needed.
Let's see if we will get what we need out of this mid lane. It's a Tiny. Should be able to. It's Tiny. Actually, okay. Is there a more boring lane in the game right now than Tiny Earthbird?
I think so. I don't think there is a single lane with Tiny that can be boring, because there is always that potential of like a toss back or some shenanigans. I think there's lanes where both heroes just buy a bottle, get water runes, and like spam out the wave. Maybe something like Fungo versus Void Spirit or something.
Okay, that sounds awful. Or some like Sniper versus Invoker.
That's not the
Ooh, almost got himself denied by the Mud Golems, but PMA throws out the Gush, secures the kill, and might put some pressure onto Zayas, but he gets out of the Blood Rite, everything's fine.
Gush level 1 is such a strong spell, it's insane. Cut needs to be a little bit careful. He has 9 sticks, he's chilling.
He's trying to bait them. You know, I always see Bloodseekers do this. When I do it, I die, but you try to force them to fight.
Yeah.
You won, you kill them all, but I haven't mastered this tech. What can you do?
Looks like mid is relatively even for now. Usually I speak now about the level 1 melee advantage, but both heroes are melee, so they're both doing fine.
Very somber affair, it seems. In the aggregate in the laning phase, people are just farming away. The Zion, Divine Armor, is trying to get this Enigma's farm. And as you mentioned, Phoenix PA, not necessarily the strongest heroes to try and zone an Enigma away, so he effectively has free farm here. Got the Juice is the one that's struggling, forced to farm with the dagger from long range.
Do you think there is a little bit of kill potential for Phoenix plus PA? Because they have decent damage and a lot of slow. If either Davai Lama or Desire becomes careless, there is a chance, but I would expect them to completely dominate this lane. Yeah, Drum's already in the quick buy as well.
Other side of the map, Kidaro. He will end up falling. PMA. When Zayak's getting more kills here. Man, these heroes are so tanky down bottom. You know, normally as Bloodseeker Lich, you would thrive off of being able to, at least not the offlaner, but one of the supports, you bring them down low. You force them to play far away. Bloodseeker can play up front in the lane, but these two beefcakes, man, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't on my bucket list that the double melee lane was gonna dominate a Bloodseeker Lich, but that's Dota for you. What do you expect to see for the Tiny? Just a quick blink?
Yeah. Just treads blink. I think he can probably afford to get the full treads first. It's not going to be one of those games where he has to rush it. Because like bottom, like we mentioned, is tanky enough that they can survive quite a while. And top lane, as long as Phoenix doesn't completely mess up, always going to be able to provide some vision for Got the Juice and or a target to Phantom Strike 2 once he hits the Icarus dive. So they shouldn't be easily dying either. It will require commitment from Night Pulse. So you have some leeway to farm, I think, if you're Niku.
Also, the perceptive viewers might have noticed the Radiant Glyph. This is what you often see against, especially Tiny Smith. Ooh, PMA.
PMA. The
Anchor
Magnus
Shell
stepped out
over,
for a second. The Kraken Shell keeping him alive. The Sinister Gaze will be there. Not enough to get the kill just yet. Once Axe comes back, the fun's over. Party's finished, boys. Leave my boy alone.
Yeah, the man was taking no damage from right clicks. But the Juice doesn't have that luxury though.
Does have the Phoenix. Phantom Strike target will always be there. As long as Ridis can provide that, neither of these heroes should die, but they are getting zoned out. Lots of damage from the dead shot, but not enough to kill. It is only level 1 right now. Oh, it's level 2, but still not enough.
Yeah, Bloodseeker is racing right now. And it's a bad sign when both of your safe laners have to run back to base because they're too low. This tower is gonna fall very soon, and this is why people ban Dalai Lama's Enigma.
Enigma might actually get a kill. Deadshot this time around is going to put Ridis into Deathleap's position with the blood grenade. Sinister Gaze holds him in. Right click finishes him off. Phoenix is brought down, and certainly nobody wants to come back to the top lane. Poor Zayax is going to be here just holding position, but he wants to be anywhere else on the map right now.
To briefly finish my my rant about glyphing earlier. So in Dota and tournaments, it's considered pretty bad manners to tell someone to go fuck themselves. So instead, you just glyph when they're trying to toss. It's the same effect.
This is the most important lessons y'all can learn, ladies and gentlemen. Pay attention, kids. Wingblade is trying to teach you. Mid lane, Niku gets zoned back by the dead shot. Off they throws out the avalanche. But unfortunately, the rune is bottom. So Night Pulse will find their efforts will not come to anything. How often do you glyph when you do that in the game?
Every chance I get, for sure. It's about the mental damage. It's a mental game.
I try to explain to non-Dota players, they're like, why are you so abrasive when you play this game? And I'm like, listen, I'm abrasive because I'm trying to win. You don't understand. Top lane, got the juice. Gonna get caught in the blood ride. No Phantom Strike for you, buddy. They're chasing him to the ends of the earth. They're coming in. Even with the rolling boulder, it is literally everybody in the top side of the map. 5 versus 1. The one will lose, and the tower will go down as well.
Yeah, some nice rotations coming out from the support from Nightpulse. At the same time, the bottom tower is taking quite a bit of damage as well. I'm not sure if Nightpulse is going to be able to defend it.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Given how well things were going for the Enigma, do you sort of feel okay as Navi Jr. trading towers at this stage?
I think so, because I mean, it does take your tiny, so you need to rotate your mid, but making even trades or even slightly disadvantageous trades at this stage of the game is perfectly fine, because you need to wait for your PA to come online. While Nightfalls, they don't really need anything. They can do whatever they want. Drums are online. Pipe is next.
So now that you have drums, and do you wait for Pierce the Veil on Muerta, or do you think you're ready to go with level 2 calling?
I think you're ready to go. You don't wait for anything. This is when you're strong. You take as much map control as you can, and then try to ride that wave.
See them posturing there. They're talking about it right now. Divine Lama is still in the jungle. I don't have vision of him just yet. Zayax is going to try and get some, but he's underneath an observer ward. Looks like the Magnus is going to die. Oh, no. He got out of the calling in between the ticks. He managed to skewer out. I did not know skewer kept working even after the silence hits. Okay, learn something new every day.
Yeah, unfortunately it did not save him. So Dalai Lama picks that one up. Sends a lot of Eidolons mid. Lot of pressure coming out on the tier 1. Despite Tiny being quite strong right now, he cannot defend, but Tide definitely can. One of the few heroes that doesn't care about Eidolons at any stage of the game.
Doesn't care about Eidolons. He's happy to tank out this level 1 Magnetize, and more importantly, he does have the Ravage. So that ends the push with the big watermelon. But it doesn't seem like it's going to end the aggression. They're actually going to smoke up his 3. Tiny, Magnus, and the Phoenix. Where are they going? Looks like they see the Bloodseeker. Uh-oh. Kami. He's surrounded. Looks like he's going to be dead here, Wingblade. They get the Avalanche toss, the damage out from the PA, and the kill will go the way of this Tiny. So the Blink Dagger fund will be well supplemented by the blood of the Bloodseeker.
Very well recognized. Seeing like everyone from Night Pulse hanging out in the top side of the map. And then realizing that Bloodseeker is probably bottom. And of
Either
course,
way, right?
they had vision as well. So, whatever.
I want to ask you a question about the side hunter. Why did he fall out of the meta, right? Because as they were killing Bloodseeker bottom, 3 of his team is there, right? With a 4th on the way. But he's standing across the river by himself, solo, with no fear of dying. Why is this hero not picked every other game?
Well, he's kind of tanky, but he doesn't apply that much pressure. Like, as a carry or a support, just walking around somewhere, you don't have to be afraid of Tidehunter. Yes, he's annoying, he's farming, he has a big teamfight ulti, but he doesn't apply that much pressure. So you cannot deal with him, but you also don't have to.
So
There are other heroes that just apply way more pressure. So they're probably easier to push out of lane, but if you don't, they can actually kill you or kill towers.
What you're saying, ban Bristleback instead of Tidehunter, I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty much what I'm saying.
Mid lane, I said Tidehunter. This time around, they will come in numbers. They pop the drums, but he will drop behind a Ravage. That is a trade of a century. That is money well spent by Davai Lama. Man, bro, imagine your second drum charge. Oh, so the third one. Imagine that's the one that just strolls out a Ravage for nothing, and you can still push afterwards with Black Hole.
Yeah, sounds good. At the same time, it was absolutely the right call for PMA. Just immediately recognizing what he had to do. If he didn't Ravage, he just would have died. So, well played by both teams, I think. We are into a pause.
Yeah, brother, I feel like we're going to have a pausey day today. I just have that feeling.
Yeah. I didn't see a reason just yet. Maybe someone's cat jumped onto their lap or something.
We know whose cat it was. It was Redis.
At least he goes for the Surrey.
Now we're back. Tier 1 towers mid, still standing for both teams. Nightpulse looking like they want to make the concerted effort to grab theirs. However, a small wrinkle is arriving right now, Wingblade. Niku does have the Blink Dagger. It's on the way at the moment. They haven't scouted it out just yet. They do not have an Observer Ward behind, so they could surprise them with this and catch them off guard.
Same time, Niku is not that healthy in the HP and mana department, but it also looks like Night Pulse isn't too inclined to go for a full push right now.
What's Desire bringing out to him? I'm wondering how long it's going to take before he starts scaling into a carry as well. Feels like a pretty decent game to have the Gleipnir in this game.
Yeah, wouldn't mind that. Desire picks up a nice shield rune. But it's been very quiet so far. Both teams can tend to just farm for a little bit. Only 7 kills.
I actually, I kind of miss the pure farm fest, man. Old school Chinese Dota. I miss that. Those fun times.
These are some rose-tinted goggles, that's for sure.
Oh, top lane. This is not Chinese Dota. They did not have Twin Gate back in the day. They're going on to Got the Juice. They want to get the RP to try and save him. Zayax finds it onto 2. Niku follows up with the Avalanche toss. Everybody is here. It turned out it was a bait here, Wingblade. Got the Juice is still alive. Desire by Sun Miracle continues to live as Kidaro threw in the Chain Frost, but it bounces on the creeps instead of the heroes. They've ended up losing Desire now as the Phoenix Supernova was dropped. Widdis will get killed as now Kami showing up. Rupture out onto PMA, but Niku! Avalanche toss on the 3, followed up by the skewer onto all of them. PMA rinses them with the Anchor Smash, and Nightpulse get absolutely team-wiped.
Really nice response by Navi Jr. Immediately bringing 5 heroes. I don't think they're stronger in a fight, but they're stronger if they take it like this. And it's also worth noting that Davai Lama got off like 0.05 seconds of Black Hole there. He actually used it. I didn't even see the graphic.
No.
Radiant's top
I just thought he
tower
just
is under
died before he could
attack.
get it off, but he did. Oh. Well, any fight where your Tiny and your Magnus are hitting Ravages means your Tyrant doesn't have to. He didn't even have the ultimate and they still got them all.
Yeah, really good fight by Navi Jr. And now they're in a really nice position. 3k lead. They can just sit back for a little bit. K is closing in on her Battle Fury. This is all they need.
Said Battle Fury is basically flying in as we speak. Tier 1 tower still standing. And for me, the big beneficiary of that fight was our boy Zayats here. That got him the Blink Dagger. Now you have a Blink Tiny and a Blink Magnus going into the next fight. They're just waiting for the RP, and I imagine they want to smoke up again to try to find some more action on the map.
Yeah, it's insane to me that Zayats is closing in on level 10. He's out-leveling Warwick.
Just average Zayats things, man.
Yep. Usually I'm not a huge fan of like position 4 Magnus, but he makes it look so damn good.
You know, there are these players that sort of make games unfair in the way that, like, a strat in my pubs or even other high-level teams will play a position 4 Magnus. He'll get some blink at like 22 minutes, and then Zayax plays it and he always gets it around this time every game. It's like, how is this fair?
Yeah, and even before the blink, it feels like he has one because he's just always in the right position.
Speaking of position, him and Niku, they're gonna smoke up. Join up with Riddis here on the map and see if they can find some action on the Radiant side. They don't have the greatest vision. They did see Warwick wandering towards the mid lane, but they just barely miss him. Now they see where he's at. Ajax is gonna jump, finds him with the RP. As soon as the gaze though cancels out the skewer back, but not in time. It will still get carried back towards Nico, but the Chain Frost was there, bouncing around, doing too much damage. They have to flee from Navi Jr., even dropping the Supernova to cover the retreat. But now there is vision on these heroes. Headshot onto Niku. Here comes Kami. They find the Rupture out onto this Tiny. They have the damage. They almost have it. Blood Drive will kill him. But at the same time, what the juice? He jumps in. Wingblade, the PA jumped in. He saw the Ravage. Thought he had the opportunity. Succeeds in killing Kidaro, but gives up his life in the process. And now Kami is emboldened. He wants to chase further forward. Looking towards PMA. The Tidehunter, though, a little bit too beefy, even at this stage. So they have to let him go. Now Kami being a bit greedy by trying to steal away some of these camps. Unfortunately for the side of Navi Jr., they cannot punish it. Zayax will not be in the right angle for the skewer.
Yeah, it looked like Navi got some dollar signs in their eyes. Especially got the juice. He was like, oh, I can kill this Lich. And then forgot about the fact that the entirety of Night Pulse was just sitting on the high ground waiting for someone to jump in.
Well, when he has BKB, he can try such measures, but until that point, stay on your side of the map. What can you do?
And this just shows how volatile these lineups are. Just a single good or bad engagement changes so much. Ooh, the dive gets cancelled. That's a dead bird.
You want some eggs for breakfast, bro?
Sounds pretty nice. Feel like they're gonna taste a bit charred though.
But that's just the additional flavor. Desire, well, gets thrown in, killed off. So 2 supports dead on either side. They still could try think about going into the pit, but they don't have their PA here, so probably not gonna happen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think PA wants to do anything before she has her BKB. Just 1,000 gold away. But even when she does get the BKB, you kind of want one more item afterwards. In this case, it looks like it's gonna be a Lincoln Sphere to deal with the Rupture.
Deal with Rupture, deal with the eventual instant Sinister Gaze. I cannot tell you how many times in my games I've died because of this damn spell. Now though, Night Pulse, they will probably find themselves feeling like, guys, the last couple of moves have been generated by Navi Jr. Yeah, we've been able to chase them out of our base, but or outside of the map, but we want to do something proactive at some point. Is there anything they're waiting for, do you think, before they can start making plays? There's still a BKB, I suppose, on this Earth Spirit they want to finish.
I think that's the big one. Enigma isn't going for a blink just yet. So I think it is just gonna be the BKBs for both Earth Spirit and Bloodseeker, and then it's go time. But Navi Jr. might not give him that time because they just bought a blink on their Tidehunter, which signals to me that they want to go.
Tower is under attack.
Triple blink, baby. Triple blink pipe available. Tier 1 tower being defended slightly by the Frost Shield. But they certainly want to find something. Man, that's just rude, guys. That's just rude. Come on, man. What did I do to y'all? Rod of Atos gets delayed right now for 2 minutes because they destroy the courier that was carrying the Vit booster. Feels bad.
Animal cruelty.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Better call
Radiant's
Peter on
top
this one.
tower has fallen.
All of Navi is converging around this top triangle. They smoke. What do they want to do with this smoke? What are they looking for? It's not gonna be Roche. They want to find some hero.
They have this BKB now on this PA. They see the stone coming from the high ground, so they have a decent idea of where Warwick is at, but they don't have certainty, they don't have the right vision. Warwick rolling away, but he rolls right into Niku. There's going to be a kill onto him with the Ravage holding Desire in place as well. It is a double kill. Got the juice. You know, often you can be like, players are a bit too exuberant with their BKBs, but after what happened last time he jumped high ground, he's like, I am pressing this item for sure, baby. I don't care.
Yeah, especially with the Blade Mail active, just a bit of magic damage would have been very dangerous for him. Maybe it was too much, but they didn't have vision, so I don't really mind it. And that's a good blink reveal from the Tide.
To be fair though, it was kind of expensive. Plus the Ravage and a BKB charge. So by the time these respawns emerge for Warwick in the game, might be able to try and make something happen on the map. At that point, the BKB on the Bloodseeker should be complete, so they can try to leverage that in the fight.
Built the Juice. Has a Nullifier queued up. That's a quick one.
What do you think it's for the Mweta?
I think just getting rid of the Frost Shield, the Mjolnir, that kind of stuff. And at some point you want to get it anyway, because as a PA you don't want to wait for someone to like pop dust if there is a glimmer. It's just a nice item to have. Skills better than Deso, I would say.
You can just do like the PAs that I've seen sometimes where they just buy dust themselves.
That's crazy. You cannot expect that of someone. Look at how poor they are. They don't have money. Come on. They need to buy damage.
It's like, bro, I didn't get to number 1 on the net worth charts by running a charity and buying you dust.
Yeah, exactly. They gotta buy like this 5,000 gold item to make sure that they don't have to buy the, what is it these days, like 50 gold item?
That's 50 gold too much, my friend.
It's 80. Then it makes sense.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't even know what the prices of that.
Keeps changing. We're too old.
Nah, I just play too much carry. What need do I need to have for this? Patch notes come out. When the portion of the support items, they just scroll right past it. I'm like, I don't need to know this. This is for somebody else. First Roche of the game, now in the hands of this Phantom Assassin. So, what do you want to do with it? Is this a farming Aegis or a fighting Aegis for Navi Jr.?
I think it's take as much space as you can Aegis and fight Night Pulse if they come and contest you kind of Aegis. You don't specifically go pushing with this. You just play very aggressively, and if they try to counter that in any way, you punish them. But it looks like Gotajuice may get caught here. His team
Run
is
away
close.
from Warwick at the last second, and Warwick, oh, the roll is just slightly too shy on the range. And now, instead, he could get punished, but Zayax, unable to find the skewer, instead gets dragged back by the Sinister Gaze. He's the one that gets brought down by Night Pulse. Uncharacteristic from both sides there, both Warwick and Zayax. Misinitiating and not being able to find the pickoffs, with RP being blown as well.
This is a bit of an opening for
Radiant
Night
are
Pulse.
scanning.
Gonna be 4v5. Doesn't look like they really want to go for any objectives. They're content to just take back a little bit of map control and farm. Gotta get that Blink BKB online on Enigma as well.
Arms for the dead.
Warwick wants to get his Shiva's Guard next. They got a Tommy. Shot went the way of Niku. So we do have that improved tree grab. And Tommy on the Radiant side is gonna go the way of, let's see. Oh, Kidaro, Ice Spire, baby. Best shot, one of the best shots in the entire game.
It's crazy how I feel like this shard has brought Lich back into relevancy, but at the same time it's been unchanged for years. So people only just discovered how strong it is.
Oh, Kidaro not going to be involved in this kill because Reddit is the one getting caught right now. Do they have a 4-staff to get him out of the calling? No, they do not. So he just ends up dead with the magnetize onto all the other heroes, bringing them quite low. Bloodseeker gets that additional vision, but doesn't fully want to chase. Instead, they put the chase onto PMA, killing off the side hunter after they surround him with multiple heroes. So Navi Jr. getting caught and killed yet again on the Radiant side of the map. It feels like they just cannot gain a permanent foothold here. Night Pulse keep bouncing them off.
And this is exactly what Night Pulse is strong at. They have really strong skirmishing. A single hero is out of position, you can punish him so hard. Zayats is going for a Glimmer.
Who's going Glimmer?
Zayats on Magnus.
Okay. What do you think about it? Do you think it's better than going BKB on the Magnus?
I think it's definitely cheaper. 'Cause I think BKB would arrive like 15 minutes from now at this rate. But the Juice changed his mind, didn't go for Nullifier, instead went for a Manta.
Okay. See how much worth he's able to generate from this as the team smokes up again.
Radiant's top
PMA
tower
will
is
join
under
them.
attack.
And they have everything back online, ready for a full-fledged fight. Unfortunately, Night Pulse not very close to them. Okay, Desire comes to steal an Invis rune. They'll be the only ones to die. We'll waste their time a little bit by dropping down the score. Oh my, not even waste their time, just get out. Zayax blinked into the calling, got silenced, so couldn't find the RP or the skewer. He's out safe.
Yeah, that was a swaggy play. Bamboozled 3 players on Navi.
Who needs BKB? I've got the calling, baby.
Indeed.
Dire
Warwick now
are
eyeing up
scanning.
a Shiva's Guard, pretty standard Earth Spirit item progression. The only strange thing maybe is the S and Y he has queued up afterwards. I get the S part, the Y is a little bit strange.
It's for the armor against the bonus armor against the PA, bro.
Right, yeah. Gotta get that, you know, 2 armor from your 4,000 gold item.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Every piece makes a difference.
True, true.
Aegis will expire. Being reclaimed by the big man, or at least by the map. The big man hasn't taken it back just yet. And let's see what items we've picked up from the floor. Oh, nice. Okay, Defiant Shell for the PA. I like that item for her. Cloak of Flames for the Bloodseeker. That's pretty decent as well. Craggy Coat. Ooh, that's great for the Tidehunter.
Yeah, it's gonna be so tanky. Miss Flick. Man, I love the S's so much.
Dire
So,
are
how many
scanning.
people do you think bought new keyboards because of this Easter egg? Gotta be more than one.
Let's see. Of a percentage of Dota players, let's say maybe 2% of all Dota players.
Oh, that seems like a lot. Maybe a bit, because that would be like thousands of people then.
That's true, that's true. Maybe 0.2%, how about that? Or 0.02, actually, it's a very small number. But, okay, but the number of players who have had to buy new keyboards because they broke them through rage of playing Dota, 30% guaranteed.
Yeah. Na'Vi is gathering up here in this jungle. Everyone here, aside from Got the Juice, who's just doing PA things. He is TPing in. His captain was like, dude, get over here. We want to smoke. He's like, ah, man, one more creep wave. Come on.
Classic. Now, oh, Warwick is gonna come across to Niku. Oh my goodness, Warwick happens to be taking the Watcher. That's gonna doom him to death because Zayax follows up with the RP on the Avalanche. Thanks to the damage from the PA, they end up getting the kill. PMA found a Ravage onto Kami. Kami drops behind a Rupture on the PA, prevents her from chasing him. The anchor doesn't allow him to run, but the BKB will protect him as he TPs out to safety. He still end up losing 3 in that situation. Most of the time, it's been Desire breaking these smokes, but what a time to be taking a Watcher. I hope that's a lesson to all the cores. Don't ever take the Watcher. Let the supports do it and die instead.
Yep. Don't contribute. Just let your supports die. Dalai Lama does have a BKB, so once Night Pulse comes back online, can try to go for their own play, and Roche could spawn 4 seconds from now.
Looks like, oof, the big man is oversleeping today. He's not going to be in the office for quite a while, my friend. 2 minutes, 40 seconds before he goes to work.
Just a little bit of time for Dalai Lama to get his blink. He might not get it in time though. Needs 1500 gold in 3 minutes. Yeah, they're not going to wait for it. Because they know Roche could be up, of course. They don't have the information that we have. They're gonna run into absolutely nothing.
On the bright side, they can try to push this wave with the Sea Dragon, try to get this tier 1 tower before the Roshan fight.
Didn't even realize they still had that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Doesn't look like Na'Vi really wants to protect it though. Perfectly content to just take the tier 2 instead as a trade. Seems pretty good.
Actually might take 2 tier 2s. They're mounting a push middle as well. Tied onto illusions on the far side of the tower. A Siege Dragon beating on it with 2 range creeps. 3 heroes heading on top with a tiny. Yeah, this is 2 towers, mate. This is not a good trade for Night Pulse. And like you mentioned, they don't have the information we do. So it's one thing if Roshan is about to respawn. You don't feel so bad about this trade, but with Roshan still being so far away, they could get these towers and still come back and contest the Aegis.
Yeah, if they did have the information, they could literally just take racks right now.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Lich already on defense duty though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, this was so good for Na'Vi.
Radiant's top
Night
tower
Pulse
is
wasted
under
like
attack.
2 minutes of time. Na'Vi took 2 tier 2s and now they walk to Roche.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, I'm expecting a big fight here though. Night Pulse isn't gonna give this up for free. And Niku has a bloody moon shard. Okay. Gotta go fast.
Dude, Moonshot, Echo Saber, Crystallis, Defiant Shell, baby. Your daddy's a tiny was a team fighter. This one, nowadays, is a damn carry in his own right. Going for the dataless harpoon next.
Yeah,
My
you know.
thoughts.
Kanda is dead. Long live the moon shard.
Maybe he's gotten a peek at the next patch. He's like, Kanda's gonna be trash. Let me just get used to playing with the Moonshot instead. Now a fight's gonna break out. Warwick, he misses Niku. Niku does get him off on the Avalanche, forces the BKB out of the Earth Spirit. There is a chain thrust though. He eliminates Zayax. There's no Magnus, forcing him to buy back. Niku fighting against this Bloodseeker one-way mano. Bloodseeker turns his attention though back towards the Supernova. Can he kill it in time? No, he cannot. It blows up in his face, and with the PA with the BKB there, it takes his life with him. The Lama does find two heroes with the Black Hole. It's the PA and the Phoenix. They've almost got both of them. Got the Juice survives a little while longer with the time board from the RP, but it's not enough. Zayax now finding himself very isolated with PMA. He finds himself dying back right now. PMA all alone inside the corner. He can go nowhere. Being pinged and ponged by Warwick, who is just happy to toy around with him. And although this will take a while, they will eventually get there, making it a full 6-hero wipe in their favor, only losing this Bloodseeker. Man, what plays coming out of all of them, but what a hero Warwick is on this Earth Spirit.
I can't believe he survived for so long. My goodness. Also, somehow Kidaro managed to survive, and I feel like that's maybe the biggest thing. He was pretty much responsible for killing the Magnus at the start, ensuring that there was not going to be any kind of like big RP. And then he stayed alive throughout the fight, just being annoying, throwing out spires and spells everywhere. Also, Bloodseeker was one hit away from killing the egg, but got bashed. Man, what a fight.
What an even game. I love it. Like, despite the fact that they've won this fight, the Night Pulse will be much happier. Gold lead, still exactly 1k. They still find themselves with less overall map control than the side of Na'Vi Jr. So it's not like this Aegis is going to completely tilt the game in their favor.
I have no idea who's even gonna skill better. I feel like it's all gonna be about vision. If Na'Vi Jr. can kill Enigma, they're gonna win the fight. If they cannot, Night Pulse is gonna win the fight. I feel like it's that simple.
Bro. Kidaro, unironically, fought actually the most important item of this phase of the game. We now have Blink Dagger on Lich. That's very, very scary. Like the instant Sinister Gaze, we've already seen, like you mentioned, what he did to our Zayax in the previous fight. Now he can come out of nowhere.
That's gonna be a big one. He can solo kill almost anyone.
But he's almost 18 as well. He's gonna have Blink plus 18 for the next fight.
And when he's 18, he's only 2 levels away from 20, which is another Chain Frost.
I love
Lich
these
hero.
talents, honestly.
He's pretty good.
You should play him mid, bro.
Yeah, and then just die every fight so you can get 2 Chain Frosts. That's sick. Have you watched the Weeha stream recently? He played a lot of mid Lion.
I've heard Legend, mid Lich though, not gonna be in this game, but the support Lich is all you need because Ice Fire, Chain Frost. Immediately there's a dead Niku. BKB was deployed in that scenario, but will not help him because the Bloodseeker was right there. That is 2 ultimates though that were committed for that kill. Zayax, can he get out? No, he cannot. He gets caught as the Glimmer Cape will recede. Skewers into the river, but unfortunately, Bloodseeker right on his ass. Warwick able to roll in on top of him. They find that kill. They're not done. They find Ridis as well. Desire able to track where the Phoenix is at, trying to TP off the map, and they cannot get to him in time. But they still feel very happy about the proceeds of getting the Tiny and the Magnus right there.
Those are some nice bonus kills. They committed pretty much everything they had for it, but still definitely worth it. Kami almost has a butterfly finish, so that's going to be very nice for man fighting both the PA and the Tiny, as neither one is close to evasion and piercing. So MKB or Bloodthorn.
It's fine. Magnus is going to bring them all close, and we're going to hit the other heroes, and the splash damage will take care of him.
Yeah, that could work for sure. See if he can make it happen. Even then, Bloodseeker is a tough cookie though.
Yeah.
With his Aghanim shield at any time, just running around with 5k HP. not counting mitigation from armor and magic resist.
Radiant are scanning.
38
But
minutes
somehow,
into this game.
some way, Navi is still increasing their lead gold-wise. I guess that's just the Empower effect.
Yeah. I mean, they have 2 heroes that are itemizing as carriers, right? So they have so much space to soak up. Hell, even the Tidehunter, because of the way he's been playing, he's been allowed to take up the more dangerous parts. He's still fairly hard to kill. So their 3 core heroes are incredibly rich. Riddance is the one that's trailing super far behind, but everybody else has tons of cash. We do see now smoke up from the Dire lineup. I'm not going to be able to find anything just yet. They know more or less where Night Pulse is at, but the approach, if you don't have pure vision, is incredibly difficult. Riddance, be a little bit careful, my friend, on this Phoenix. They see the Fire Spirit now. Warwick jumps in after him. Has managed to Icarus dive away. On the other side, though, Desire is already there. They pop the drums. They know more or less where he's at, but the Shivas, it doesn't connect. He's going to try get off the map again and will not succeed. Run of Atos this time around. We'll stop him. They catch him. They kill him. Aim is hard.
Did I see that correctly? That Deadshot doesn't cancel TP if Phoenix is using his Icarus dive flight? I didn't know about that interaction.
Okay, look, I have a question for you. Do you think it's because of Icarus dive flight, or is it because of when the Deadshot hit you was off map at the time?
I think probably the Icarus or the flight. Ooh, Niku again gets caught by the
No, on
Rupture.
HP, there's gonna be a rabbit, but it doesn't protect them because there's so many BKBs. But look at this, Enigma! Removed from play by Got the Juice. Unfortunately, now that his own BKB is down, needs to be very careful here. Feared back in towards the rest of the team, dragged with the Sinister Gates and killed off by Warwick. Yet again, Got the Juice able to find an assassination in a fight, but pays for it with his life. I cannot believe they didn't try to BKB TP out of that one before the Enigma arrived.
Navi Jr., they're kind of struggling with the fact that they only have 2 heroes that deal damage in the PA and the Tiny, but one of them keeps getting caught before the fight even starts, which leaves them with just a single hero to kill 5. And Night Pulse has so much control that that never happens.
Honestly, I think we are at the point where if RP doesn't land before the Ravage, or before the BKBs rather, then you have to break up the fight. You just have to leave.
Feels like that. And Enigma didn't even use Black Hole there, so that entire fight was without their biggest spell.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So, if there is any hero you need to ban after this game, if you're Navi Jr., which one would it be?
In this game?
Uh-huh.
I'm banning Glitch, honestly.
We're banning Lich. Okay.
Or Earth Spirit.
Yeah,
Glitch or
that's
Earth
very
Spirit.
fair.
One of these two. What about you?
I feel like we need to ban all of their heroes. But definitely Enigma and Lich. They're doing so much.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
This Kidaro's he's been owning. Like some of the things that he's been doing as well, quietly with his Frost Shield, has been super good. And his Sinister Gazes have been impeccable as well.
I like his patience with the Chain Frost as well. He waited for the BKB to be down. It's easy to just throw shit out and hope it lands. No, he's patient.
Patience from Kidaro. Even kind of rants. Smoke up. Desire in the gang. Moving up onto the map. We'll see. They're hoping to try and snag away the Wisdom. And I think Navi Jr. know well enough to let them. No way they're going to come out of the base for fighting this one. But when do they come out? Is there anything that they're waiting for before they try to play a bit more aggressively?
I think they want to contest the Roche still. Yeah, smoke comes out. They're like, it's go time. Roche could be up, but once again, he's taking a big old nap.
I don't think
Who
I've
can
ever
blame
seen
him?
this. Like these super long back-to-back Roshans.
Big man is tired, you know? He's been standing for like 20 years. He never sits down. Gotta be exhausting.
Everybody always asks where is Roche. No one ever asks how is Roche.
Feels bad, man.
Smoke unfortunately will not connect. Night Pulse, now they smoke themselves. They will know though that these heroes are here with the observer wards being dewarded right now. And they're on the way. Both sides know that both sides know where they both are.
Yep. This is gonna be awkward for Navi Jr. Basically choke pointing themselves. They need to make sure that the right heroes are gonna break the smoke. Scan comes out now, so they know someone is coming.
Auric, he leads the charge, goes into the Shivas. They found the Rupture on Zayek, but they skewer forward into the RP inside the pit. Divine Armor though, Black Hole onto absolutely everybody. Chain Frost bouncing around. Yes, they'll get stunned up by the Supernova, but nonetheless still demolish this fight. Kami with a double kill. Desire had to buy back, but who the hell cares? His job was done, so was the Enigmas. Amazing fight from Night Pulse, who win everything. Bloodseeker with 8,000 damage in that engagement.
What a fucking sick black hole onto everyone. Making the call that despite the egg already being popped, that it was still gonna be worth it. And of course, some way, somehow, Kidaro was outside of everything, still providing support from the sidelines. I don't know how he keeps doing it. I guess he has his blink, but it feels like he's untouchable. And this could be the end. They're forcing buybacks, and PA doesn't have any.
Kidaro will die though. He went to the base because he wanted to buy a Desolator. He bought it, ended up having to sell it almost immediately. He will buy back. In the meantime, they bought back on the Tiny and the Phoenix, trying to defend the base, but it's not going to be good enough. They've already taken the tier 4s. They skipped getting racks in its entirety. They just want to win the game, and when they do, GG, well played is called. Game 1 of our grand finals goes towards Night Pulse.
Man, what a sick game. It was even for so long. The tension was palpable. I could feel it in the air, and then one big team fight was all it took. And then Night Pulse, they immediately call it as well. I feel like there was no hesitation. They were like, okay, we're just gonna go right now. We go Throne, they see there's no buybacks, and they can sit back because it's over.
Yep, they knew exactly what to do. That's one of those fights that you take full advantage of, because they were also like, well, they committed RP, they hit what? They hit... Let's also remember that last fight at the Roshan pit. They hit a 3-hero RP, right? They managed to stop Warwick from chain initiating everybody and getting magnetized onto all of them at once. They managed to allow the PA to come in last after the RP with Empower. They got a Supernova that was going to hit everybody all the time, but unfortunately, Kidaro and Divine Llama positioning too good. And because of that fight, they're like, well, they have nothing in the tank. And the constant refrain you had throughout the game is that Night Pulse, their skirmishing when the ultimates are down is just way better. So they probably felt that even if these guys have all 5 of their buybacks, what are they going to do? We're just going to run over them. And they were not wrong. Pretty much what ended up happening in that game. If you're the coach of Navi Jr., what are you telling them going into game 2 about things that could have been fixed in game 1?
I feel like skirmishing was still a problem, even with the Tiny. And part of it was because of the build that Tiny went for, because he went for like the moonshot and crit and like another like full right click build instead of something a bit more pick-off oriented with like Kanda, maybe phase boots instead of threats, that kind of style. As a result, they had a really nice lead and they couldn't really capitalize on it because it never felt like Night Pulse was too restricted in their movement because they just didn't have the pickoffs. Night Pulse could just still freely maneuver because what was Navi gonna do? Like pop all of their ultis? So I feel like a lot of it came down to draft still. Despite them getting a good lead, getting some good team fights, it feels like it just wasn't the appropriate draft to deal with what Night Pulse had.
Well, we'll see if right now Navi Jr. have listened to Coach Wingblade, take this advice on board, and give us a more skirmish-oriented draft in Game 2. Of course, Night Pulse, they just want to keep the good times rolling as they are off to a hot start here in the Grand Finals, getting one over on Navi Jr. and hoping to try and make it 2 in our second game. To that end, we're going to be taking a very small break, so everybody go grab a glass of water, take a small walk, and join us for Game 2 in the Grand Finals of CCT Series 6, because Navi Jr. and Night Pulse are definitely going to make tonight a classic. Welcome one and all. We are here for Game 2 of CCT Series 6's Grand Final. Na'Vi Jr. looking to get their get back because Game 1, yes, they lost, but for me, Wingblade, those are the kind of losses that really frustrate you. They piss you off. They make you play better because you're like, guys, we didn't lose because they're better than us. We just got 5-hero Black Hole. It happens. It is what it is, but we're going to show them in the next game.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like, I mean, maybe you're a little bit demoralized, but it's game number 1 of a best of 5. You still have all of the chances in the world to claim that you're the better team and you deserve that 30k.
Absolutely. If you all don't remember, this is $30,000 for the winning team at the end. Both squads already claimed 10,000, so they're chilling on that front, but it's not even about the money, right? You want that little bit of additional prestige. I mean, think about teams like OneWin playing in lands right now, Avalos playing in lands. You want to join this exclusive club that wins this tournament and then goes on to bigger lands in the future. So right now, Nightpulse, certainly they're ones on the front foot. And for me, the big thing about them is not only are they on the front foot in terms of that game, you know, they're going to be feeling amazing. We won, guys, this amazing Black Hole. Warwick was owning. Kidara was doing amazing things on Lich. But in terms of just a draft, right, now I'm in a bind if I'm on the side of Na'Vi Jr. I want to ban this Enigma, definitely, but I also want to deal with this Lich. I also want to get this Earth Spirit out of the game right now. He was just so annoying for me to deal with, and that leaves a bevy of other heroes all of a sudden available for Nightpulse. And Nightpulse, from that game, the only hero that they... Is there any hero actually that you feel Nightpulse will feel the impetus to ban from what Na'Vi Jr. had?
I feel like they dealt with everything pretty succinctly. Maybe like a cheeky Phoenix ban or a cheeky Magnus ban somewhere. But honestly, I feel like the PA wasn't really that much of a problem for them. Nor was the Tiny. Nor was the Tide. So yeah, I feel like they're gonna be feeling pretty good. And I would expect to see a very similar set of bans from them. Because why would you change something that works?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Just do what's been working for the longest time. I kind of feel as well that looking at that game, probably one of the things that's going to change is if they do pick the Magnus and they want to leave it flex, fine. But then we're probably not going to see a hero like the Phoenix as early, right? Because then you have this weird thing that if you do put the Magnus as the position 4, these two heroes as supports are wholly reliant on their ultimates, wholly reliant on getting a blink, for example, on Zayax. But in portions of the game where you're not ready to fight as a cohesive unit, I feel like Na'Vi Jr. has looked at their best when Zayax can pair with like 1 or 2 other people, move around the map on his Nyx, on his Riki, cause some chaos and get out. But when you have this Magnus and then he has to play it, it does feel like there's too much commitment on just big team fights. So I hope that they can find him the kind of hero that allows him to skirmish on the map as much as possible.
Yeah, for sure. You know, what I would love to see is if they gave Dalai Lama his Enigma again, but then this time they just pick a lane that completely shits on Enigma, like some range support plus a gyro or something to lure them into a false sense of security. That would be great to see. Or they could maybe just ban it. That's probably safer, but I think beating it would be really nice because then for the rest of the series, you don't have to worry about it anymore.
I mean, in the previous game, Enigma was their opening pick, right, for the side of Nightpulse. If they didn't get the Magnus, one of the heroes that was still in the pool that could have actually been deployed in the safe lane, how would you have felt if they played a safe lane of, instead of Phoenix PA, if it was Bristleback Phoenix in that situation?
That would have been a lot better. I have seen Dalai Lama beat Bristles though, because Bristle isn't that strong before level 3. So if you have a strong position 4 plus Enigma, you can actually kill him and then still be really difficult to deal with. So Bristle could work, but it's still not like guaranteed to win because it's just the problem is Phoenix. He doesn't do anything against Enigma. He's short range, low armor. You need something else that can actually just right-click the Eidolons.
Yeah, that is true. Bristleback my boy. We'll see if he's going to be involved in the second game. I believe everybody is in the lobby. Yep, Kami just joined in right now, so we are about to be underway with the second game. I wonder actually as well if we're going to be seeing any change in the prioritization of banning out the heroes from Zayats. Will we see the Nyx and the Riki yet again in the first phase? Or do you think Nightpulse, after that win, feel a little bit more comfortable allowing the powerful heroes through so they can experiment a bit?
I wouldn't experiment in the finals. I would instantly ban Nyx and then Ricky. It's like you don't want to deal with that. And you've just shown that if you play a regular game of Dota, where you get the heroes that you want, you can win. So you just ban those heroes throughout the entire series, no matter if you lose game number 2 and game number 3. You don't want to give Zayats those heroes.
Well, we'll see if Navi Jr. have that idea, and it looks like they're all on board with what you're saying instantly. In the previous game, this was banned 2 and 3, but now they upgrade priority. They're like, no way Jose will Zayats play those heroes. For Navi Jr., they've taken out their Magnus, no Alchemist. So what are the other priority bans normally in the first phase? We see some Gyros banned, Bristlebacks. What do you want to see removed here?
Let's see, a Phoenix ban, maybe Pungo. I expect Morphling to still be banned. That's a big one. Batrider, Night Stalker, maybe Lich Clock. There is a few first bans you could go for. They're taking reserve time though. Finally we see the Morphling ban and the Monkey King. Interesting.
Okay. So for Night Pulse, they still have their Enigma for Divine Llama. They still have the Kidaro Lich. And they are going to go for the Phoenix. This is probably... We don't know, actually. Because we've seen Kidaro play this hero. We've seen Divine Llama play this hero. We know for a fact that it's quite versatile on their lineup. So for Navi Jr., they have to now figure out, do we go for a team fight route to try and counter this, or do we find ourselves some egg hitters? What do you feel?
I think having egg hitters would be nice anyway. One of the heroes that I always love for that purpose is Snapfire, but she's fallen out of favor a little bit. Could still be nice. But I have to say that I absolutely adore this draft opening by Night Pulse. Because they have this flexibility in the Phoenix, it means that they're not immediately leaving their Enigma on the table to be countered, but instead they leave the possibility open to still pick it up later if the situation calls for it. So Navi Jr. essentially haven't dealt with the Enigma threat because it's still on the table, but Night Pulse also hasn't revealed all of their cards. It's like a 5D drafting. Navi Jr., they do pick up Enigma, or not Enigma, Pangolier. That's a PMA special, and now they do have the opportunity to take out the Bloodseeker. But that's
you
also
absolutely
very nice.
have to. I mean, I don't want to play Bloodseeker, like, even if I didn't have Pango, I don't want to play Bloodseeker Phoenix on the enemy team. You know, Blood Ride stops me from getting to the egg. I get ruptured as I'm trying to close him down, and I can't do anything. That sounds very pesky. So definitely would not be mad to see them ban it out regardless.
Let's see what Night Pulse wants to take out now. The Batrider we mentioned earlier. It is very, very strong indeed. They take out Lich as well if they don't want to pick it themselves.
Lich. I would not mind seeing them get Lich. Would give them a little bit more team fight. One of these heroes, you can, if you're fast enough, you can grab the Pango as he's coming out of the roll or going into the roll. You can Sinister Gaze him before he finishes the full animation for the Rolling Thunder. So that can be pretty solid. Could definitely see this coming out. And we've just seen just how absurd Lich is. And also, for thinking about ways to keep a Phoenix alive, if I'm going close to a Supernova and I see a Chain Frost, I'm like, you know what, keep your eggs. I'm going home.
Ooh, there we have the Gyro ban. That makes Enigma even more appealing. There we have the Bloodseeker ban, as anticipated. What is Navi gonna go for next? Is it gonna be... It's gonna be the Clock. Very nice. Very strong hero against Phoenix. Hard to dive away from him. You can even go for something like an Orchid. I've seen Zayats do that before against Phoenixes.
Zaya did that literally just the other day when he was playing Clockwork. Rushed the Orchid, was owning the game. And it's also in the event that this Enigma does come out, you say, you know what, fine, play the Enigma, but getting black holes off reliably is going to be a bit of a challenge. Pre-BKB, there'll always be cogs available. Post-BKB, we'll have the hookshot, ideally to be able to cancel that one out. And I think the main thing for me is that in the previous game, we did see Na'Vi Vision sometimes struggle. They would smoke, move on the map, and not be able to connect on a move, primarily because they lacked vision on the Radiant side of the map. Now you have the Clockwork. He's going to help you just get that free vision, make your smokes a lot easier to connect throughout the game.
Yeah, this is a very nice pick here. And we still get the Enigma, so they feel confident. And they don't want to drag it out any longer than it has to be, so they just pick it up right now.
What's the lane going to be? What do you put with this here? Because you know it's going to be Clockwork plus presumably some kind of range hero, some Drow or something like this. So do you still go back to the Muerta from game 1, or do you get a hero that can maybe close the gap a bit more?
I think Phoenix isn't too bad if they want to go for it. That lane works pretty well. But they have some flexibility. I think you just wait a little bit longer and then decide whatever suits best. Okay, they pick up a Tusk. That's another classic combination. They're not gonna wait. They're like, okay, this is strong. We're gonna pick this. Of course, they can still pick up a ranged carry and lane the Tusk plus that carry together if they want to. Or they can go for a melee carry and lane it with the Phoenix. So they have some nice flexibility.
Yep. I really like this a lot. Having that flexibility, as well as the thing I really wanted, because I was assuming initially that Na'Vi Jr. would go for Drow after this Clockwork. But now if I'm the Drow player, I'm like, hey guys, I don't know anymore. I'm not trying to lane against Tusk Enigma in the laning phase. So plans are certainly changing for the side of Na'Vi Jr. What do you go here now? You know what wouldn't be too bad, right? If they go for some Medusa here, if they could keep her alive, or a hero of that ilk, you know, this sort of like immobile hero that just stands there dishing out damage. I feel like they could actually get away with it in this game. And I like Medusa a bit more because she doesn't suffer from the Sun Ray, nor does she suffer from the Midnight Pulse of the Enigma.
Yeah, that's a very good shout, actually. I quite like Medusa here. You already have a Clockwork that can put in a lot of work, and a Pango. Neither one really needs that many items or levels to really start being aggressive, so you already have some pressure. You're gonna be able to have enough space for the Deuce at the farm. But that does sound very nice. Yeah, you send them a PM. Like, it's Deuce time, but no. They go for TA. Could be mid TA. It's unlikely though.
Okay, so my only refrain when it comes to the Temper Assassin relative to other Agi carries is that she's not super happy to buy Manta style. And I feel like if you're playing into the Phoenix, you want a hero that buys both Manta and BKB. So you're not stuck using BKB to get rid of the spirits to right-click in the fight. That being said, in the lane itself, with the protection of the Clockwork plus Refraction, it's annoying, but you now have Side Blades against the Eidolons, and you just have a way to get yourself out of some trouble if you get snowballed upon. You could still die, but it's not going to be that easy for them. Now with the Pugna, it's definitely not going to be easy for them to kill you like that in the lane.
I'm not the biggest fan of TA here. I feel like if she ever steps out of line and Enigma just right-clicks you and Phoenix dives in, there is very little you can do. Because TA has Refraction as a defensive ability, but she's very slow and very short range. Even a hero like PA would be able to survive better in lane. So if she gets ahead, I feel like it's gonna be fine and she's gonna like shoot out some side blades and have fun, but if she messes up once, she's gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
Now we have the Ember Spirit for Night Pulse as well. So yeah, this is definitely gonna be an Orchid Clockwork game.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Orchid, yeah, high on the priority list, I think. I do also really like this Ember because you get some more dot damage into bother this Templar Assassin quite a bit. And just looking at their lineup, they have so much poke. Despite the fact that they have these two huge teamfight ultimates in the Phoenix and the Enigma. You know, this Tusk, this Enigma with Eidolons, Slide of Fist just constantly peppering you and wilting you down. It feels like they don't have to commit that hard for their engagements right now. They still are lacking damage a little bit before they gain more levels, but it also does feel like this hero is going to be hard to catch. I mean, what stuns does Na'Vi Jr. have outside of the Clockwork? Pretty much nothing.
Yep. We see a Huskar ban from Night Pulse. Of course, they're playing against Na'Vi, so it's very likely that it's going to be offlane Pango as opposed to mid, which means that you still need the Niku hero. And he hasn't played too much Huskar recently, but when you have an Ember mid, you just don't want to take the risk.
Yeah. They still want to carry hero for the side of Night Pulse and mid for Navi Jr. Navi Jr. have the last overall pick. So what safe laners are we assuming will be deployed by Kami here? No.
Well, your guess is as good as mine because he plays everything.
Yeah, he does play everything. Alright, so I'm thinking Nullifier carries, right? You're playing into TA plus the Pugna here. How would you feel about a Spectre? Radiant Spectre in this kind of game?
Let's see. Yeah, it seems pretty good. Seems nice. Is there any other options? No, I like Spectre. It's seems like a good pick here. I don't know what else they would pick. Maybe TB, but TB gets countered really hard by Pugna. They still go for it. TB was the first thing that came to mind for me, but I actually don't like it. Because you're gonna have an Orchid Clock. Pungo is quite good against TB. Pugna is really good against TB. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm equally as
I don't
surprised
know.
as you. Because it didn't even factor into my mind that they would pick TB. Given the fact that they already had like Pango Pugna. But, you know, Dream feeling confident in himself. So Kami's going to show us what's up. And Niku will round out the drop by picking up his Siggy as well. Getting the puck to be deployed in this matchup. So this is going to help bridge the gap between some of the other heroes who want to be able to fight but don't necessarily have the catch and the damage. The puck will allow them to do that. He'll give them these early rotations. Lane against the Ember Spirit should be fine. I still don't know though, fam, because like it still feels like the puck. Okay, you know what it feels like to me? It feels like there's gonna be a period of time before the TA is ready to deal massive amounts of damage that Niku pretty much has to do like everything for his team, and I'm kind of worried about the load on this puck's shoulders. However, as a mid laner, Wingblade, tell me, is this the kind of game where he can get away with the latitude to just carry the team on his back?
So I think his lane matchup is pretty okay against Ember, and the side lanes look very gankable to me. So this could be the kind of game where Niku pops off completely. I'm honestly not that worried about Niku. I'm worried about Got the Juice. Because they picked TA into Enigma Phoenix, and I'm just not sure if it's gonna do that well. And if it doesn't, who's gonna provide the damage? I just don't know. They need to focus everything on making sure that Got the Juice has a good game, and I'm just not sure if they can.
I agree with that. He is going to be all of their damage as the game scales later and later. And it's not like it's an easy game, right? He has to deal with an Ember Spirit on the other side. The TB matchup can go like either way depending on what the game looks like for them. But TB naturally has very high armor, which TA does not want to be playing into. He also gets those illusions as he gets more and more auras. If he gets to that Scotty timing later in the game, it's really, really hard for TA to do anything. Can barely move around in the fight. Your refraction goes away in the blink of an eye. And hell, you know what's also really scary for TA? The fear eventually. Because once you get feared as TA, you're just dead. You just know that there's nothing you can do. Not only does it help to reposition you, but you can't even use some Mel strike tricks to try and dodge the opponent in that situation. Here's the thing though. I actually like sort of the idea of having a 4 protect 1 with this kind of draft. I just wish it was like a harder carry like a Medusa, a draw ranger instead of the TA.
Yeah, I agree. But it's what they went for, so it's what they're gonna have to deal with. I would love to just watch Zayats and Riddies the entire game, or at least the laning stage, just to see how they're gonna try to manipulate creep equilibrium to deal with the Dusa. But of course, there is other lanes too that we're gonna have to begrudgingly watch.
Sigh, we still have to work. Game is hard.
Was that smart? I find myself
two.
Smokes
strangely
popping
drawn
off.
to this odd configuration of activity.
Looks like it's gonna be a ships in the night scenario. Although, as they're making their way to the high ground for
30
Navi,
seconds to battle.
the line was drawn right now by Kami, so he might make the full rep back, but they don't have any vision. They do have wards planted out, so we'll be very suspicious that they don't see anybody. He will stay safe.
Man, those triple S's, they get me every time.
Don't do bliss. Don't do bliss. Don't do bliss. Well, just going to be a quick pause from the gang. I imagine that there's going to be just some small issue that's being ironed out, but shouldn't take us too much longer to get back in the game. These smokes are definitely not going to connect on each other. So in terms of where do you think where's going to be the action-packed lane? You were mentioning this Enigma Phoenix lane up on the top side of the map. If they don't get those kills onto the TA, where else should Nightpaws be focusing on to ensure their own lanes go well?
I don't think the other lanes really matter that much for them. Because if Kami gets wrecked in lane, which is a little bit unlikely, but still, if it were to happen, he can just go jungle. So I would just put all of my focus towards the top lane. And maybe like stealing 1 or 2 water runes in the mid lane, but mostly just abusing twin gates to see if you can make some cool stuff happen.
Speaking of twin gates, do you remember when they first introduced them? And old boy Solo on his Undying would just camp twin gates with like 5 blood grenades. Like, we're gonna get this first blood no matter what. That was some chaotic Dota. I'm glad it doesn't function like that. I'm glad they limited the blood grenades. That was a little bit ridiculous there.
Yeah. What do you think of blood grenades? Were they a good addition to the game?
I think so. I think what blood grenades do is it incentivizes you to play faster earlier. And you know, sometimes you get into a game and you're like, right, our lane matchup from level 2, level 3 can get really, really bad. We're decent at level 1, but we can't necessarily tilt the lane in our favor. Now with blood grenades at level 1, if we're good enough, we can use the blood grenade, get a kill, and even if levels 2, 3, 4 were weaker, we've now normalized the lane, we can still compete, and or we can now win unwinnable matchups that wasn't possible before blood grenades. So I think it's for me, for the laning phase, one of the best changes in the game, honestly.
From a game design standpoint, I'm always so surprised how Dota can introduce such radical changes that feel un-Dota-like. And then, like, 2 months later, you're like, yeah, of course, it's just a part of the game. It's crazy to me. Because when I first saw Blood Grenade, I was like, what? I had to read it like 5 times to be like, what does this do? Why do people buy this? Is it really good? Yes, maybe, no, I don't know. And then a few months later, you're like, of course I'm going to start with the Blood Grenade. That's just what we've always done. Pay attention.
Yeah. You know, of course, now think about it, right? If I told you with a straight face that, hey, Tormentors, Wisdom Runes, the expanded map, that these things are less than 2 years old, you'd look at me like I'm crazy. You'd be like, what? No, dude, 7 minutes, go Wisdom. What are you talking about? It's always been this way. This is just part of the rules of Dota.
Yep.
Ooh, actually, what's your least favorite change that's been added in the last couple of years?
Least favorite change? That's a good question. I'm generally quite a positive person. Maybe I don't like the movement speed creep. And just like the general mobility creep. I liked it when you had heroes that just had no mobility and you just had to focus on positioning. And when you managed to catch one of those heroes out, you actually got them. These days, it feels like every single hero has some way of escaping, which I think is a bit of a shame and makes every hero feel a little bit less unique. But I understand that it like appeals to the modern gaming audience and that the landscape is shifting.
I'm not surprised that a core player wants to be able to chase down these slow supports from the mid lane and kill them.
Yeah, they should just give supports less gold and less tools. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
But they give up more gold when you kill them, right?
Just like piggy banks.
Nice. I see. Well, we are back into the game now. 2-2 bounty rune trade ended up being the distribution. So we're going to start this game off nice and normally. Mid lane, we see this lane a lot more than we used to. But matchup used to be quite different back in the day, but dude, I'm just astonished at how good of a laner Ember Spirit is these days.
He slowly became very good. I remember back in the day it was like, oh, you're against a ranged hero that has like some harassment. You're screwed. And now it's like, should be fine. You might even have a really advantageous laner.
Yep. The power creep. The top lane. One that you said we should pay close attention to. Got the juice on his CA. And they actually have changed things up a little bit. The Enigma at the moment is playing support. We didn't talk about this. Divine Llama is indeed on his Phoenix, so it's a position 5 Enigma here. They're not going to be playing into harassing this TA out of lane. They're more prioritizing ensuring that Phoenix has a great game, but they can still kill him, right? Level 3 is a very dangerous time to be a TA here.
Like already got the juice, is just being punched. He can deal some like decent harass damage, but he's gonna struggle with getting close to creeps. Yeah, it's an interesting call that they went for this, because I feel like Enigma plus Phoenix still would have been quite strong in that lane. But of course that would leave Tusk plus TB in the bottom lane, and that doesn't seem so great against a Pango clock. So it might not have been in order to make sure that the top lane is better, but it might have been to make sure that the bottom lane isn't absolute shit.
Balance in all things. Of course, Scott the Juice will take advantage of this fact by making sure that he gets more farm for himself in this lane. So him and Redis will be doing their utmost to pump in the gold onto the TA. There will be some careful moments where Redis wants to go and create some stacks, and TA needs to be very careful. And speaking of being careful, down bottom, they almost lost the Terror Blade. Kami fell super low, but they don't end up getting the kill. All the spells were expended, so he'll be fine for now.
So where do you think we're gonna get first blood? Which heroes and at what time?
First blood's gonna be top. I don't know if it's gonna be on. Oh, apparently it's about to happen right now. They're going on to the TA. I thought it was gonna happen at level 3, but they say level 2 is good enough. They gained the 3 from killing her and used that experience to bring down Redis as well. So 2 heroes for Night Pulse. Alright, never mind. That came a little bit sooner than expected. I was gonna say in about a minute, when they have the full level 3s on both heroes, they'll make the jump, but they say hold my beer now, fam. We can do it immediately.
Great prediction, Snare. This is why you get the big bucks.
Right on time.
Yeah, like we predicted, top lane is struggling a little bit. Which if I were Navi would be slightly worrying to me. Because Templar Assassin is the big win condition. Of course, she's also a hero that does really well. Just jungling, catching back up as long as her team can create enough space. So it isn't the end of the world by any stretch of the imagination. Ooh, Niku playing with fire there. But now it's gonna be Warwick in
almost
trouble.
dies, but they're gonna kill Warwick instead. He dove in. Niku? It's actually gonna be fine. Desire doesn't have enough spells to get this kill. Never mind, he does. Phase shift. He didn't phase shift. I don't know why he didn't phase shift. Wingblade, what happened?
I think he didn't expect that much damage. Just a rookie mistake. Yeah, that was a risky play from the puck. Because if they didn't get that water rune, they would have just instantly died. Niku, that's just what he does.
Niku giveth and Niku taketh away. Although they did get the first initial kill onto Warwick, he was there for the experience. So certainly will not be too saddened by his lot in life. And PMA was not actually, he took advantage of this time. Wasn't being muscled out bottom. He sees this Enigma TB. Can't really force him out of the lane, so he's been picking up the CS. Now actually at the top of the charts at the moment.
He's having a great time for sure.
Oh, they're actually gonna dive him. They brought in Redis through the twin gate. Zayax going in onto Kidaro. They do manage to save him for now with the snowball, but Kidaro will still end up dead. Now PMA though, he's beaten upon by these Eidolons. He needs to get away from Desire, who activates the tag team, gets the damage, finds himself a double kill. Your boy Desire's been popping off, man. Look at him go here in this game. The double, the first blood up in the top lane. He is just owning on this map.
He's almost level 5 at 5 minutes. He's 4-0-1. That is insane. He's one of the strongest heroes on the map right now. As expected, right?
As expected.
Radiance
This is just average times from Desire. Now he's heading towards the mid lane. Looks like he wants to play all 3 sides of the map. He's like a poker player playing all the hands. Niku getting zoned slightly by this tag team, but stay alive for now. Warwick has bottled away the haste rune, about to crack level 6. If they can get that 6, it's a little bit too late. Nico already has it, so they probably won't be able to dive him.
Yeah, pretty decent start for Nightball so far. However, the TA has managed to recover somewhat, now leading the TS pretty comfortably. Mostly from the jungle, like I said earlier. She doesn't mind, just PvEing for a little while.
Is under attack.
Warwick will pop the haste
Has a
rune
haste
now.
rune.
Dire's top tower.
Got
Looking to
spotted by the
go.
Watcher.
Yeah, they see him. At the same time, who gets this? Wisdom rune, Zyx, can you get it? Can you get it? It's too far away. 5 seconds out, he's gonna die for this. Unfortunately for him, he will lose his life. On the bright side, he does make sure that Warwick doesn't get, or PMA doesn't get ganked, so space, I guess.
Yeah. Normally, when you're a Clockwork at 7 minutes in a 1v1 with Battery Assault active, you feel pretty confident. But not against Desire's Tusk, who literally just punches you and wins the trade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mid lane, Warwick. Just gonna be happy to keep this equilibrium farm away. His team is already taking over the top side of the map. He's in no rush. He knows that they'll come to him when they're ready. And indeed, they are en route. The Vilama has some boots en route. He has a full Veil of Discord on the Phoenix. I feel like it could have this be go time, as he's just cracked level 7 as well.
Wonder where Davai Lama is gonna go with his first egg. He has the Veil, he has the level 4 Fire Spirit. He's incredibly strong right now.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Warwick's
fallen.
also quite strong. Found Zyx, prompts out the battery assault. Warwick will retreat. Wise decision, probably. The mean prize is going to be the tier 1 tower, and that's where Divine Llamas come to as well. They have this observer ward, so they see Niku. They know there's not that much support behind them, so they can start putting pressure out right now.
Niku does have a shield rune, but I feel like if he wastes his orb and they all jump him, he could still die. He's gonna be able to defend the tower just fine.
You did that to yourself.
That's the one drawback of their lineup, right? They don't have insta-catch for a hero like the Puck. All they have is slide chains. If that misses, they literally have no far reach for him right now.
It doesn't look like Davai Lama wants to get an Orchid either. Some core Phoenixes like going for it, but I don't think Davai Lama does. It's quite a temporary increase in power. It doesn't inherently do that much on a Phoenix, so once the enemy heroes get a way of dispelling your Orchid, you wasted 4,000 gold.
From what I've seen in the past, Divine Llama is definitely a Shiva's Hex BKB enjoyer. With Refresher Orbs thrown into the mix as well.
Yeah, and for a good reason. Desire was a level 5 at 5 minutes, and is level 5 at 9 minutes. He's been running around very menacingly, but not becoming that much stronger in the process.
He's just standing there, running around menacingly. Gotta make that a TI voice line, man.
Dire's middle tower is under
Mid
attack.
lane, they're coming back. Divine Llama is here. Level 8 on the Phoenix. Would love this tier 1 tower, but so many annoying and pesky ways of defending it. Simultaneously, though, annoying and pesky ways of pushing it. This Enigma is just gonna constantly throw as many Eidolons at this problem as humanly possible. It's like a billionaire with climate change.
And Kami and God the Juice are doing their little farming race. Both heroes that really like jungling. Both heroes farm really fast, skill really well. Who's gonna come out on top? We'll keep you posted on the race.
I must say, you can definitely sense that this is a grand finals in the early game of both game 1 and 2. Everyone just wanting to make sure that every move is optimal. And if they feel it's not optimal, even if it might gain a slight advantage, if it's too risky, they just back off. That was bottom lane. Well, as I say that, Desire, he gets caught. All right, that's on me, man. That's my bad. That was a Costa's curse. That's not your fault. But PMA will happily lap up that gold by ending the dominating streak.
Yeah, finally gets his level 6, instantly dies. That's why played level 5 for so long. Yeah, both teams just chilling for the most part, waiting for some kind of timing.
Double harm shall I heal.
DD on Puck. Probably isn't gonna use it for anything aggressive.
Well, they saw Divine Armor. He thought about it with the Dream Coil. Instead, Kidaro's the one that ports
completes
in.
the TP.
Zayax is gonna get in right in front of him, but the rest of the team will quickly close in onto this Clockwork Goblin and they kill him. And they're looking towards Ridis as well. Warwick though misses the slide change, unable to snag onto the Pugna. So he will live.
Radiant's top tower
Clockwork
under
is
attack.
down, and they pop the Metamorphosis on Kami. They would love this tier 1 tower. With the Eidolons, the Conjure Illusion. Let's see if they'll get it actually, because with this Glyph, they might not. But that being said, they might get some kills instead. Ridis gets dove upon on the behind the scenes by Divine Lava, who actually gets himself
Radiant's top tower is
sundered
under
by
attack.
Kami to keep him alive.
Dire's middle
The
tower
Phoenix will not fall, not even forced to use the Nova. They still do end up getting the tower. And Night Pulse starting to look really solid in this early portion of the game.
Amazing what
They're taking some objectives left and right with their cooldowns, which I definitely think is the right thing to do. Navi not really in the mood to contest, they just want to slow it down. So they're not bringing in the Pango or the TA. They're very content to just use their supports and the Puck to push out lanes. But now they want to go onto the offensive. They have their hookshot, they have the coil. They want to find something big here, and they know Sunder is not up. If they can find a TB, that would be huge.
Hookshot, it finds it. He's caught flush. There's no Sunder available, no allies in sight, and therefore no life on this Terrorblade. Now they might not be done just yet. They angle towards the mid lane where the Tusk is trying to retreat. PMA doesn't want to commit the Rolling Thunder just for the lowly
Radiant's middle
support,
tower is under
but he will
attack.
allow him to flee. And this will give a chance for Navi Jr. to put pressure on the tier 1 with the Nether Blast.
Really nice rotation by Navi at the perfect time. Reading Kami like a book.
They read the Book of Kami. Chapter 17, verse 12. Farming Triangle.
Yep. I feel like that's a very common chapter in carry players' books.
What do you mean, bro? That's the only chapter I'm on. What, do I need other chapters?
Yeah, there is also the chapter about winning a team fight and then going right back to the jungle, of course.
No. But even better chapter is the one where a team fight happens, but there's more important things in the jungle, so you let the team die.
Yeah. Yeah, carries. Gotta love him.
Radiant's
Can't
top
live
tower
with
is
them.
under attack. Are scanning.
That was it.
Can't live with them, can't win with them, can't play with them.
So Kidaro also going for the drums. Cannot play Enigma without drums, apparently.
Radiant are scanning.
The rest of his team, though, they're smoked up.
Radiant are
The
scanning.
drums are arriving. This would be a perfect time to connect with them. Unfortunately, the drums are going to take about 7 more seconds to arrive, so it's not going to be in time for this impending smoke. Warwick going on the higher ground. They find Ridis. Should be able to kill him without too much difficulty here. Right, so bye-bye, Pugna. He goes down, but again, it's a multi-hero smoke. You get a Pugna. TA still farming. Pango still farming. They don't really care right now if they're Navi Jr. But we'll see if they get out of this one. If they can get this would be amazing. Supernova, first one of the game. Got the juice. Will now trigger out the refraction. And now they baited in the Ember Spirit. They silence him up. They hit him as the Supernova goes down. He is in danger. There's a Dream Coil out onto this Ember. Ember will die. Black Hole was committed onto the Pangolier, but somehow he's still alive. Swashbuckles away. He doesn't even go down. Zayax interrupts the Enigma from chasing forward. They bring him down with the right clicks of Got the Juice. Pugna even heals up the man in question of PMA. 3 for nothing, Wingblade. What an initiation. What a bait from the TA.
Yeah, I thought she was gonna be in a lot of trouble there, being initiated upon getting chained and then standing underneath the egg. But one thing we haven't spoken about is PMA's Orchid. He rushed the Orchid on the offlane Pango. This is a build that not every single Pango goes for, but if he can get a few more kills like this, it's gonna be absolutely great. Because Ember really doesn't want to buy an item that breaks Orchid right now.
Speaking of Ember, he's chasing after this puck at the moment. The Decrep, though, ensures that the puck will be kept safe. Life drain out as well. Yeah, Nico's like, he's chilled.
Was a small lead for Night Pulse, but Navi has taken back the initiative with that big fight. Right now, they're out of ultis. They probably don't want to go too hard on the aggression right now.
PMA is also not that far away from having a Blink Dagger.
Is under attack.
And there's still so many, because he's also playing support Enigma here. Like, this kind of BKB type of stuff is going to be very far away from arriving. So we're going to see ample opportunities where this Black Hole doesn't necessarily finish the duration. It did finish it down bottom, to be fair, but just ran out of damage in that process. The next side will be different though, right? Because the next time around, they will have the Terror Blade. He wasn't there in this engagement. That's not going to be true in the future ones.
Yeah, that would have been a huge difference, I think. Because the Panga would have just died, the TA would have just died before the fight even started. He was in the right position. Of course, you don't really know that in advance, and he didn't. I don't think he had his Manta yet, or maybe he did. Either way, he's very vulnerable.
PMA having the game of his life, demonstrating why this is his specialty hero in the offlane, no less, which most of these offlane players don't do right now. Just picked up a Blink Dagger. It's flying in towards middle. This is unfortunate. They are standing underneath an Observer Ward, so they saw the smoke, but they did not see that the Blink Dagger has arrived, so they could still surprise them in this move.
See who they're gonna find. Ember would be the ideal target. But he's very well protected right now.
Rolling forward, they got him. Silence out. There's going to be the 2-hero Dream Coil. Oh, just one. 2-hero Waning Rift, excuse me. Ember's gone, so is the Tusk. Supernova, not going to be deployed just yet. As they just take away the tier 1 tower. Hook shot forward, they actually find Divine Llama. He does manage to Icarus dive away as they get the Black Hole out onto Niku, but it's not enough. PMA now, jumping in onto Divine Llama, and they bring down the Phoenix. Kadaro follows him into the grave with a right click from Redis. In the blink of an eye, not only are 4 heroes gone, Wingblade, they're aggressing into a tier 2 tower 18 minutes into the game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Bizarre tried to go for the snowball save, but then he also got silenced. Then everything just fell apart. Enigma thought that he would be able to get off the black hole, but there was another silence left. Yeah, at that point they had used everything, gotten nothing. They lose 4 heroes for nothing, and Navi, they've hit their timing right now. They have everything they need.
Bro, I just saw the funniest thing ever. Terrorblade went high ground as they were stealing his triangle. And the real Terrorblade was actually the one in front of the illusion. But the Clockwork and the TA didn't attack him because they were like, there's no way this is not an illusion. So they just let him go. But he was actually alone. They could have killed him right then and there.
Yeah, some nice mind games.
Let us fight.
Let's see what Navi wants to do with this 7k lead. They have a pretty good lineup for Roche, so they could go for that and then try to take more tier 2s. Ooh, and Davai Lama got a gem. He's like, we need to make sure that we can still move out on the map or we're gonna lose everything.
Yeah.
Arcane reservoir.
He knows that, but they need to be careful. If they give up that gem into a team that has Puck Clockwork, the map is going to start feeling very, very small quite shortly afterwards.
Blink on TA as well, so that's Blink Deso. Very scary to play against. Any hero is gonna die to Orchid and then Blink Deso TA.
Holy base, she's actually so farm. Blink, Deso, Treads, D-Lance, Aghanim Shard, and with the Pupil's Gift to boot. My goodness, she's strong.
And Kami actually popped his meta just to farm. Interesting.
And they saw it. They're actually smoking right now. I don't know if it's because of the meta, but they know that he's not with his team at the moment. And they did catch a little bit of vision of Phoenix as he was moving through the jungle, so that's the direction they're heading in. Rockets being thrown out. They see some vision onto this Ember, but they unfortunately will miss the direction that the Phoenix went. They're not going to find anything here. They might just go Roche though.
Yeah, just supporting got the juice. Gonna go for the double melt. This Roche is gonna drop pretty darn fast.
That would be a nice quality of that change in the game. Maybe Tormentors shouldn't reveal that they've been taken.
What would that change? I guess,
I mean, a situation like this, right, where the moment, because they were smoked, right, as you're gonna see, Ridis, is he fine? No, he's not fine. He's in trouble. Gonna try a live drain through this, but, well, he's made space for his team. But this Roshan attempt, for example, right, the moment they see their Tormentors being taken, they immediately go into Roche. And I feel like that's like an unfair information advantage.
yeah, I guess it's a trade-off right now. It would buff them by quite a bit, I think. We'll see. We're overdue for a new patch. Who knows? I feel like if you ask a Dota fan at any time if we're overdue for a new patch, they will always say yes, no matter what.
Bro, patch just came out today, but don't you want to release a B version? I don't like this change, man.
Yep.
Do the right thing.
We're never happy.
We need to learn to be like in other esports. 2 patches a year at best. And then you just hold your tongue and be grateful for whatever we get.
Yep. So 8k gold lead now. Looks like Navi's finally gonna try to siege this tier 2. Pushing into this isn't gonna be the easiest task.
They actually pop drums. They're coming to try and defend this. I'm gonna try and fight them here. PMA gets the Rolling Thunder, heads in the opposite direction though, so they wanna run. Let's see what other angle they find. Hookshot misses! Oh no, they now got the juice. He's inside an Ice Shards, but he's not that close to the Supernova. Forced off gets him out, but not far enough away that he doesn't get clipped by the right clicks. So they've just taken away the Aegis, got the juice. Now Mortal once more. Night Pulse got everything they wanted from that fight. That was a very odd sequence of events from Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, it started off with the roll having to be used defensively because Panga was taking too much damage from the TB. And at that point, it was kind of over because without the Pango jumping in, being aggressive, you don't really have that much control. And if TB can right click, then yeah, there is no fight.
TB still maintaining number 2 in the net worth loss despite his team being 9k behind, pretty much neck and neck with the Templar Assassin. And he still does maintain the carry to carry advantage relative to her, so this is not that big of a deal for him. Mid lane, Niku, can he get out of here? Sunray right behind him. He does pop a pretty big wand. Illusory Orb drawn away. He'll be a-okay. But more importantly though, they draw allies towards him, which does halt the push in the tier 2 tower in the top lane.
I gotta love these flares. Or the Vailama and Kidara just getting peppered.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Vailama is gonna have his BKB soon, and that's gonna be very, very nice. As he keeps getting silenced.
Definitely not having the Phoenix standout performance that he was hoping for. I think we've only seen the Supernova stun 1 hero in this game so far.
Not the best. At the same time, Navi doesn't have the best egg hitters ever. They could still skill quite well, especially together with the Tusk and Enigma.
Dire are scanning.
Now big smoke coming out from Night Pulse. There is no Aegis on Navi. If they can find a good fight, good initiation, they could take this despite the gold difference.
Wrap around. Niku manages to get behind. Dude, what the hell just happened? What? They went literally right past each other within like a few hundred units away from canceling smokes. Oh man, that's just such bad luck. If they, on the side of Night Pulse, move 100 units to their left, they find them, they probably wipe them. If Na'Vi Jr. move 100 units to their right, they catch them with the backstab, they probably wipe them. But instead, nothing happens.
Yeah, they're gonna watch the replay and be like, What? He was there?
I really hate it whenever that happens.
Speaking of orchids, Kami bought one as well.
Let us fight.
TB Orchid wasn't on my bucket list for this game.
I can sort of understand it because he knows that the TA at some point might want to build like some butterfly. Maybe she gets an Aviana's feather as a tier 4 item. This way, if you scale into the Bloodthorn, I can't buy MKB for my illusions, but I can give True Strike once I get the Bloodthorn out on you.
Yes. I think the effect of MKB, like not the damage, but the evasion piercing does work on illusions, right? Let me briefly check to see if my boomer knowledge is up to date.
Does it? It shouldn't. Does it? The Pierce? Does it work on illusions now?
Yeah, it does.
Okay,
Just not
see.
the bonus attack damage.
Oh, the Pierce works, but not the damage. Okay, yes.
Yeah. Okay, I deserve to get paid. Nice.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, to be fair, you are the CCT resident model. You're getting paid for your good looks, not even for your brain. I'm sorry to inform you. Bro.
Thank you, Snare. I appreciate you always picking me up.
MKD
of
right now
course.
for Navi. Now what? Are we at a stage of the game yet where you're worried about Night Pulse scaling, or is this Terrorblade still strong enough that you feel okay about the game?
I think
Radiant's middle tower
we don't
is
have
under
time
attack.
for any long anecdotes, as we might have another big fight coming up.
Well, this area has not only brought misery for Navi Jr., and it seems this trend will not change. They end up losing the Clockwork immediately, but they do get the get back, bringing down the Tusk. Nice Dream Coil onto the Terrorblade. The Black Hole will hold PMA in position, but we still have the TA ready to come in and dish out damage. They don't even need her. Niku and PMA are taking care of business all by their lonesomes. Only Nauda's got the juice really get involved. Bringing in big damage, forced to pop a BKB though. Warwick held him in place underneath the tier 2 tower. A buyback came in from the Tusk, but the Tusk already sent back into the fountain by PMA. Big right click onto Warwick enables him to get brought low enough for Niku to kill him. Niku has softened up the Phoenix of Divine Llama, and here's going to be the one that finishes it off. It's got the juice on the Templar Assassin, making this a full 5-hero wipe. An awkward fight to be sure, but it turns out the TA is not who you need to worry about. PMA Pango is just carrying this game.
Radiant's
Oh
middle
my
tower
goodness.
is under
I'm not
attack.
sure if you noticed that black hole, but the black hole actually stunned TV for 6 seconds because it kept Pango in the exact perfect position to stun TV with the ball. So despite the black hole looking very nice on the surface, it actually did nothing because it also stunned a friendly target.
Oh no. We're gonna need a replay on that production. If it's possible, I wanna see these memes. I wanna see this TV being just held in place. Oh my goodness, that is...
It would have been a completely different fight if TB had been able to hit. So unfortunate.
The crazy thing about that engagement is just how long it took for the TA to even be there properly. Like, she was, most of the time, on the south, not even able to approach on the high ground of the triangle. She only came up to clean up. So it was, like you say, if Terrorblade was alive, able to hit, she arrives to find that her allies are dead, but instead, he dies. She can just get there for the easy cleanup. This game now even more solidly in favor of Navi Jr. Warwick mules up into the air, trying to protect himself, gonna get stunned up, and unfortunately TA is here with the right click damage. And he is down in the dumps. Okay fam, listen, when you're playing Ember Spirit, it's one thing, you already feel bad enough having to buy Yules. The fact that every time you've used that Yules, you still end up dead, no possible worse feeling for this Ember Spirit.
Yeah, the Yules hasn't really paid off. He just needed a BKB because there are so many ways to silence and stun him, not just one. It's been a rough Ember game for Warwick. You know, we're getting close to our prediction, right? We're gonna get the full 5-game series?
I'm pretty convinced at this point that that's the case, yeah. I'm feeling increasingly convinced. And also, you were mentioning your main prediction was if they don't manage to shut down this TA, then they're gonna have some problems. Well, it turned out you were wrong, my friend. Wasn't about the TA. We should have been looking at PMA. They should have dedicated all resources to this Pango.
Yep. We will not make the mistake of underestimating him ever again.
My man is chilling with the AC, Blink, Orchid, Aghanim Scepter, and Aghanim Shard build at 30 minutes on an off-lane Pango.
Yeah, if I looked at his items, I would not have been able to name Pango within 10 guesses.
I'd be like, this is Night Stalker for sure, right?
That would make more sense.
Behold!
I don't even know, man. But PMA, he's making it work. There is a Parasma for Puck.
Holy base. Parasma with a enchanted quiver as well on the puck. Let's see whoever's gonna be fool enough to wander into her range. They see Desire. You know where he's at. PMA sees him. No, let's do it for the puck. Niku. Woo! Alright. Easy clap.
Radiant's middle
Vailama
tower
still
is under
managed
attack.
to hold on to his
Radiant's
gem.
middle tower has fallen.
Some nice career micro. But they do still have that. The gems don't tend to do that much. Just lose all of your racks.
Pagna pushing the Roshan's banner with the TA on the high ground. It is going to be tough to defend, and you don't necessarily have the best high ground defenders either. You have like Tusk Ember, but Tusk doesn't have the Aghanims just yet. So you can't kick people back. Yes, there is Black Hole, but he doesn't have Blink Dagger nor BKB, so it's not even that threatening. He's gonna take the racks.
Has fallen.
Not really much Night Pulse can do to stop this.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
That's the first set of racks down. It's still 3
on the side
minutes
though,
left on the
they get a
Aegis.
Black Hole out onto PMA. They find and catch the Pugna. Alright, going for the backstab, and now they want to die for more. Warwick, Yule Scepter, now is paying its value. They get it onto Got the Juice. Supernova on top of his head. He does have the BKB, Allied Life Drain, trying to keep him up. It still will lead to his death. At the same time, Desire does die to Niku, but Ridditz dies almost immediately. Got the Juice, trying to get away, looking for the TP out. Warwick says no. They find him, they hold him in place, they kill him. Kami getting the double kill. At the very least, Niku able to kill Divine Llama, almost snatch the gem as well in the process. Warwick finds Zayax here within the trees. We want the kill onto this Clockwork Goblin, and they are gonna get him. No escape for you, my friend. So it's a 4-for-2 affair. It's a massive fight in favor of Night Pulse. They take away the Aegis as well. Massive changeover. The game is not completely swung, but it is a glimmer of hope for Night Pulse.
Yeah, game is not over yet. I think this happened before, right? Every time they manage to take Pango out of the equation, they can still fight. So that is gonna be the key for Night Pulse. Make sure that Pango can't like wreak havoc in fights, can't create the chaos that TA needs to do work. So if you can, just focus PMA every single fight and you're fine, apparently.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scared.
Maybe that's why his name is PMA. He knows he's going to be targeted all games, so he has to adopt a good attitude.
Mm-hmm. There is now a BKB on Ember. He's working towards an AC as well. He's gonna be a lot less vulnerable in fights. Bloodthorn on TV as well, so that's gonna be a lot of damage.
Also, Heike, in that exact moment, he's like, man, I'm glad I bought this Orchid. Oh, this is Yule, sorry. Without that Yule, they probably don't kill the TA.
Yep. Turns out Dota is a pretty nuanced, multifaceted game, huh? That's crazy.
A game of margins. I mean, hell, we avoided a 5v5 fight by 100 units. So nuance and margins is what this game is all about.
Niku now working towards an Aghanim Scepter. Just 75 gold away. That's gonna be a nice extra bit of damage.
He drums up right now for Nightpulse. They're rushing forward. But the Juice is smoked up, him and the gang. They actually do want to come in and take a fight here. They smoke up now as well. Their vision, they see Warwick underneath the Psionic Trap. Niku doesn't want to die because he knows it's a BKB and they don't have the best chain disable. He wants the other target first, but he'll still go in. Just to force a reaction or two. Shiva's guard will come out now. There's Zayak moving it, but the black hole, it catches the PMA Pango as well as the Puck. They have already killed Puck. PMA about to fall as well. In the background, Ridders also got ripped to shreds. And they demolished that fight. Yes, Tippin' Boy, shout out Kidaro. His black hole absolutely turned that fight and potentially this entire game around.
That's just Niku for you. He sees a DD rune in the middle of 5 heroes and he's like, I'm gonna steal that SOB. He phase shifts, gets stunned, instantly dies, and at that point, fight is over. And now they might just lose Rax for this. It does have a buyback, but you really don't want to commit it.
Creeps are on the way. Unfortunately, this is a Terrorblade push, so not gonna take that long. Slipper fortification will be there on the back end of the backdoor protection. They still have enough in the tank to go on the high ground here. Want to force at least one buyback. Got the Juice. Watching as a Midnight Pulse gets dropped in front of him. Ridders, just decrypt them, bro. See what you can do, my friend. See what you can do. Zayax is doing all he can with these rocket flares. Kami insistent on normalizing this Rax advantage. Got the Juice, okay. They forced them away for now. 10 seconds. Enough time that they get skittish. They will at least claim a range Rax, so they come back a little bit with the advantage in this mid lane. The equilibrium will not be as bad as it was prior to this move.
But the gold lead went from 20k to, what is it now, 7k? Ooh, that's scary for Na'Vi. They really need to get their stuff together. They need to make sure that they take fights properly. You cannot underestimate Nightpulse, even if you have a 20k gold lead.
And as we get later and later into the game, this Enigma gets scarier. It's actually about to pick up a Blink Dagger for Kidaro. Now we will have that option in the fights. TA, it's an MKB for herself now, so her damage output will increase markedly at this point. And what does she get for the neutral item? Mindbreaker, Aviana's Feather. Usually it's one of those two.
I feel like tier 4 is always such a feel-good moment in terms of neutral items. They're just so good.
Yep.
The rune of regeneration.
What is your favorite one?
Tier 4s. For my carry player, dude, Mindbreaker is the best thing in the
Mindbreaker?
world. Yeah, Mindbreaker's amazing.
I just get Trickster's Cloak on every single hero every time I get it.
Cloak is really good though. Cloak is very good.
It's like free invisibility without a spot and also like good defensive stats. I feel like there is never a game where it's not good.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, speaking of neutral items, by the way, do you know that not solely, but I bear a large responsibility for OSC being moved to tier 4 and for the removal of Tumblr Soy.
Yeah. You remember Spider Relax?
Yes,
Those were nice.
and in the discussion I was having about changing those items, I was like, okay, you already started on the right track by removing that dumb shit that was Spider Legs. Let's keep the energy, boys.
Yeah. Good times, good
Dire are
times.
scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Woke up right now by Night Pulse. They want to try and press the advantage on the map. They feel good. They come across PMA. This is the guy they want, but he does get off the Rolling Thunder. So he should be good. Rolling Thunder will come back now as the Zayax jumps in with the power cogs on the 2. Supernova gets dropped by the Divine Llama on the high ground here. Zayax force to fly away and they got the silence onto Niku. Niku is just gone, dead to the Bloodthorn. Divine Llama gets a double kill off of him and Zayax. And now Riddis will also end up dead. Got the Juice in an awkward position. Does have Blink, BKB, Hurricane Pike. Doesn't need to use them. But yet again, Na'Vi Jr. What's been happening when played? They keep taking these super disadvantageous fights and getting punished hard each time by Night Pulse.
Yeah, I really don't know what's happening. PMA is forced to pop his Rolling Thunder defensively, and then they're like, ooh, let's still go in anyway. And it feels like half of the team is screaming, get back, and the other half is like, oh, let's go, this is the fight. And as a result, you get these really weird, disjointed fights. I feel like it's really all about shot calling and communication for Na'Vi. This game should have been theirs, but they're making it so hard for themselves.
They went from having an 80% chance to win this game to now sitting at a paltry 50. Well, on the bright side, it's technically a 50-50 game. Aegis is online right now, though, so once they get this, it changes matters quite drastically. Because Niku is dead for 20, there's no way this Aegis lasts long enough that Niku can get back. And the bright side, though, a lot of these ultimates are down, so they could try and maybe contest on the way back, but it's too late. Aegis is gone.
The Demon Zeal, Solar Crest, Bloodthorn shenanigans.
Oh, dude, look at this. Okay, I thought they were baiting by not killing the Roche and trying to bait them into a fight. Now jump in from Blood the Juice. They almost killed the Enigma. Kidaro was looking for the black hole, can't find it. Eventually goes onto illusions. Nobody gets caught. He dies to the initial damage of PMA, who buys himself a double kill. Now it's going to be a third as they take away the Aegis. This Aghanim Tango roll just doing wonders here. The Lama doesn't have an actual ultimate, but does have a BKB. That'll keep him alive for now. Got the juice, gets the melt, bash it onto the TV. TV is gone. Lama does throw out the supernova, but there's no fire spirit, so there's maximum attack speed. They crack the egg, make themselves an easy omelet. Now they would like some dessert, and it seems Warwick will serve that up right to them. Gets caught in the Dream Coil. They want to make sure he can't escape, and they will succeed. He's silenced, he's grabbed, he's killed. Na'Vi Jr., baby. Showing us that never say die is the order of the day. They let the Roshan go, but they demolished the team fight thereafter.
Yeah. You see how much difference it makes. Just the one fight where they do manage to get something done with the roll and get a jump on Enigma. It changes so much. Just all of the team going together, executing the single same game plan, and they just destroy the fight, and it isn't even close.
Well, you know, just when they were going to take an Aegis, about 90 seconds ago, Nightfalls had a 7k deficit. Well, now it's been triple. We're back at 22, baby.
Yeah, seems good. It cannot be Mega Creeps just yet because of the tier 2, so they're just gonna try to throne it.
Even better, they forced the Cliff. Lift down. They can just take the tier 4s and dip out. I think that's the best case scenario for them right now. PMA ready with the Rolling Thunder. He's actually going in. Can they end this? Really? No way, guys. No way. They forced a buyback out of Warwick. I think that's the win. That's the W. PMA gets out. Everybody else is heading to the north. Warwick with this buyback. He even popped the BKB. Was hoping to find somebody. Nobody's going to get caught. And Niku just bought a BKB. It's flying in. They're actually holding the ground here engage. They're waiting for the re-engage so they can try and punish them on the way out.
Very well played by Na'Vi, sticking around exactly as long to extract all the possible resources from Nightfalls. Now all they have to do is just be patient, slowly but surely whittle down the defenses for Nightfalls. They have almost no tools left. They have a single buyback, but it's the Tusk. Just a single mistake from Nightfalls, and we're heading into game number 3.
Yep. Kami would love to have access to a Divine Rapier or something like now. But struggling in that regard. One more fight could break this game wide open. We have a jump forward. Desire hoping to try and get the pressure out onto the Templar Assassin, but PMA yet again putting in work. The black hole gets cancelled by Niku, and now PMA going ham and stunned up Kami. Kami, uphill miss will not be there. He gets stunned up. He does get the stunner out onto Niku. So this puck will be forced into retreating from the situation. Sunder came just a sliver of a second before the BKB arrived. Man, if Niku had popped BKB just before then, TB would be 100% dead right now.
Yep. But now Black Hole is down, Egg is down, Meta is gonna be down. Na'Vi just needs to chill for like 30 seconds and then they can get themselves Mega Creeps.
You could see in that move as well from Desire that You really are lacking this Aghanim Scepter from the Tusk. If he had it, we could have had a very different, because he got the clean initiation onto the TA, but couldn't kick her in for the follow-up.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe he should just like sell his items, get that Aghanims. Who needs a Yules? Just kick him back.
Honestly, I think even if he sold everything, does he even have enough if he sold it all?
Maybe not. He would need to sell like his boots as well.
Jump in, TMA with Niku. They want to try and kill these heroes. They got the Dream Coil out onto 2. They kill off the Violama. No buyback for the big Phoenix. TMA is holding the rest of the backline back while his team is slowly but surely whittling down the buildings. And they cannot fight against this. They have to retreat. In the meantime, Ridis and Got the Juice have gotten rid of the tier 3 tower, working on the racks and trying to secure Na'Vi Jr. some mega creeps.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega.
Oh, middle! No, TA!
Attack.
She gets the Melt Bash hit onto Kami. Man, this Melt Bash has really been proving problematic for this Terrorblade. Now here they are, BKB popped by the TA. She just wants to end the game right here, right now. She will succeed. GG, well played. It's called Na'Vi Jr. Equalize the series, make it a 1-1 affair, and ensure that we are not going to have a fast day in the office. Instead, Wingblade, we are going to be entertained by some really top-tier Dota.
Yeah, love to see it. I feel like we were steadily reaching the point where we were like, okay, how do we like explain the narrative so that Na'Vi was winning from the start? You know, this is the storyline we're going for, and then suddenly they stop winning and we're like, okay, it's gonna be the sick Nightpulse comeback story. And you know, there have been signs, and slowly but surely Nightpulse is gonna win, and then Na'Vi is like, okay, we're gonna go back to taking good fights, so we're gonna win again. Man, what a game.
Very topsy-turvy affair. We got to see everything, right? Crazy team fights back and forth, big black holes, big, not the biggest supernovas, but some really big dream coils, some amazing rolling thunders. Also, I have a quick trivia question for you, Mr. Wingblade. From this game too, the #1 most damage dealt in the game was Puck. Don't check yet, don't check yet. Tell me who the #2 most damage dealingest hero was.
Oh, that's a difficult question. Maybe Clock? I feel like he did a lot.
You are correct, sir. 31,000 damage dealt out by the Puck. 30,798. Almost the same amount of damage done by the Clockwork. Unreal performance from Zayax, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Like, every time he popped like his overcharge or whatever it's called, plus the rockets, I could just feel the Nightpulse blood boiling.
They're like, why do I have to play against this? This is the worst thing ever. This sucks. Well, obviously, if you are a Na'Vi Junior fan at home, this does not suck for you, because it now means that we guarantee at least 4 games in the series. But the way things are looking, probably 5, with how closely matched these teams are right now. I will say for Nightpulse, you know, we were talking about how it was a draft issue for Na'Vi Junior in Game 1. It felt somewhat similar here, where they just couldn't get the TB involved reliably enough, right? Like, I'm just comparing and contrasting the performance when he was playing Bloodseeker, where Kami is always in the fight, right? In the middle of the fray, hitting the necessary heroes, moving from target to target to target. In this game, this TB just felt like he's arriving at the end to dish out the damage, but because 2 things. It takes him so long to get there. By the time he gets there, usually Black Hole's been going for a second or 2. Supernova might have already been used. But crucially, they know, we're talking about how TA is the only real big physical damage threat. Once they had the BKBs on the Na'Vi Junior side, the same became true of the Terrorblade. The moment he shows up, they're like, hey, just kill him. If we kill him and stop Enigma from black holing all of us, we win every single fight. And whenever they did those 2 things, they won every single fight reliably.
Yeah, I think a big reason for that was also that, first of all, Ember had quite a bad start, so he couldn't be that annoying hero that like forces fights, goes back in and out, and just annoys heroes, because he had to be so careful, because well, he just had like a Yules and a BKB, so he couldn't apply much pressure. And Enigma didn't have a BKB, so they didn't have that I win a fight button. Enigma had to be careful every single time, and he managed once, he managed twice, but then the 3rd time he didn't get the big black hole. Na'Vi got the control, and that's how they took it.
As the Wingblade has just said, Na'Vi have certainly taken Game 2, so that will take us into our 3rd game. Not even close to the decider just yet, as both teams are now matched up 1-1 in our best of 5 grand finals. To that end, we're going to be taking a very short break, and when we come back, we basically reset to a best of 3, but with a lot of information and context that will determine how the drafts and strategies play out between these two squads. So go take a quick walk, grab some fresh air outside, get a glass of water, and then join us for Game 3 of the Grand Finals here in CCT Series 6 between Na'Vi Jr. and Nightpulse. Snaring Wingblade, we'll see you soon.
Welcome back, one and all, to the grand finals of CCT Series 6. It is 1-1 right now between Navi Jr. and Nightpulse, so we have no idea where the series is going, but we do know that we're going to continue to be as entertained as humanly possible. My name is Snare, behind us is our producer Milip, and of course, the pretty boy, the model himself, Wingblade. Good sir, put your good looks aside for a second, bring out your brain, predict the future, tell me what's going to happen in this third game.
Ooh, I think we may see Enigma go through once again. That wouldn't surprise me, because for some reason they didn't ban it and they won. I was ready to flame the hell out of them for not banning it, but they actually managed to do it. So I think we're gonna see that again. I think we're gonna see Nyx and Ricky banned once again, and I think we're gonna see Morphling banned again. But what I am very curious about is if we're gonna get a CCT. So once we have had 12 CCTs, if all of the champions then go into a new tournament, that's gonna be the Champion of Champions tournament, because that would be fucking sick.
I love how you're looking into the future, guaranteeing we're going to have at least 12 of these tournaments. I like that. That's exactly what I want to hear. One thing I also think we're going to have to look into in this game is if they are going to pick Enigma again, they have to address that clockwork. Felt like that clock just made the game a little bit too complicated. So we're going to see what's going to happen here. Navi Jr. playing on the Dire side this time around with the second pick. Nightpulse, Radiant side with the first pick. And Ricky, of course, going to be first banned by Nightpulse, followed by the Nyx. And now they have to ask themselves questions. How much do we value Enigma? And if we value it that highly, do we ban the clockwork? On the bright side, they do have the first pick. So they have the ban into pick. So they can still ban the clockwork and go into the Enigma pick if they really want to.
Nyx suspiciously unbanned right now. To respect banned Pango for PMA. I wonder if they're really gonna give up the Nyx or if they're just changing some orders around just to mess with us.
Maybe they're thinking about it, because they could also go for the Nyx themselves, right? In the first overall pick. It's not like Desire doesn't play a fantastic Nyx assassin, so that's still an option that they could pursue. Or you just leave Nyx in the pool, you pick up the... Well, okay, never leave Nyx in the pool, never mind. I was going to say, maybe you leave Nyx, you pick Clockwork, but I realized how that sounds in my head, leaving Nyx in the pool. Just don't do it. Ban it if you can.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. Doesn't sound very nice. We'll see. Enigma is still in. Nyx is still in. But I hope that if Nightpulse picks up Enigma again, it is gonna be Davai Lama again.
Yeah. It did feel like they definitely needed that additional progression of items from him to really expand the game. By the time he got the Blink Dagger, it felt like it was already too late at that point. Needed a BKB absolutely sooner than that. So what's it gonna be, boys? Are we gonna pick this Enigma and protect him by banning the clock? Do we just ban the Nyx heads up? Or do we just give up on the Enigma idea altogether, right? Where we just ban Nyx or clock, pick the other one, and then just have the other team be the one to decide where the Enigma goes.
Yeah, Morphling is also still in the pool. Yeah, I was gonna say. They didn't ban the signature hero for Kami, so they ban out the Doom, instantly pick up Morph. How is Navi gonna respond to this?
You still pick Nyx, dude. You still definitely pick Nyx, because if you pick Nyx against the Morphling, there will be this portion of time where Morphling wants to farm his side of the map. As Nyx, you can actually chase him, find him and kill him. He should be on very high IG at that point, so one Vendetta hit does an obscene amount of damage. So I still think Nyx still looks super solid in this kind of situation.
I agree, but they go for TA first pick.
Okay. Okay.
Wasn't expecting that one.
What do you think the rationale is behind TA in this situation?
Go fast. You don't want to get to the point where Kami has his 4 or 5 items. You want to make sure that at 20 minutes you've won your lanes, you're already leading by like 8k. Because Morphling, while very strong, doesn't really become super oppressive until like 3 items in. And if you can delay that for a long time and already be up by a ton of gold and maybe potentially even a set of racks, then you can deal with the hero just fine. So if you get some good lanes, and you get a high tempo carry like TA, you can beat him before he even becomes a problem. But it is very risky, because if the game passes 30 minutes, Morphling is just way better than TA.
So what are you thinking here to pair with the TA? Let's say some Beastmaster from the offlane, perhaps?
Could work. It's not the best against Morphling, but I'm struggling to find an alternative. Could go for Darkseer, could go for Bristle, I guess. Dawnbreaker is quite nice too.
No, there's
Bristle's
Bristle getting
banned.
banned out. None of him. What else? Lycan actually could be pretty decent. We don't know what the other supports are going to be just yet, but Lycan suffers zero pressure in the laning phase against a Smurf. Can start to take over the map very quickly. Try to run this hero down early on in the game. We'll see. I think maybe I'll prefer Lycan a little bit more because Lycan is happier to buy AC over and above the Beastmaster. But basically, I think those two are my favorite ones because both of them give them fast Roche for the TA as well. So if it's Beastmaster, you give Roche 1 to him, give Roche 2 to the TA. If it's Lycan, doesn't really matter what the order is. But we shall see. They're probably going to pick a support first out of the phase. What did they have last time? They had Clockwork to support this TA in the lane. Would you still be fine with the Clockwork here again for Na'Vi?
I think Clock looks fine. I'm not a huge fan of Lycan here. I feel like it's putting too many eggs in one basket, and it once again means that you have like no actual kill pressure coming out from your offlane, at least at the start. I feel like you already give Morphling a lot of space with that. Well, if you have like Dawnbreaker +1 or Timber +1, you can actually put on some pressure. They go for a Clock, very solid pick, giving themselves a little bit more time to think about their position 3.
We also just saw the amazing amount of work, the clinic being put on by the Clockwork
What
in
is
the previous
Nightfall's
game.
gonna
So
do? They can still go for Enigma. Against the Clock, it feels scary.
I don't know about Enigma. I think the Enigma train
Go
has
for
sailed for
Jakiro
now.
instead. A lot of Dragon.
Jakiro. You like the Jakiro here?
I guess team speak for a moment, but I'm back.
Are you back? Can you hear me? You good?
Yes.
Everything fine? Oh, wonderful. How do you feel about this Jakiro? Because traditionally we would see Jakiro sometimes, you get the dual breath onto the TA refraction, but we don't see Jakiro just heads up as much as we used to, especially not this early in the draft. What's your feeling towards it now?
It's a bit strange. It also isn't very good against Clock, but I guess they want to answer pressure with pressure. Like having Tusk plus Jakiro is a really strong early duo. Like from the minute the game starts, this is a support duo that can get kills and apply pressure everywhere. So if you have a strong offlaner, you can just absolutely shit on the TA.
Earlier on you were talking about potentially pairing this TA with a more aggressive hero in the offlane, like a Dawnbreaker or something. Now I'm seeing that if Nightpulse get a Dawnbreaker, that could be pretty pog as well.
Yeah, I
having
think so.
That Dawn Tusk lane into the TA feels very strong.
I also think that for either team, having a Night Stalker would be really strong. Pairs really well with these aggressive supports. It's good against both TA as well as Morphling. I think both PMA and Davai Lama play it as well. I guess Davai Lama a bit more, but I'm sure PMA can play it. But I do go for the Beast, your initial suggestion. Very nice. Aside from a beautiful voice and great fashion sense, you also have some good prediction abilities.
Turns out I also have to prove that I deserve my paycheck.
Yeah,
Like,
well, very nice.
I love the Beast here. I still think the initial strategy I was mentioning earlier. You were mentioning play fast. You play fast. You get the Roshan #1. Give it to Beast. And dude, the speed of this game is insane. Not just the TA, but Pagna Beastmaster. Good God. If they get away with decent lanes here for Na'Vi Jr., they can just run over this map. I feel like they need like some Ember, Puck, a hero that can just run around. They do get the Ember, but I was hoping for this at the end of the draft, or at least after the next round of bans, because this Ember, it can't happen like the previous game where his game is slowed down by such a large margin that he's forced into 2 defensive items back to back. If he's not the one supplying damage here, Morphling is still waiting for that 3rd, 4th item to come online. Like, where is the mid-game pressure going to come from on the side of Nightpulse? They'll have this magic damage, yes, but I definitely want to make sure they need to make sure that this Tusk in particular, no matter if he plays 4 or 5, he has to help the Ember mid. Can't allow what happened in the previous game to happen again here.
I would be surprised to not see the Puck band out, and I would also be surprised to not see the Night Stalker band out, but we'll see. Kawhi has a few other heroes that he could potentially play. What do you think for Niku? Does he want to play Puck again, or is there another hero that would be nice here?
I think he wants to play either Puck or Earthspurt. He wants a hero that has a silence so that you can like harass this Morphling for a large portion of the game before he has Manta BKB. If not that, then maybe you go Invoker and try to play around the EMP. But I really like that. I really like silences. I think Puck or Earthspurt probably are at the top of my list for him to play.
Imagine if OD was in the meta. Oh,
God.
Against Ember and Morphling. That's like the dream OD game.
I feel like that's going to be a hero. One day we're going to tell our children that that hero existed in Dota. They'll be like, oh, who? Oh, what? I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Yeah, it's been a while. Man, all of our predictions are coming through. Dawnbreaker and Night Stalker band, and then the Puck band. And then, okay, so it's offlane TB. Okay. You fuck with this pick?
Alright, they did need a Crimson Guard, right? So anything, some kind of way to block off this impending massive physical damage is going to come to them from the Beastmaster TA. You wanted a hero that, in case they go for like a high octane magic damage in the mid lane, also has the option of building pipe. And of the aura builders that are left, Beastmaster's gone, Doom is gone, Bristleback's gone, Underlord is not really that great in this game. It has some utility, but not like the best ever. Phoenix has already been taken. Enigma doesn't really feel playable into Beastmaster plus Clockwork. So if you wanted an aura buyer up against this, so I don't know what else was left kind of situation. I think that's what the rationale was picking this hero here.
Okay. Yeah, I quite like it too. Curious to see how it's gonna do in this game. In theory, it looks very good, even in lane. You don't really care that much about either Clock or Pugna, so it'd be fine. And Navi finishes up with a mid Timber. Very cool.
All right. From a non-mid laner perspective, just looking at this mid Timber in a game where his lane is going to go perfectly fine, right? There's no way that Warwick can kill him solo. He's probably not going to, he can't even die if there's a rotation from the supports, provided he has a point in the chain. I feel like this Timber sort of breaks the game apart because the enemy team doesn't have burst. They don't have that much disable. The lane is not going to shove me out, right? How do you stop this Timber? I'm not a mid player, right? So I'm asking you as a mid laner, firstly, how confident would you feel be having Timber in the situation? And second, if you have a good lane, which he will, what do they do to stop him here?
It does look like quite a decent Timber game, which is funny because there is like no strength heroes aside from the Tusk. How do you get stopped? Well, I would know a lot of ways in which I could get stopped, but that's a skill issue. I think he is killable in this game because a lot of mid Timbers especially don't really prioritize defensive like abilities and items that much. So it's not like the old school Timber that is unkillable. And especially with like a TB and tag team, there are options at the same time. It's gonna require a lot of resources, so you're gonna be very happy either way, even if you force like 4 heroes to come and kill you. So you have the TA farming. But I don't think it's an unbeatable Timber game. He bleeds and he can die.
See if they can bring him down throughout the course of the game as we are now into game 3. 1-1 is the scoreline. Still far away from declaring a victor, but we'll see how it all goes. I will say, I really, really hope that he builds Shivas in this game on the Timber, like as early as possible. I want to see like Kaya, Vale, Kaya-san, Shivas almost immediately. If he does that, I think that'll help him immensely in this game number 2.
Would be nice. I could see him going for like a Blink Hex with a BKB somewhere as well. Like the jump scare build.
That sounds like they actually need to add a hero to the game with an ability called Jump Scare.
30 seconds to battle.
Like,
What
that would
would
be
that
kind of
do?
cool, right? You come out of, so the hero goes completely invis, right? So it's like a sort of dark Shadowrun type of thing, but I'm completely 100% invis. And then when you come out of nowhere, all the heroes in like a 450 range get terrorized away from you. There we go.
Like a Shaco kind of thing from League.
I don't play enough League, so I cannot comment on that
The
reference.
battle begins.
I play all the video games. All of them. Even
Lately,
the naughty ones.
I've been playing Rivals lately. Even the naughty ones like Doki Doki Literature Club.
That's exactly what I was referring to, Snar. You know me so well.
To be fair, that is a very good game, though, unironically.
True. I haven't really played any Rivals yet.
I'm gonna play Rivals after we finish casting this series, bro.
Nice. So, once again, I'm going to ask you the question. First Blood, where, which heroes, and also why, just for the sake of it.
Where, which hero, why? All right, it's either going to be Jakiro stepping out of position bottom, getting caught between two boars or cogs and some damage, or it's going to be Pugna in the top lane once they hit level 2 on this Tusk. Level 2 Pugna, or level 2 Tusk with the Ice Shards tag team with Conjure Image from Divine Armor's Terrorblade should be enough to kill that side.
Okay, sounds very convincing. We'll keep an eye on it.
Knowing my luck,
That's
it's
good.
definitely going to be a solo kill mid though.
That would be cool. I mean, Timber is very low right now.
Dude, no he's not, dude. What do you mean he's low? It's
300
a
HP, that's nothing.
7 reactive armor stacks, bro, with the Tango being eaten. What are you talking about? He's fine.
Lama already taking a lot of damage as well. A few nether blasts, maybe a melt here or there.
Why does this hero have so much HP regen, Terrorblade?
I think it's just his base regen.
It's so high. It's like... I understand why it's high, you know, the hero is fairly squishy, needs something, but... This is so annoying. Like, you just can't harass this guy unless you just straight up kill him.
But the Juice is still doing well in terms of CS, and meta is gonna run out soon. I feel like maybe I underestimate TA as a laner.
Well, they're going on
Maybe
right
not.
now, so the first blood might happen onto the Templar Assassin, but Desire's the one that falls low first. Ridis there with the Blood Grenade and some additional damage with the Nether Blast, and now they want Divine Llama. Got the Juice, has Melt Strike. Oh! Looking for the side blade hit, realizes he won't have the angle, so forced to back off.
It was a really nice decrep there by Ridis. Making sure that God the Juice survives. Love Pugna, such a fun hero. And such good voice lines as well, my goodness.
Let's see, which hero is bigger voicelines than Pugna?
I think Talentless is a classic.
Talentless.
Undying as well, no brains.
And Dying has pretty good ones. Worst one's obviously Spectre, right? You're just like, what? I don't even know if I'm insulted or not. Bottom. Hidaro, the other hero I outlined, might actually end up getting brought down, does die. Well, you know, on the bright side, I was right about the action, just wrong about the first hero to fall. At bottom, they recovered things for me. Keep my reputation intact by killing off the Jakiro. Thanks, boys.
Yeah, close enough. 2-0 so far for a Navi Junior. Pretty good start for them. It's only gonna get more intense in terms of pressure. We're getting the kills in the exact right lanes as well. EMA closing in his arcane boots.
Radiant's
Gonna
courier
help.
has been killed.
Courier
of
snipe as
pressure,
well.
Is this supposed to be this one-sided, the mid lane matchup?
I don't think it's supposed to be this one-sided, but I definitely think it's Timber favored. His harassment spells are just way more efficient. He's universal these days as well, so he even hits kind of hard.
Dire's
Even with Flame Guard, like him trading in the middle of a creep wave is not bad because of reactive armor.
Top lane, Divine Llama.
Dire's
Don't know how he wound up on this side of the tier 1 tower, but it will lead to his death. And now Desire about to fall as well. Looks like Xyx decided he was bored down bottom, wanted to take a trip to the top side of the map, and the trip pays massive dividends. They demolished the off lane of Night Pulse. Yet again, 2 games in a row, TA getting a much better start than she anticipated.
Yeah, Navi Jr. are making it work somehow. There is a reason why they first picked the hero, apparently. Well,
Bottom
PMA.
lane, they are going to dive PMA knowing that he's alone. And thankfully, they have enough damage. Not enough time for Xyx to make his way back down bottom, which is very fortunate for Kami. He would have actually died. And now Warwick in danger of dying himself. Niku almost killed him. Saved by Desire. Drops the ice shards, prevents the progression of the Timbersaw, and keeps his mid laner alive.
Saved by Desire sounds like a 2000 new metal band.
Radiant are scanning.
I dig it.
It's actually a cool bad name, you're right?
But both Niku and Warwick survive, so the equilibrium is intact. Despite Timber being a bit higher in denies, they're still quite close in net worth. Slight lead now for Night Pulse, just because of CSing, it seems like.
The kill that they got onto PMA earlier on definitely helped as well. It's enabled the Smurfling to put himself pretty high up in the net worth. He's chilling. Divine Llama is pressuring the tier 1 tower top with Kidaro as a siege dragon. So they're gonna get the tower, open up some space. Desire's been trying to just force God the Juice deeper and deeper into the jungle. And he succeeds, takes him away from the priority farm patterns. They get the tower, waste the TA's time. For Night Pulse, despite suffering a couple of deaths across the map, overall, in the macro level, they still feel pretty good. Bottom lane, waveform forward by the Morphling. Kami-sama? Kami-sama? I don't know about this one. He ends up dead. Let's see if they can avenge him. Desire TPs himself bottom, but the remnants of the battery assault still connecting onto the tusk. He will be able to dodge the Nether Blast, but that'll only last so long. PMA throws in the axes and they secure the kill. That was a crazy waveform, Wingblade, and it gets him killed. But what was the thought process, do you think?
I think he got a little bit too excited. You know, he gets his signature hero finally, and he wants to show it off. I don't know, as a Morphling, this just happens sometimes. Because you can get away with crazy plays, and you wanna like walk the edge, see how far you can go. And sometimes you just go slightly too far. Even the best players.
Also end up losing Kidaro. I mean, of all the heroes to steal a Wisdom Rune, unfortunately, Jakiro, not the best at it. Very low move speed, very low turn rate. If he gets caught, he gets killed. And we see that happening right there.
I feel like trying to steal the Wisdom Rune against the good teams is even worth it. Just feels like you give them even more gold and XP. Because how often do you see them being successful?
Yeah. Clockwork, Xyx coming in behind Jakiro. They're actually trying to jump onto Niku at the moment. Warwick finding himself fairly far forward right now. Xyx coming in behind him. They have the Primal Roar. Do they have the damage to kill him before he can get out? Snowball saves him for now. Warwick is still alive. Ridis is here, but the Remnants aren't in position. He ends up dead. A double for the Timbersaw. Kidaro might give away a triple. Divine Llama gonna try and turn the tide of this fight, showing up with the Metamorphosis, laying into the Beastmaster. But all he can do is just watch as Niku claims a triple by finishing off Kidaro. Thankfully for him though, both Niku and Xyx are low enough that it's not worth jumping onto a Meta Terror Blade. But still, it's worth wasting his time to come here and not find any kills despite popping this big spell.
Yeah, and Ridis is doing so much work on this Pugna. I feel like he's saved like at least 3 heroes now with his decrypts. Really nice positioning. Oh, Navi Jr. is firmly in the lead. 10 kills against 1.
Dire are
And they
scanning.
haven't even hit their timing yet. They're just kind of outplaying Night Pulse here in this early game.
Oh boy. All right, all of you farm fiends, let's look at this Beastmaster. Look at him go. Gonna be farming these Ancients. Has a triple hard camp that he's finishing off right now. Not that far away from having the full Aghanim Scepter. That feels so satisfying whenever that happens.
Yep. It's gonna be fast, and at that stage he's gonna be able to solo kill almost every single hero, even the Morphling, if you catch him off guard.
So we have a very big problem on our hands in play. Unfortunately, the game for Warwick went a little bit worse even than the previous one. So he's going to be even further delayed with his items. Before he gets his items and gets more levels, who makes plays for Night Pulse?
I guess the TV plus the supports? Maybe? Question mark? Yeah, I don't know. I think Ember can still do stuff even if he has if he doesn't have a lot of items. They just need to be measured about it, because a lot of Navi heroes are very tanky, so you need to make sure that you take fights with the numbers advantage, or you're just gonna feed even more. A fight like this,
right
when
now.
you're not really sure how many Navi heroes there are, is super risky.
We'll catch Ridis. This could be a nice, easy catch. They even brought down Desire for this one.
Tower is under attack.
And looks like the side of Navi Jr. will just let him have it. Like Ridis, sure, buddy. And it was actually Ridis' courier that caught the vision for them here. And I don't believe they got the courier either, no.
Radiant's
So
middle
hashtag
tower
worth
is
if I'm the
under
partner in that situation. We stopped the push. We stopped the gank rather, but because we stopped that gank, they can't really push with only 5 seconds to go until Pugna comes back.
At the same time, Timber did TP in, so it's a little bit of time wasted as well. He's gonna be right back farming in the mid lane.
So speaking of that Timber, he is going Kaya first. What does he follow that up with?
I don't know. Could be just a Kai and Sanj, could be a Blink, could be a BKB. You have a lot of options on
Dire's
Timber.
bottom tower is under attack.
Desire doesn't have options of survivability, unfortunately. Try to snowball to the high ground until these creeps does get there. Playing around with the shards. Made him work for it, but Nico is happy to work for his supper. He will claim himself now a dominating streak on the Timbersaw.
And even without the many points in reactive armor, he's still a hero with a shit ton of mobility and 1600 HP.
Yep. And also about to get a little bit more gold as well, because Kidaro will die. Mega kill streak for Niku.
Radiant's
You know what
middle
this reminds me of
tower is
actually?
under
This
attack.
new way that people have been playing Timber with the 1-point reactive. Do you remember TI, the Seattle on 2 years ago? Where people started playing the Bristleback in the same fashion. 1 point into the passive, going straight for the Bloodstone Axe. Feels a little bit like that.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, and he does have the Aghanims queued up now. Gonna be a quick Axe for the Timber too. Did he change his mind about Kaya, or is he? No, he still picked
That's
it up.
here.
Gotta get that efficiency.
Speaking of Aghanims, Beastmaster picked up his one. So now that we have Drums of Slum, the moment we have this Desolator finish, Night Pulse need to start looking into potentially getting vision of and defending the Roshan.
It's gonna be hard to defend that Roche. So what is Slum? What are they drumming about?
Let's actually, I'm gonna go on Google. What is Slum?
The Korean musician.
First result I get as a Korean musician.
Dire
Seems good.
Apparently it's a word to mean debacle, collapse, or military defeat. So Drums of War, I suppose it could be.
I prefer the first option.
Kidaro. He would prefer the option when they were not ganking him right now. It is a debacle for his own life as he ends up going down. They might try to counter him here with Kami showing up, but now Kami just gets roared, eating so much damage from the Timber. Double kill for Niku. Desire coming in now, hoping to find revenge onto the Pugna with the help of Divine Llama. They succeed, but they wish they had it because Divine Llama also ends up dead. So does the Ember of Warwick. It's an ultra kill for Niku. A tier 1 tower for the Dire lineup. And now, of course, with Drums of Slum, with Desolator, it's also going to be the first Roche of the game.
Nightfalls getting drawn into that fight and somehow deciding that they want to commit for a fight when they're behind against a lineup that is stronger early. I'm really unsure about that decision making, but apparently they felt desperate enough to try to go for a play like this.
Also, I must
There's
say, in
an Aegis as
hindsight,
well.
I'm not happy about the item build on Divine Llama. It feels like these heroes are just too squishy. Like, the Orchid hasn't really helped them that much, and all of these heroes are going to have BKBs, right? All three of them. So I really would have preferred if we went for the Crimson God Pipe in this game. Because do you just see how fast they all melt? Like, the moment they get looked at in the wrong way, half the HP pool is gone.
Mm-hmm. I guess...
Warwick.
Yeah. Pipe isn't that good this game because there isn't that much magic damage, I guess. And Crimson Guard also doesn't seem great because a lot of the physical damage is like big hits from the TA. It's like, what do you even buy? I guess he just wants to be aggressive, but in big team fights, Orchid, it just isn't gonna do that much.
It's not over just yet, though. It's a 10k net worth deficit. Yes, they're playing into an Aegis. Yes, they've only got 3 kills. Yes, we're 5 kills away from the magical number. But we still have Morphling. Still have Kami Morphling. Kami-sama himself will carry us to victory. That is, of course, if he manages to escape this gank. Because Wingblade, guess where they're coming? They're right towards him. PMA set him up with the roll. Niku finishes him off. And well, Kami-sama, for now you're going to have to be an atheist, my friend. Because you have no belief on this map anymore.
They're just gonna lose all of their tier 2s now. There is nothing they can do about it. They do have Yukiro, who's good for D-pushing. It's not gonna do enough, and instead they're just gonna try to go for a smoke. They're like, we cannot slowly but surely lose all of our map control. So instead they're gonna try to take some kind of desperate fight. Because Navi doesn't expect it, because it's so risky.
Unfortunately, they messed up. The slide chains only connected onto the boards, and now hookshot forward by Xyx onto Warwick. Warwick needs to get out of here. There's a macro pyre that will force Xyx away from his own cogs. So that's something for the side of Night Pulse. The rest of Navi Jr. fleeing from the area. That could have really been great for them because the initial slide chains could have maybe found the Beastmaster, but it only hits onto the board instead. They just don't have the damage to kill any of these heroes. And I get the plan here. They wanted to reveal this Mage Slayer on Ember just as the Morphling respawned, but sadly there's just not enough catch.
Yeah, and now Meta is down, Necropyre is down. Navi is right back.
Morphling
the
is down
thing.
too! They caught him! Psionic Trap Silence on the high ground here. Next to this Observer Ward, Xyx. What a god. This gave them the vision. They got the trap. They got the silence. Morphling had no idea what was happening. He just burnt in the blink of an eye.
This game is gonna be hard to come back from.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I feel like Nightfalls might have to change their strategy, especially for the mid lane.
Warwick sitting at the bottom of the net worth charts. We just lose the Tusk as well. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Well, on the bright side, there's a bright side. There's a bright side, Wingblade, right? We are 1 kill away from 3-2-2. So, Navi Junior fans, give your boys some strength. We'll see if they get cheers. They're going on the clockwork. Warwick, don't do it, brother. Don't ruin the streak. Hookshot will be there to hold him in place. And Xyx, he still lives. No! No! No, Warwick, what have you done?
That
Jump forward now. PMA gets back onto the Terror Blade. He finds the kill, but it's too late. Now it's 4-2-2, but who the hell cares about that? Kidaro trying to run through the trees right now, but doesn't have a Ghost Scepter, doesn't have a Force Staff, doesn't have a life. At the same time, though, nice Ice Path he threw out, allowing Kami to bring down at least one of these heroes. Unfortunately, it's an Aegis life for PMA, so he just blinks himself backwards. Warwick chasing forward now with the help of the Divine Llama buyback. They want to try and get a core kill here. Niku would be worth so much gold. Can they get him? Not just yet. They end up losing Desire. Niku with the chakrams and still having so much HP, they can't get to him. Now all of a sudden they need to run away from the side of Night Pulse. Divine Llama hiding in the trees, hoping to catch somebody by surprise, but not going to be able to do so just yet. He threw out the Orchid onto the Timber Saw, but Timber, A-okay. He's just going to walk it off and be completely fine.
And it's off.
Night Pulse, they somehow managed to hang on to their tier 2s for the Aegis duration. That's gonna buy them a bit more time. I still do believe that if we get to the late game, this Night Pulse lineup is very scary. Of course, the late game is still roughly 30 minutes away.
That's fine. I mean, look, there's a couple of nice things we have, right? If we pop the Reflection, we do get the Inner Beast Aura back from PMA. It's obviously going to be very nice to get some of these stronger TA illusions. Oh, speaking of PMA, jumps forward, gets the BKB Primal Roar out onto Divine Llama. Llama was fast with the fingers, getting the silence out, but nonetheless, his death is going to be assured thanks to the debuff immunity. Now moving on to the high ground, Desire was hoping to halt their progress for at least a moment. And he'll get his moment. Unfortunately, it's a moment in the fountain as he gets sent back unceremoniously. They steal their Tormentor to add insult to injury.
Yeah, it's rough. It's definitely rough. 19k gold lead now. And the problem for Night Pulse is that it's kind of hard to get out of the base. You see Cut is trying to push a tier 1, but he has to be so careful.
Actually, Niku is here. They throw out the Macropire, but they force out a BKB. Kami needs to leave. Needs to get out of here, but they're chasing him. Xyx finds the vision on the Morphling. He does not have a BKB here, Wingblade. If he gets caught, he could be killed. He's trying to use his illusions to block the angle of Xyx's hookshot, and he's doing actually a remarkable job at it. This is why Kami-sama has his preferred hero, even denies the bounty rune. All right, that's actually next level kind of plays.
Yeah,
Radiant's top tower
that's
is
a
under attack.
boost to your morale. Even if you don't win, you have that little win.
Oh, sadly, Divine Llama not going to be so lucky. Well, not his signature heroes. He doesn't have to feel bad about dying there.
Feels like Na'Vi just wants to keep up the pressure and wait for Roche for the finishing blow. Big man could be up in 30 seconds from now.
Let's see. Do you think he's actually going to show up for work on time, or is he still in bed?
No, he's still chilling. He's not in a rush. I would love it if Na'Vi bought a gem right now.
Radiant's
Put it like on the
bottom
timber.
tower is under attack.
Get rid of all of the map vision, and Na'Vi actually managed to deal like half of the tower HP already.
Radiant structures
Doesn't look like they're stopping.
Half tower HP, they force it lift, and they force everybody back. They actually see Morphlings in the north side, so they could just go back for a tier 2 middle push, and that's exactly what they do. Yep. Might as well get the building. And you were correct. Roshan,
Radiant's middle tower
alarm
is
clock
under
was set
attack.
properly, had his morning coffee. He is going to be up super quickly, and unfortunately, he's also on the Radiant side, so it's very easy for Na'Vi Jr. to take the tier 2 and then go right back towards him. However, we have a hook shot forward. They're going on to Divine Llama. They would love this Timber. He does not have a BKB. He is just gone. No buyback available for him either. And now, they did leave the TA alone middle, so they might be able to bring her down. Got the juice, falling low. Got the juice, will die. Warwick is the one credited with the kill. They will cost the life of Desire in the process. Xyx forced off forward into some power cogs. They managed to bring down Kidaro. Warwick escapes back into the base. But now Kami, without Primal Roar being online, without there being a TA, does feel very difficult to deal with. And now Searing Chains on the high ground. They're holding Niku in position. They don't have enough damage though. No Kanda just yet for the Morphling. Waveform almost got Warwick down. Warwick wanting to chase forward with the remnants. Unfortunately, he used his last one, so he cannot keep going after them. They will retreat. They will stay safe. But down south, Kami, he wanted to try to bring down Ridis. Doesn't have any vision through the Glimmer Cape, so he'll be forced to retreat. Despite not being able to completely and comprehensively win that fight, despite losing 3 heroes in the process, they do still kill the TA. But more importantly, Wingblade, they buy some much-needed time with all their buildings still alive.
Yeah, imagine if they could have turned this into a Roche as well. It's not quite that good for them, but still, it's very nice. And once again, credit to Ridis' Pugna. Every time Niku fucks up in any way, Ridis is there to bail him out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Good guy, Ridis. Bottom. Speaking of Ridis, he was there helping out the crew, just watching while they're farming, or while he's farming, and the rest of the boys, they just jump and kill the Terrorblade. Dude, this combo is just impossible for TP.
Dire's top
Like, even a
tower
carry
is
TP
under
really
attack.
struggles with this. The drums of Slum, AoE magic damage,
Dire's
is just
middle
so
tower is
overwhelmingly high. You pop these illusions, they die
Dire's
instantly.
structures are
And
fortified.
speaking of drums of Slum, they're going to be deployed in the top lane. They want to try and catch Kami here. Morphling, can he run away? BKB popped right now by PMA. They're chasing after the Morphling. There will be a Walrus Punch into the air. Warwick holds them down with the Searing Chains. Waveforms into the river, trying to TP out. He will succeed. He's up.
Before this game, we weren't expecting a position 3 Terrorblade, but we definitely weren't expecting a support Terrorblade, which appears like what we have right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Poor Davai, it really isn't his game.
And the thing is, when you're playing this offlane TP and you're this far behind, you're never going to get to that Aghanim Scepter, which represents such a massive increase in your effectiveness in these fights.
Yeah, if he had like a Manta, Aghanims, would be a completely different game, I think. He would actually be able to stand his ground. But
That
with Orchid, ooh.
Radiant's top tower has been denied.
Yeah. Well, he's getting to the BKB. We'll see if he gets there eventually. Hookshot. They find the Desire here. Caught inside some power cogs. And they will drop a macro pyre. Bother Zayax. He will try to draw away the snowball. Does not matter. Niku just blows him up with the magic damage. PMA, ooh. Almost found the primal roar there.
Tower is under attack.
Close, close.
Dire are scanning.
Now we have another Aegis on TA. We have 3 heroes smoked. What are Navi gonna do with this? And is Nightpulse gonna be able to prolong this game even more? And it's actually Warwick who bought a gem. You like that?
It's gotta happen, man. I also like the fact that his second item went for the Maelstrom. Recognizing that it's a similar scenario as game 2. But instead of going double defensive, picks up the Maelstrom so at least he can keep scaling. And it actually worked out for him. He's been slowly but surely actually gaining net worth.
Let's hope he can keep it going. It's quite nice for deep push as well. Oh, cut.
Oh,
Kami,
no, Morphling.
Kami.
This cannot
Rip.
happen. Will he survive this? No, he will not. This is not great when your carry can get that easily killed by just 2 heroes on the map. Oof. Bottom. Oh,
Davai Lama. So close.
Okay, he's fine.
That's why you have your boots on strength.
Do you think? Actually, no. Not just it's not the strength chains. It's the Dandelion's amulet. The magic block that actually kept him alive.
Very nice.
Nice.
Goes for the only 29 timber trash talk as well.
Dire's middle tower
While
is under
TPing
attack.
away with like 1 HP.
I'm
If it
already
was
proud.
level 30 timber, of course you would deal more damage. It's true.
It's like when the lone druid players know how to press the bash button. As the Vile Armor, well, does get the Thunder Rope onto the TA, but I'm not sure if he survives this. He actually does. Kidaro not gonna be as lucky. No, I say that. No, he does die eventually. Towards the north side, got the juice, did fall very low. And now heading in for Desire. They should manage to bring down the Tusk. At least CB didn't die.
I
Radiant's
don't know.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, never
Davai
mind. I'm
Lama.
sorry, Dubai. I costless cursed you, my brother. That's on me, my G. My bad.
Radiant structures are fortified.
He
The man
dies.
just
No
wants his
buyback.
Radiant's
BKB.
top tower is under attack.
Well, you can't have his BKB. BKB is off limits for the Terrorblade this game. Perhaps he can get it after they've claimed Mega Creep or something, because they are going to push on this lane, but I assure you, Wingblade, this is not going to be the last push they make right now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're just gonna try to end.
Radiant's top barracks.
They have a beast, they have a TA with Death Cell and Aegis.
Radiant's top
It's
barracks
go time.
has fallen.
BKB does finally emerge from the Ember Spirit though. So they will have something for this last fight. 10 seconds up for the Terrorblade. Nice shearing chains. Warwick doing what he can. Just pepper in this damage. Hook shot forward. They find Kidaro. Kidaro still alive. Never mind. Got the juices. No. They will force a buyback out of him. Warwick though, yet again finds some steering chains, but they also found Niku on the high ground. They just don't have enough damage though for the Timber Sword. They're gonna have to let him go. Macropire just got dropped down onto PMA. The rest of the heroes though do get out. On the bright side, they have managed to forestall this mid lane push. That being said, there's no reason for Na'Vi Jr. to back up. Just need to wait for the subsequent creep wave and try this all over again.
Yeah, they have a minute of Aegis left. Let's go.
Are scaling.
With Pugna keeping everyone healthy.
Look at my boy Zayax flying on the background with the jetpack, finding the vision, breaking the smoke. They got the Llama and they brought him down. No buyback yet again for the Terrorblade. Desire doing his utmost to try and run away, but he will fall very shortly. But the big hero, they found the Morphling. Kami-sama yet again eating a full primal roar. He loses his life. Warwick with the BKB trying to just retreat to safety. BKB about to finish. As it does, he is kept alive, but Kidaro not so lucky. Die back for the Jakiro. Niku can't get the timber chain forward. Won't matter though because the main priority are these buildings. And they have now secured a second lane of racks. And with the knowledge that for at least a minute there's no Jakiro, for at least another 13 seconds there's no TB, they're gonna try and secure the Megas here.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
They have a
Radiant's bottom barracks
slight
are
40k gold lead as well. That helps.
Just a small lead of 40,000. Kami-sama. Waveforms away. Zayax still alive. Ritis yet again proving his worth to the team by leading in the life drain. They will eventually be able to kill the skill, but Desire dives too far forward for it. Ends up dead as a result. The Llama now also might suffer a similar fate. I'm not gonna dive high ground for him just yet though. I'm not sure why they don't though, because they are so much stronger than Night Pulse. But this Wingblade, not this is right now, this is discipline, my friend. Look at how carefully they're approaching this despite their massive lead. Night Pulse though, having desperation in their eyes, they reach forward, trying to go for the Hail Mary play. Unfortunately, they find only more atheism as Kami-sama loses his life. So do Divine and Warwick. A triple for Niku, a GG call by Night Pulse. And now we have Na'Vi Jr. not only taking the game, but putting themselves on tournament point for CCT Series 6.
Yeah, man. They just had a game plan and they executed it almost perfectly. And it felt like Night Pulse just didn't have the answers.
I mean, I think you said it perfectly in the draft, right? That the way things are stacking up, they're clearly going for higher tempo on the side here of Na'Vi Jr. They did that, and the specific thing you mentioned, you were like, if Morphling gets to a point where he gets 3-4 items, but crucially, if he gets past 30 minutes and the game is still stable, that's when they'll be in trouble. Well, guess what? You don't have that chance. This game was basically about 30 minutes because they realized this as well, that keep the tempo up, just keep putting pressure on them over and over and over and over and over again. I will say it was looking somewhat okay earlier on in the game, coming out of the immediate laning phase, but there were just a couple of strange fights from Night Pulse. Like starting off with that one down bottom where they try to reveal the Orchid from the Terrorblade in that massive engagement, but it's like, even if you have that Orchid, you just don't have the damage from other quarters just yet. Warwick, unfortunately, on the Ember just wasn't able to get to that point in the game feeling strong yet again for 2 games in a row, so it kind of felt like, honestly, for the longest time, they just didn't have damage, and that reflects in the kill count. 7 to 45 doesn't just happen because you're being outplayed. It happens because of the hero composition not allowing you to play at your maximum level.
And it's crazy because at the start, it felt like the Tusk was doing so good and we were so, I don't know. It just wasn't enough. They didn't have the heroes. They didn't play the way they had to play. And Na'Vi Jr., nothing but credits to them, both in terms of draft, because I feel like this was really cohesive, really strong, but also just gameplay. They made very few mistakes. It felt like the supports were always there to back up the course when they needed it. The course were taking exactly as much space as they had to, and just wonderful performance by Na'Vi Jr.
Very clean, cohesive performance, a draft coming together with a perfect execution from their lineup. And that, of course, does put them on tournament point. They only need a single more game to walk away as champions of CCT Series 6. However, Navi Jr., the team that sent Nightpulse, the team that sent Navi Jr. to the lower bracket, probably don't want to go that gently into the Sweet Nights, and they're going to show us some incredible gameplay. I'm certain of it coming into Game 4. Of course, that's going to require them getting a draft that's going to work out a little bit more in their favor. So we're going to give them this opportunity to talk about their strategy, figure out a plan, and hopefully deliver us into a great Game 4 victory so that we can go into a deciding Game 5 for the entire tournament. To that end, we're going to be finding out what happens in the next game. So go take a quick walk, get some water, and join us for Game 4, potentially the final one here between Nightpulse and Navi Jr. in the grand finals of CCT Series 6.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Welcome back, one and all, to the grand finals of CCT Series 6, as we now have Navi Jr. sitting on tournament point. One more victory, and they will walk away with $30,000. But of course, Night Pulse, a team that only lost a single game in their run into the grand finals, is not a team that we can expect to just lay over and just take this beating. They're going to come back off the canvas and show us something very different in Game 4. Of that, I am absolutely certain. So let's find out what's about to happen with, of course, myself, Snare, our producer, Millip, and the star of the show, the wonderful Wingblade. OG, put your coaching hat on right now. You coached Navi Jr. after Game 1. Your advice helped them win Game 2 and 3. Now, turn your attention towards Night Pulse. What do they need to adjust and fix from the previous 2 games to have a chance here in this 4th one?
First thing I would probably focus on would be the mid lane. This is the 2nd game in a row where we have an Ember that just doesn't do anything. I want to make sure that my mid has a perfect game. You want to be in that position where your mid is the one setting the tempo and you can just run along and collect assist gold. So that's the first thing. Make sure that you have a good mid matchup. Then after that, maybe consider overall game plan. Because from the first pick last game, we could tell that Navi Jr. was going to go for some high tempo strategy, right? You pick Morphling, they pick TA. They're never going to pick TA unless they want to finish early, because TA doesn't scale particularly well against Morphling. So you know what they want to do. And they pick Jakiro as a response, which is fair enough against quick aggression. But then afterwards, they still picked Ember and a few other heroes where I'm like, but these heroes don't do well against pressure at all. So just taking a step back, considering, hey, they picked this hero, what do they want to do with this and how do we deal with it? I think that's the biggest question you want to answer yourself. You don't want to get lost in individual matchups. Just think about, they're a team of 5 players who want to achieve something. We need to figure out what that something is that the 5 of them are contributing to, and what do we do to stop that something from happening.
That makes perfect sense to me. I like this. Let's see if they're going to be taking that advice on board. So far, the one change that they did make, which I really appreciate, I'm glad they banned out this clockwork. I feel like outside of just a very high tempo, Xyx made that game impossible. Too much vision being provided, too many stellar initiations, just holding the entire team back. So to get rid of the clock, they will grab the Lich this time around as the 5 position. So still going to be a very solid lane that time. But now, like you mentioned, they have the opportunity to figure out how do we play faster. I think what they should be doing right now, in my opinion, is look towards giving Divine Llama. He should be playing a hero like the Beastmaster. A hero that can, while we fight as 4 on the map, or 3 heroes on the map, while we have more farming elsewhere, we can still have a big impact. I mean, we saw a couple of different fights in the previous game where everybody except Morphling is there for a fight, but they just clearly lack the ability to push heroes over the edge. So make sure that you can do that before the Morphling has to get involved. Okay. Beast, what supports could help you in that endeavor as well? Just wow. Okay, never mind. They're giving us all their answers right now. Earthshaker to try and halt that push. Enigma there still for the team fight. But I think the big thing about this is, unlike in the previous game where if we're being overrun, we don't have a counterplay. Now at all stages of the game, we have some kind of counterplay if the enemy team gets careless.
It is still a little bit worrying though. Because Earthshaker does kind of need that blink. So if they mess up lanes completely, you could once again risk being super far behind before you reach the point where you can actually fight back. This time they are gonna have Enigma, and Enigma Earthshaker is a pretty good lane. But I don't think it necessarily beats TA Lich, so I'm not completely sold on this opening by Night Pulse. Navi Jr. though, they smell blood. They were like, okay, we won last game because they couldn't respond to our aggression, so we're gonna pick Timber again, and we're gonna pick a bat as well. So we're gonna put the pedal to the metal and just go ham.
By the way, Mr. Wingblade, can I extract a concession out of you? When I was saying this Timber is going to be unstoppable and won't die, and you doubted me, and he didn't die the whole game.
Yeah, fair enough. You're very right. I was like, yeah, they can totally deal with this Timber maybe, and then he ended 20-0. So I'll add that to my input data and make sure that my output matches the situation a bit better.
Wingblade GPT is busy processing right now. I like it. As we get the Invoker now mid. All right, you were mentioning that you want to see them fix their mid lane in particular. Warwick, if he's playing Ember, obviously that can be one of these heroes. It clearly went 50-50. You just can't in the modern game right now lose a lane as Invoker. And even if you are playing into the Timbersaw here, these support heroes can be scary if they rotate in, but it's not like there's some task, clock, shadow demon. Just not having the clock there, I feel, makes it a lot safer for him to feel like playing Invoker. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but it's still possible in this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think this Invoker should be fine. Like, I'm looking at this matchup and I'm thinking he should be able to do well. So that's nice. So what do they need as their final hero? Depending on if they want to go for support Enigma again, I think it should be a position 5. And for Na'Vi, they probably need their offlaner or mid laner, depending on what they want to do.
What would be nice here? Honestly, I think they need a mid. I'm pretty happy with the Timbersaw being in the off lane. Like Timber bat lane, that feels pretty strong into a hero like Morphling. Very annoying for him to play. And they get the Enchantress. Hell, now I really want to play Timber in the off lane against this Enchantress, right? Like, this feels even better for me right now. So I definitely think you want a mid laner here. Tiny would have been cool. Something with low cooldowns. Earth Spirit, is that still available?
I think so, yes. Earth Spirit looks pretty decent. Fungal is of course taken out. Void Spirit would be okay as well. They could go for Ember if they wanted to. Against Invoker, it's not the best, of course, and it's gonna be... Oh, it is gonna be Ember.
Okay. Alright, Nico wants to be like, let me show you how it's done, gang. You know, you were struggling, bro. You were struggling. Let me show you how you're supposed to handle this hero. It's not the most straightforward heads up ever Ember game in the world, right? There is still like an Earthshaker out of nowhere. You still have to worry about some black holes. Tornado can set you off with some very annoying spells as you come down. Maybe Kami even steals your Ember form, hits you with the slight chains. But all of those are, outside of the fissure, fairly like high skill plays, right? So if you play carefully enough as the Ember and you have this Frost Shield from Ridis, you should be able to escape quite a lot in the middle of these fights. How do you feel about it though, the Ember into the Invoker matchup here?
It used to be a really hard counter where Ember really wasn't able to do too much when, like, fucking 7 years ago, when all they did was press Flame Guard and then hope that the enemy would run away. And then Invoker could, of course, just dispel the Flame Guard. But these days, Ember, they can also press Sleight of Fist sometimes. So they have a chance against Invoker. They're not gonna win, probably. But they're gonna get something out of lane, and if Ember gets something out of lane, he's gonna be a happy little spirit. Either way, I think this is gonna be a pretty emblematic game. Either Na'Vi Jr. is gonna be the first team who's able to beat Dalai Lama's undefeated Enigma, or Nightpulse takes their like ace out of the sleeve and keeps their run going with their undefeated Enigma. So we're gonna get a good story either way, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I'm hype as well. Gonna be a fun game. The thing I'm hoping for, no matter what the result, right? I want two things out of this game. Obviously, we want massive entertainment, but win, lose, or draw, I want the Warwick redemption arc. I don't want the series to end where people are just looking at this guy and being like, well, if they had a different mid laner, you know how people are in the community. So this Invoker game, I'm feeling pretty positive, should be able to enable him quite a bit. And we have one of these greatest things in the world. Eventually, we have Alacrity Morphling, which is, yeah, it's something. It's certainly something.
It's definitely something.
One thing I also like about this Morphling in this particular game, you know, in the previous game, he's playing into the TA. She managed to overrun him. In this game, they don't necessarily have the same uber up-tempo heroes. There's no Beastmaster in this game. There's no Pugna in this game. So the building should last a little bit longer, and that should give Nightpulse more of an opportunity to come back. So let's figure out if they can do it. Game 4. Tournament point for Na'Vi. So this could be the last game. Let's figure out if that is indeed the case.
So, Snare, who is your money on?
You see, now I'm conflicted, right? Because I want Nightpulse to win because I want Game 5. But then I'm keenly aware that this could be a costless curse type of situation. Real talk though, real talk. High key, I actually do like what Nightfalls have a lot more than in game number 4-3. The one thing that worries me is I feel like this off lane is going to be really tough.
30
Bad Rider
seconds
Timber
to battle.
as Ench Morphling doesn't sound like a fun time to be Ench Morphling. So I'm going to give it to Nightfalls 55-45, but most of the variance is going to happen in their safe lane.
Okay, we'll keep it spicy. I'll go with Navi then, 55-45. So either one, at least one of us is gonna be right. That seems nice.
Now we're going to get Caster's Curse. The lobby's going to crash. We have to play tomorrow. Nobody's right.
The first recorded draw in Dota history.
Well, Tommy, I hope you enjoyed that little preview of what's to come. On the bright side, the one bright side about what just happened there in the bounty rune is that it did force the Bad Rider to go a level 1 flame break. So you will at least have a level to just pray and chill and thank God that you bought magic sticks to start the lane. I'm gonna try and push back Kidaru. Nice one.
Kidaru can do well in this lane. He's gonna have efficient regen for both him and the Morphling. He gets a really nice creep like the Mana Baron or Chain Lightning one. They're gonna be just fine. I think you're just hating. You're just a hater, Snare. These poor Morphling plus Ench lanes, they can do just fine.
No, I'm not a hater, fam. I'm a professional hater. That's what it is.
Kami getting very low there, giving me anxiety. No, he's also a professional.
Who knows what's up? He'll be fine. Mid lane. Like you mentioned, this used to be a super hard matchup when Flame God, you just tornado him. Nowadays, he is going to have Slide of Fist, but it is still an Invoker in 2025 in the mid lane, right? Warwick should still have probably the best game that he's had in a couple of games right now.
Well, I would hope so. It's his last chance.
What do you mean? His last chance is next game, bro.
Well, not if he doesn't have a good game. Unless, of course, it's going to be the Kami show that we've been waiting for.
Unfortunately, I think I might have cast his curse at Warwick because he ended up missing a range creep deny and having his range creep denied in front of him. Game is over.
Oh, yeah, game is over. Well, I'll get ready for the winner's interview.
Top lane.
Tower is under
You
attack.
see the boy Desire on his Earthshaker. Like I mentioned, the last time I saw him play this hero was at IESF. Was able to carry his team from a deeply losing game, forcing them back into victory with this hero. So I'm excited to see what he can accomplish here as well.
So far, so good. 12-4 Enigma against 13-3 TA. Pretty even. And I feel like if you're playing a Shaker and your lane partner is going even, then that's a good situation to be in.
This is not a good situation to be in, though. Getting gazed, most of your HP taken away. Doesn't even have a... He does have a salve, okay. Well, loads to have to use it on himself. Maybe he'll just steal a Lotus instead. Yeah, I think that's the better play. Steal Lotus. Nah, he's salved. Never mind. Rather safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, Lotuses don't heal you for the same amount. Warwick, a little bit low here.
Let's put the
Be a bit
steering
scary.
chains. It's not going to be available just yet. He's fine. He's got these Quas Orbs. He'll right-click up. He's fine, bro. Warwick is now CS leader in the game. The redemption arc for our mid laner of Night Pulse is on.
I hope so, I hope so. Looks like he's gonna go for a Mage Slayer first. Not uncommon on a Invoker these days.
It's a pretty hefty amount of magic damage on the enemy team. Ember, Timber, Bad Rider, Lich. Holy beast.
Zara going for some blocking shenanigans. No surprises there.
Mid lane. They're actually going to try and go on to Warwick. Oh, Nico wants the first blood. Do they have him? No. They don't have reveal. He goes invis. Kidara shows up with the attendants. Good guy, Kedaro. Making sure that, and this is actually a good move, right? You recognize that because Zayax is here, he's not bottom, so they can't further pressure the Morph. So the Morph can survive a little bit against the Timber by himself.
Every time I look at the top of the screen and I see Kami running around with like no HP, I get stressed. But he's just morphing. It's just morph things. Gotta get that regen efficiency in.
Speaking of Kami, the last game was his first ever lossless tournament on Morphling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oof.
Going from undefeated to definitely defeated.
Well, as what is that guy's name? In Iron Man 2, the villain? The guy played by Mickey Rourke.
I don't remember. It's been too long.
Top lane.
It's
We'll
getting
talk about
very
it in a
low.
second because they're going on to Divine Llama. They get the first blood first onto Ridis, and Divine TP's out. God level plays. Finds the first blood, gets out to safety. Will Desire die though? It does seem like that's going to be the case. 4 napalm stacks. There's no way out of this one. But nonetheless, first blood drawn by the Enigma, gets out to safety, draws a lot of heroes to the top lane. So that also meant that this Morphling was further not being pressured down bottom.
Very nicely done. I believe he got fed a Lotus as well by the
PMA is
Shaker.
dead. PMA is dead. He went the wrong direction. Oh no. He went to the left. There's going to be Adapter Strike to cancel the next Timber Chain. He's gone for sure. Had he gone to the northeast, maybe he would have been able to get out of there, but he Timber Chains directly into the waiting hands of Kedaro with his Warpine Raider ready.
Pretty good start for Night Pulse. As they immediately lose Desire. Classic.
Speedy rune of haste.
Niku with the haste now. Going ham in the mid lane.
Oh, Warwick ends up dead. 4 heroes here with this haste rune, like you mentioned. And unfortunately, unlike in the previous time where Kedaro could show up, he didn't have a TP available on the Ench. So he wasn't able to make that rotation. And speaking of Ench, she is right now... let's see if she can get to the Wisdom rune. I mean, she's dead for sure, so you might as well go try to steal the rune. Is she actually dead for sure? No, she's actually going to be fine.
I don't think
might
she
live
gets
here.
this with the Flame Break.
Let's
With Zayax.
see. Let's see. Zayax gets it. Alright. And with the... Okay, she might actually try to kill Zayax here. Got the Thunder Bear Clap. Zayax trying to fly away. She's going to lose vision, though. And unfortunately, she puts 0 points into Impetus, so not enough damage to follow up. And now she will die. She doesn't have a TP, as mentioned earlier. It's going to take a while. Oh, the TP came in from the courier. Nicely done.
Nice.
No mana left on PMA either to be able to find the secondary Whirling Death.
A lot of time wasted. Definitely worth it this time.
Ivan Vanko. That's his name. The villain. The reason I remember his name is because of that quote of his. If you can make God bleed, the people will cease to believe in him. So in this game, you can make Kami bleed, then we will cease to believe. In the previous game they did. However, this game, he is looking pretty godly. About to get his Mask of Madness not too long from now. Tier 1 tower, full HP. The map is not being pushed in like in the previous game. I feel like if I'm on the side of Night Pulse, I'm feeling pretty happy about how this game is going, especially since Warwick is actually allowed to play Dota right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Also, I
attack.
think you meant flat, right? Or did I miss another meta shift? Ooh, Black Hole.
Oh, Black Hole.
I get cancelled
You
though.
see, it just gets cancelled. They do manage to get the kill quickly onto Desire. Got the juice, fell very low, but not dead just yet. Divine Llama forced to immediately TP out. Not going to be able to do so. It gets cancelled by Warwick with the cold snap also thrown out onto the Batrider. They've gotten themselves to, they're trying to make it 3.
Got the juice?
Escudaro hoping to put damage back. It got the juice, dying to the Eidolons of Divine Llama. Double kill for the TA, sure, but it gets cancelled out. Warwick is the one that gets credit for the kill.
Is under attack.
You know, weirdly enough, surprisingly and shockingly, it seemed like a disaster. Black Hole doesn't get the TA kill. It's all going to hell in a handbasket. But that kill not only normalizes the fight, honestly, I feel like it puts them ahead because the TA not farming while the Morphling is. I take this right now if I'm the side of Night Pulse.
Yeah, I think so too. I was like, oh man, that's a wonderful trade for Navi, and then got the juice, just walks right in and dies to like 280 movement speed summons. That's not ideal.
Well, in the meantime, we'll also end up losing Ridis. The Llama will end up dying here as well, it seems. One more right click is all they'll need from Niku. Niku can't find the angle, but he does have the Slider Fist. Also able to get the Remnant forward onto Desire, who tries to halt him back with the Enchant Totem. Niku does have a Remnant, doesn't want to commit it for a lowly Earthshaker, and will not have to. Throws out the Searing Chains, chases him under the tower, but... okay, never mind. Slider Fist does more than enough damage, he finds the kill.
It's almost dying to a stack.
Dire's courier
Yeah,
has been
nice,
killed.
nicely played by Navi Jr. Niku appears to be a lot more aggressive on his Ember than Warwick was.
Look at him. Oh, that was a very nice Searing Chains. High range, but it actually might lead to his death. He gets dragged back in by the Hurricane of Kidaro. He's trying to get himself out of here, but looks like this endeavor will fail. Tornado holds him in place. Kidaro kills him off. Well, I did it a lot in the previous game, Wingblade, so congratulations. Please apologize for your casters curse.
I mean, he was aggressive, that's why he died. It has its upsides, but also its downsides. Release AF King in the mid lane, as a post 5 player should sometimes. Go for a Blink Dagger first.
Dire's
I
top
guess
tower
he
is
hopes
under
he'll
attack.
get the shard from the Tormentor. Like the dream. You get your Blink Dagger before 20 and then you get a free shard and then you're like one of the strongest solo killing heroes in the game.
Well, unfortunately, Dream is playing for the enemy team on the Morphling, so you can't have any Dreams here.
Feels bad, man. Got the juice, working towards his
Radiant's
Deso.
middle tower
He's
is under
having a
attack.
decent time on TA, nothing special.
The problem is this time around, Morphling is actually having a good game. Out here chilling with the Vlad's power trades. His tier 1 tower is still legitimately at
Radiant's
100
bottom
HP
tower is
basically.
under attack.
So there's no pressure down bottom. It's going to be a lot of map for the Morphling to play with. He's taking the TA's tower already. And we were talking about this earlier in the draft. Unlike in the last game, where in the offlane you had this Beastmaster. It's not like PMA doesn't have farm. He's not like having a... he's still having a decent game, but the takeover individual map potential of Timbersaw versus Beastmaster is just night and day right now.
It smells something is up. He's gonna be able to escape. He got tornadoed or cold snapped, he would have died. He gets himself a nice Lotus for his trouble.
They might try to kill middle. There was a Chain Frost thrown out by Ridis, keeping him alive, but Ridis is still going to end up dead. Divine Llama finds that kill with his Eidolons. Now Tornado out onto this Ember Spirit. Black Hole to boot. Perhaps it wasn't even necessary, but they were very happy to drop it. 2 heroes brought down middle. Oh, Sunstrike! Oh,
So close.
Dire's middle
Oh,
tower
that was
is
close.
under
Ooh,
attack.
some spidey senses there.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I love how Kidaro is just
Dire's
harassing,
middle
got the
tower
juice.
is under attack.
Knows that he can't really die to a TA at this level, so might as well make her life
Dire's
miserable.
middle tower has fallen.
Be as annoying as possible.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Remember when
under
you could
attack.
dispel refraction with Enchant on Enchantress?
It sounds awful.
Those are the days, man. Those were the days.
I remember when refraction was invisible and you could just use it to mind game people. We've changed so much.
So many dark eras of Dota behind us. Okay, in your opinion, what is like... we've all experienced some like bad metas or bad patches that we didn't enjoy playing. But what do you think was like bad for the game on a meta level? In terms of some of the big changes we've had in the past.
We'll hold on a moment to see Desire barely survive.
Desire will live, Zyx will die. Got a little bit too greedy on that one. If he was level 10, I wholeheartedly support that move. But at level 8, I don't know about that one. Does get punished.
So I think there were a few moments that were bad for the game. The first one was the introduction of the Alpine set for Ursa, which got later retracted. Because I do like my heroes looking like heroes and not like circus attractions. That's one. I think the introduction of Heavenly Jump set a precedent that I don't fully agree with. And there was also like the 2 days where there was some synergy between specific schools of spells, like fire spells.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I think
Bad
that was
Rider in particular.
also pretty shit.
But speaking of Bad Rider, who benefited heavily from those fire spells in those days, will be able to survive this aggression from Warwick. Still alive, but unfortunately, the same will not be true of PMA. Wanted to punish Warwick, but instead finds himself running headlong into the rest of Night Pulse as they showed up with Kami. Kami-sama.
Are scanning.
In the previous game, our god bled, but here he is restored. The Smurfling looking like a beast in game 4. And they might actually try to go off the Niku bottom. Echo Slam thrown out. They have the damage. Dominating streak. I'm just gonna straight up count that as a triple kill. Kami-sama, we believe in you yet again. Carry us to victory for Night Pulse.
Warwick could be in a
Warwick
bit
in
of
the
trouble.
meantime-
No, he gets.
Is he gonna
Oh,
solo kill the Bat Rider? Yes, he will. Who's
was
in trouble
gorgeous.
here? Is it him or the Bat?
that was so close to getting the lasso off.
Got the juice. Could be in some danger as well. Divine Armor's right behind this Invoker.
Dire's middle tower.
But they're not gonna press forward just yet. We'll be allowed to get out to safety.
Now Manta as well, already for Kami. He is very fat.
Arcane offering.
Solar Crest for Kidaro. Ooh.
Oh, Warwick. He breaks the smoke, but unfortunately he's gonna break it with his face.
Is under attack.
They surround him with multiple heroes. He was walking around with the Ghost Walk, feeling very safe. But they demonstrate to him that he is in the wrong neighborhood. They beat him down. Did they get 1,000 gold for that kill? What the hell?
That's quite a lot of gold for a hero with 7,000 net worth. 4K gold lead now for Nightfall. I still think it looks very good for them. Cut, cut, cut. Cuts down, release.
Then it's the Gaze back the Morphling, but turns out the Gaze to be concerned about is the Morphs himself, despite not having any eyes really.
Gonna be a quick phylactery for
Dire's
Morphling,
middle tower is under
getting that
attack.
burst damage. He's still a Kanda believer.
I like this.
Goodbye,
lane.
Zayat.
But my main reason for liking the Conda build relative to the just big overall damage is that it benefits you both against the Timber Saw, of course, as the game goes later and later, but also then all of a sudden the Frost Shield doesn't provide that much protection to the TA in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top
Echo
lane
Slam
getting
is
pressured.
back up.
Are scanning. Dire's top tower is under
How do you fight this? Because we haven't even really seen like a massive black hole in a while. But now I have to worry about this big Echo and this big black hole. And he's about not that far away from having Blink Dagger either on this Enigma. We didn't even talk about the fact that he went for the Midas much early on, but it's actually paid off. He has not been punished whatsoever. He's number 3 on the network right now as they claim a tier 2 tower maybe. Niku coming in, finds the steering chains. Can they get out? There's the Echo, 1 to 3 heroes, and it's all the cause. 2 of them gone in the blink of an eye, got the juice, about to follow up. It's gonna be a Chain Frost bouncing around. It does quite a hefty piece of damage, kills off both supports, but it will not matter. Divine Llama also finishes off Reddits. They get the tier 2 tower, and Night Pulse Ascendant here in game 4 on the back of the Desire Earthshaker, impressing us all yet again with the plays.
Such a beautiful Echo Slam, nicely set up as well with the EMP, and they didn't even have to use Black Hole for that one. so they don't have to go back. They can keep piling on the pressure. They have team fight spells for days there.
Yep. Do y'all want some team fight? How much team fight do you want? Yes.
Oh, yep. Now into Roche they go.
Radiant are
They have Boots of Bearing, they have Eidolons, they have a Morphling with Vlads. They have everything they need. Man, this Roche is just melting. Who needs a TA?
dire are scared.
The scary thing is now, not only do you have an Aegis, Manta has been about to be complete on the Invoker. Just needs the recipe at this moment in time. Oh, Zayax. Oh my god, Zayax just dies to Warwick, who just TP'd bottom. Tornado forward, also catches PMA. Desire has Blink in 4 seconds. Does get caught with the Sinister Gaze, dragged back in towards the fight. Aegis is now gone, so they'll be brave enough to pursue the fight. Will Warwick get out of here? Divine Llama comes in, Black Hole on the 2. It is gonna be the TA plus the Riddick Lich. Invoker will end up dead for sure, but Niku will not escape from the scot-free. He's trying to run right now. Does have another remnant to toss forward. Kami unfortunately could not steal away his form in time. So no chase on with the slight chains. But the big target is a CA. That's who they wanted down. Does cost the life of the Invoker, but the way this game is set up, provided the Morphling keeps scaling, it is a victory regardless for Night Pulse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Like, they trade their position 3 for a position 1. Because at this point, it's definitely position 2 Enigma. Look at his gold.
Oh, man. You know he's having a good game. Initially, he'd queued BKB after the blink. And, you know, as a carry player, the carry version of this is you queue BKB, you win a fight or two, you change into a pure damage item. As an off-laner, you just go straight refresher. You're like, all right, guys, everything's going well. Ah, boo! He queued BKB back again. Boo!
Yeah, so what can Navi Jr. do at this point? They once again have kind of a momentum-based lineup. Don't have that many disables. All they have is like, I guess, Sleight of Fist, Sinister Gaze, and Lasso. All of which aren't reliable at all, to be honest. And you need to somehow shut down an Invoker and a Morphling while making sure you never clump up. Because the moment you do, you're gonna get Black Hole and Echo Slammed. That's a tall order.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Niku. Him and the crew are here, seeing if they can defend this tier 2 tower, which is being muscled in by some Eidolons. Kami-sama was hoping to find the Wisdom Rune, but it's already been taken. The entirety of Navi Jr. have been drawn down south, so you know what? Let's just back, boys. There's no reason to stick around. We have our Invoker farming mid, our Earthshaker farming top. We've spread them on the map, so let's just keep chilling.
Yeah, Navi is gonna go for a smoke. They know that Night Pulse just split up. But they wanna see if they can find something, but Night Pulse already reassembling and going for a smoke of their own. Could be a big clash here.
Night Pulse draw the line through the triangle. Navi Jr. are sitting in right now on the west side of this tier 2 tower. Hoping to maintain their position, but sadly there's an observer ward right on top of them. They see the Bat Rider now, he's on the ward. They know where he's at. They see him, they will go on top of him, and they should be able to kill him. Shouldn't be too difficult. One easy kill. Oh, they also found the Ember Spirit. He's able to avoid the fissure though. Nice finger work from Niku. He gets away to safety. Unfortunately, tier 2 towers cannot remnant, so looks like this tier 2 tower is probably going to end up dead here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Bit of extra gold into the pockets of Night Pulse.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Got the juice, isn't close to as farmed as he was last game.
Fallen.
Oh, top lane. Oh no, got the juice has been found. Tornado is there. They have the Meteor on top of his head. He doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have a Manta, doesn't have a Force Staff, doesn't have any defense. All he has is death. At the very least, they will claim the life onto this Enchantress, but Kidaro, if I'm Kidaro, I mean, I'm not happy I died, but I'm damn sure happy I drew away the Chain Frost, which is going to be available much later than my respawn is going to be.
And Warwick gets a nice shard from the Tormentor as well. Really a world of difference seeing him have a good lane and being his usual cookie self. Just running around, finding the solo kills. Diets does have a blink dagger, but we haven't really been able to see any good lassos from him.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And there is still a tier 1 bottom even. Diets gets a shard as well. Not the best for a support bat, but alright.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? I think I'm having an
Yep.
internet issue. I'm lagging. Oh no.
Oh no. I can hear you.
No.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Can you hear me properly?
Are scanning.
Also, I'll just take over.
Dire's bottom
Alright.
tower has fallen.
As Night Pulse takes another tier 2 here. And it looks like they don't want to go back just yet. They still have 45 seconds of Aegis left. They have an Alacrity Morphling. Might as well use it to its fullest potential. Should be able to at least force a glyph. Maybe even take this tier 3. Armor is gonna slow it down a little bit, but it's still gonna fall. Kami too damn strong. 30 seconds left on the Aegis. He has 800 HP, and I don't think he just wants to randomly pop his Aegis. They should go back now. He got the tier 3, some extra gold, some extra map control. Have a gem as well. Now Navi goes for a smoke. Kidaro is there to break it, and that's exactly what Night Pulse would want. Ooh, Night Pulse go for their own smoke. DNA jumps in. What's his BKB? What can he do here? Already big black hole coming out, but gets immediately cancelled. Got the juice, takes him out. Dalai Lama is dead and just readies as well. So it's a 1-for-1 so far. Lots of BKB popped, and Warwick still on the hunt here. He has a gem. He has all of his tools available yet. Can PMA escape? It looks like yes. If this stays as a 1-for-1, it's definitely gonna be worth it for Navi, but looks like it may not end like that, as an Echo Slam comes out and PMA is taken down as well. Beyond godlike now for Kami. Was a nice attempt by Navi, but they still end up drawing the short end of the stick. When Warwick finds another one, finds Zayats as well. And with Ice Wall and Cold Snap and Sunstrike, down he goes. 3 heroes fall for Navi, but it took so much time that at this point Ridis already respawned. So can Night Pulse really push off this? I'm not sure, but it looks like the answer is yes. With Solar Crest, Kami and Alacrity, he deals so much damage. Not even Lich is going to be able to stop this Rex from falling. So that's first set of Rex down in favor of Night Pulse. And this finals is drawing closer and closer to a full 5-game series. Let's not get ahead of ourselves just yet though. This Night Pulse is finally going to retreat. They're still gonna stick around though. They want to keep the pressure on. The most important thing. Make sure that Navi never gets the space to get farm on all 3 of their cores. These are level 15 already. His score isn't super impressive, 1, 7, and 15, but every time he got an Echo Slam, it truly counted. Like they may be gathering up for another smoke. Do they have one? Yes, they do. Daddy is up on Morphling as well. Who can they find here? They don't have Echo. They don't have Black Hole, which is what makes this smoke so unpredictable. They find PMA. Do they have the damage to take him down? Yes, they do. BKB TP isn't gonna be enough. Too much physical damage coming out from Night Pulse. This is gonna be 45 seconds without Timbersaw. He does have buyback, however. Second tier 3 is gonna fall. Buyback comes out. Kami immediately goes back. Gonna stick around? Doesn't look like it. He doesn't have a Lincoln Sphere, so he needs to be very careful about the lasso. It's a lot of burst damage on Navi.
Hello, can you hear
Really
me?
not sure about this push.
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Woohoo! We're back, baby.
Welcome back, Snare.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, being in the third world means you gotta deal with these things sometimes. Well, since I'm back, hopefully Navi can come back as well. It's only 60. Okay, never mind, never mind. Wow, that hurt. That was a lot of damage. He used to be a bad rider there. Echo Slam now just on the north side. They find Ridder's Desire just straight up solo kills the Bat Rider. Okay.
His buyback. Rex is falling so fast though.
Dire's middle tower
Rax already taken. Divine Llama blinks forward, finds the black hole onto the TA. She is going to end up dead without buyback. They don't even wait a second longer here, Wingblade. They immediately throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. They throw it in. We are going, baby, to a deciding game number 5. This man, Kami, on the Morphling. It turns out our faith here, Wingblade, is not dead. All of us bow down to the Kami Morphling. Give him his praises, give him his prayers, because this guy knows how to carry a game on the Water Boy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we knew it from the start, right? That it was going to be a 5-game series. We never doubted. Not for a moment.
Yeah. Honestly, like, even when I saw this game, at first I was like, let's see. And the moment I saw them unable to get that early kill onto the Morphling in the lane, in my personal opinion, as Morphling, you should never be able to play that lane into to the Timbersaw and the Bat Rider. But he did. Comes out on top, goes on to win the game. Kami-sama. I don't know if anybody's ever doubted you, but whoever they are, we claim them as heretics right now because you have to believe in the Kami Morphling. Dude, this performance was spectacular from him. How much damage did he actually do in this game? Oh, not that much. 18k damage. But I do think where the main victory came from, as much as he did carry this game for sure, Morphling has to thank Invoker with everything he has, because when Warwick was actually allowed to play Dota, the difference is night and day. And not only did Warwick have a stellar performance, enabling everybody, stopping so many fights in the middle of the park, it also, we finally got a game with like even mid laners in terms of their net worth in the mid game, like at the early mid game at the very least. Wow, what a difference. When they actually have 5 versus 5 properly, it does feel like Nightpulse are actually able to pull together some things in the middle of these team fights.
And once again, I give coaching to a team and they immediately win. So if any teams, they need a coach, just hit me up on X or whatever. Find me somewhere. I'm definitely up. Sounds fun.
We often talk about the caster's curse, but what y'all don't know is that this man right here brings the caster's blessing. And of course, that has given us a game 5 right now. So that means that this is going to be going to the very wire at the end of CCT Series 6. Of course, take a break, y'all. Go catch your breath, because now there is no more second chances, no more lifelines. We're going to be leaving it all on the line. Navi Jr. versus Nightpulse. Game 5, baby. Coming soon. So join us in a few minutes to wrap up this incredible tournament and to witness a genuine classic in the making. welcome one and all. It is CCT Series 6. It is Game 5 of our Grand Finals as we are about to crown either Navi Jr. or Night Pulse as the champion of our latest iteration of this tournament. To remind everybody at home what is at stake, it is $30,000 on the line for the first team. It is majorly going to be the plaudits, the bragging rights of having won this tournament. But history has told us that a team that's able to win this tournament, especially when they're young, in the form of both Night Pulse and Navi Jr., they go on to do great things in the future. We saw it from one win, we saw it from Avalis, and we might just see it here again tonight after we crown a winner of this tournament. My name is Snare, behind us is Maleep, our producer, and next to me is the superstar himself, Wingblade. We have been flying high, my friend. Super great Dota, very close games, an incredibly tight series. Once more, I want you to peer into the future. You've coached both teams, you brought them both to victory. Who actually has the advantage going into the finale?
Oh, I feel like right now, Night Pulse has a lot of momentum. They were down, up against the ropes. You know, they were behind 2-1. They just got absolutely crushed by an early tempo lineup, but they managed to adapt to that strategy when Navi tried to go for it again. They picked exactly what they had to, they played exactly how they had to, and they managed to bring it back to even. So just from that alone, it proves that they're not a fluke team. You know, they can adapt to anything. They can be there with the big dogs. And I feel like they have a lot of momentum going into this game, because they just countered basically Navi's best strategy. So there is a lot of pressure for Navi to try and make something else happen, because apparently their best strategy just wasn't good enough. So it's definitely on Navi to change things up, and it's Night Pulse's game to lose, I would say.
Yep. For me, one of the more impressive parts, the aspect of their victory, was the fact that they managed to do it while having so many hero player comfort picks, right? They gave the Lama as Enigma, still undefeated at this tournament. They gave Kami. Kami Sama went back on the morph, only suffered one loss in the previous game, but after this win, 83% win percentage back for him again. They gave Desire his Earthshaker, a hero that he knows how to turn losing games into magnificent wins. So going into this fifth and final game, I'm with you that they have this momentum, because they just have to feel so confident. Like, guys, even if on paper it might not have been the most 100% optimal draft, the way we played it, how comfortable we are with this style of play, we can make it happen again. So heading into this fifth game with Navi Jr. on the Dire side with second pick, Night Pulse on Radiant with first pick, I want to see a bombastic draft from both of these teams. But crucially, Wingblade, I don't want to see Ember Spirit. I've lost faith. Heroes trash. Get him out of my game.
Yep, I agree. Please stop picking Ember Spirit. It's just never. Also, this is the first game where Monkey King wasn't banned in the first phase, so he immediately gets picked up by Night Pulse, and Navi Jr. is gonna respond with Invoker. Niku was watching last game and he was like, damn. He's making it look good, this Warwick guy. I'ma take it myself.
Of course, they did go back to make sure that they ban out the Morphling. This time around, they're also scared enough for the Phoenix that gets removed first phase. So that gives away the Monkey King. You pick up the Invoker. The question that I have is, where is this Monkey going? Is this safe lane Monkey? Is this going to be Monkey deployed in the mid lane? Hell, it could be positioned for Monkey, for Desire. Who the hell knows? We'll see as the draft unfolds further on from here.
So far, it looks like it's only been Kami playing it, but he only played it once. And they lost. So, yeah, could be anything. I 100% expect an Enigma though if Navi Jr. doesn't ban it out now. So I would either like to see them ban it, or I would like to see them... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, or I would like to see them pick Gyro. But they just ban it, so... Whatever happens, Dalai Lama is gonna be undefeated on his Enigma this tournament. And now Navi Jr., they pick up the Shaker. So...
Okay.
I wouldn't expect this to be a mid-shaker, because there is a Monkey King in the game, and if there is even an inclination of it being mid-shaker, you just put the Monkey mid, and he doesn't have a good time. So who are they gonna pair
play
this
Shaker?
I don't think so. He only plays TA, PA, DK, Morphling, and TB. If this was Kami, I would be like, of course he plays Shaker. Obviously.
Not gonna be. We'll see where the Shaker goes a little bit later as they pick up the Ench again for Night Pulse. Obviously, it worked out magnificently in the 4th game. This will also give them some lane pressure. Indeed, if it does end up being the Monkey King in the safe lane, this also gives them kill pressure, right? Monkey King plus Ench once you get to level 3. The slow plus the additional creep, Primal Spring, Boundary Strike, boom, there's your uncle, there's a kill. Walk away very happy.
Yeah, it's a good summary of what tends to happen. What is next for Night Pulse? They have the Monkey, they have the Ench. This looks like a pretty decent safe lane combination. Phoenix has already been banned, so that's not really an option. Wouldn't mind seeing something like a Hoodwink, perhaps, or Muerta for Desire. One of those annoying cheeky heroes that is good at cancelling Blink Daggers, being behind enemy lines. Yeah, there we go.
I would really like the Muerta. I was gonna suggest maybe instead of Hoodwink, Dark Willow, but any kind of hero that can keep a hero, somebody else inside the Wukongs. Now you can send them back with a dead shot. You have that calling silence that helps you out as well. Get some decent scaling damage for the game, but oof, this is, as a Pugna game, this is an amazing Pugna game. You were talking up this hero. Actually, wait, you love this hero much more than I do. Tell the people at home why this is such a fresh Pugna pick to come into the 17 right now.
Well, I do really love Pugna, and he's very good against Monkey King, obviously, because Monkey King is all about, you know, hitting people. And when you can't hit people, that's kind of shit. But I was actually Craigasming because this is such a sick Muerta carry game. Because Muerta's innate is being able to shoot people through Decrepify, and Dragonite is a hero that only has physical armor. So it looks like an absolutely sick Muerta carry game.
Okay. I like what you're cooking right now. This is a recipe I can get behind. They do pick up the Doom. It's not necessarily set in stone just yet that this is not going to be Muerta carry, with the Doom being in tow. One thing I love about this Doom is that whether you deploy the Doom on the DK or the Invoker, both of these heroes firstly benefit a lot from their own innate healing, but now all of a sudden Pugna not going to have that insta you can't do damage anymore on the fight type of button. So I like this quite a lot, having this Doom here. And in the event, like, it's going to be Pugna, DK, I imagine, right, as the safe lane, unless they put the DK in the off lane. But if it's Pugna, DK, safe lane, Muerta Doom does perfectly fine in that lane, right? You don't have to worry about, like, getting dove, being out of position on the Doom. You just die out of nowhere. If you just play fine until level 3, you just will not die in that lane.
Yeah, this lane looks really strong for Night Pulse. I'm curious what Navi is going to do for their last pick. I would expect it to be some kind of ranged offlaner, because you don't want to pick a melee hero against Monkey King if possible, especially because he would have a double melee lane. So Venge would have been a nice option. Didn't even think about that.
How do you feel about Visage?
Oh, well, he's probably not my most played hero, but the hero I was known for. I love Visage. Any game, anytime.
No matter the matchup, you just like pick Visage, it's fine.
Yeah, just pick Visage. It's gonna be great.
You sound like me, and when I'm talking about Bristleback, I'm just like, yeah, bro, just Bristleback. That's the problem.
Just do it. Our prayers got answered, by the way. We're not gonna see Ember. That's nice.
Oh, man. I don't want to see another very lopsided mid lane matchup. I want this to be as competitive as possible here in the last game. So for Navi
people
Junior,
pick this hero.
it's like picking Pango in 2024, man. What are you doing? Why would you do this?
Pick a real hero. Come on.
So what's left right now? If you look at Navi Junior's lineup, we assume they need an offlaner, right? You said you want a range offlaner. If it's not Venge, which has been banned, if it's not Visage, what other range offlaners are still left in the game right now?
Yeah, that's a good question, sir. Not that many. Igma's banned.
Razor?
Razor. Razor is a ranged offlaner. Work. And there's
wouldn't mind
really
Razor
not
at all,
that
right?
many.
Because you get the link out of the Monkey King. If you approach the fight with Eye of the Storm, BKB, you get a link off. You don't really care about being doomed afterwards. I could see Razor, and actually even these bans, Ember, Tiny, they make sense because both of them inhibit the movement speed of the Razor in the middle of the fight. So if you do have the Razor with those two heroes removed, you have a better chance of being able to close down your targets directly.
Yeah, Viper also an option. Also a toxic hero.
I like Viper. I think Viper is also quite nice. Both of these heroes fill the same role, right? My thing is, you want to be able to force Monkey to leave his own Wukongs. If I link you as Razor, you have to run away. If I just R you as the Viper, doesn't feel comfortable sticking there because the armor doesn't protect you from the magic damage. I actually like Viper a lot. Yeah, I think Viper works as well.
There's also a Necro and DP, but both of these are counted quite hard by Doom. I don't think that's gonna happen. And the final pick is gonna be Slark.
Nice.
So no Martha carry.
Wingblade, I'm pretty sure that most of our audience have never even seen the Necro or the Death Prophet in games in the last few years. What are these heroes you're talking about?
Yeah, those have been out of style for a while. But we're about to have a new patch, you know? They're gonna be meta this time for sure, yeah.
For sure. TI4 coming back, L. And that's 10-year anniversary basically, so might as well make it happen.
Yeah. But Slark is gonna be the final pick. Don't love it, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I don't know about this luck, man.
So now they have 3 melee cores. No burst damage. Yeah, I don't love it.
To be fair, you don't know that it's a carry slot. Could be support slot. As they come up with the Primal Beast at the end of their draft right now for the side of Na'Vi Jr. It appears that this is going to be the hero deployed in the off lane for PMA. So PMA Zayax yet again playing a dual melee lane this time around. Yet again playing it with some very beefy tanky heroes. Earlier in the day it was Tiny Magnus. Now it's going to be these two. Okay, look, this is actually on the one side for Slug, right? You're like, oh sweet, there's 3 big beefy melee heroes on the other side. I can steal so many stacks. But it's like you were mentioning earlier, the rest of the draft doesn't really have burst damage. So you're going to steal these stacks, yes, but bringing these heroes down when there's Riddits behind them, when there's an Invoker to help bail them out of trouble, it's going to be a very different situation as that game itself actually plays out. So firstly, I've got 2 questions for you. How do you feel about this Primal, and which draft do you think is the one that you would rather play in a championship game right now?
I think the Primal is a pretty good pick. Slark can try to steal stats, but he's just gonna get his ass beat, so he cannot really steal stats. It's only a theoretical thing. And in terms of which draft I prefer, I would have a vast preference for Na'Vi. Because I feel like Night Pulse, they just cooked a little bit too much. They have Monkey King and Slark, which are 2 heroes that kind of want to do the same thing. They have Doom, who's super cooldown reliant. And then what's left is like an Ench and a Muerta, which I guess are fine, but are not really going to be able to kill heroes that easily. So if Monkey King just completely shits on Invoker mid and has a lot of momentum, I could see it going well. If that's not the case, it's Na'Vi all the way.
Well, as a Slog spammer myself, I can tell you that I wholeheartedly agree. I would hate to be Slog in this game, if I'm honest. There does come a point in the game where I can't die anymore, but that point is so far away, dude. They have so many annoying spells to deal with. Trample can go through my Shadow Dance. I can get caught out of nowhere by DK Stun, by the Earthshaker, trying to bring down heroes. Through Decrep, now I have to start thinking about buying Nullifier later. Even if I don't have Nullifier, these heroes just get healed up by the Life Drain. Honestly, I was much happier with this drop before the Slog. I think if this was a different hero, I would have been very, very favorable towards Night Pulse, but I feel like the Slog just throws a lot of things into the air. However, we've often seen many times in the past that these Slog games can just get out of control in a hurry, so we'll see if Kami-sama has earned enough faith from game number 4 that it carries over into game 5 and grants them the Fishman victory.
Yeah, and if anyone can do it, it's Kami, right?
Kami gets assaulted a little bit as Desire also taking quite a bit of damage. Blood Grenade out onto him, but nice body block from Warwick. Not just supports who can do it. Core heroes have learned how to do these tricks as well. That'll be able to keep Desire alive in the end.
So we saw some action for the bounty runs. That's the first time this series. That's nice.
Yeah. And for the first time this series, we get a 3-1 trade. It's not 2-2. Goes the way of Nightpulse.
They might win after all. Crazy.
So now it's your turn. Where is the first blood going to happen? In which lane, which hero, what reason?
Ooh. I think it's gotta be bottom lane. Gotta be Slark, because he's gonna get too excited about Essence Shift stealing. And it's gonna happen around 3 minutes, maybe 4.
Dude,
That's
Slark
my
can't
guess.
die in this lane, dude. Dude, there's no way. Slark dying to Earthshaker Primal while he has pound. No way, dude. This is. Dude, Kami, please don't do this. Don't do this. You can't die, bro.
I've seen it happen. I've done it myself.
The reason why I'm insisting it won't happen because I know for a fact I would die in this lane. So I need him not to.
Yeah, it can be a bit difficult because if Primal Beast has more movement speed than you and just pops trample and sits literally on top of you, you cannot pounce out. So we'll see how it goes. At the same time, Muerta is already really low in this top lane. Of course, dying to Pakna DK as a ranged hero would be kind of embarrassing, so I hope that doesn't happen.
It'll be fine. Papa Salve. Zaya's chilling. Well, this is also game 5, so game 1 was compared to especially like game 3 and 4, a lot more plodding, slow affair. So I think we're gonna go back to that kind of meta. This is not the time to lose, make any rash, over-aggressive mistakes. People are gonna be playing as carefully as possible.
I suspect they will do exactly that. Could be a long time before we see the first blood. And I hope that's a full caster's curse, because we want to see some action.
Mid lane, you were talking about how things could look if this Invoker or this Monkey King has a great time. And so far we see in the CS department. Oh, bottom.
Ooh.
Sama, it's fine, dude. Fine. I'm telling you, it's fine. It's fine.
That was just a 20% between my prediction being true and reality. Feels bad, man.
Dota 2, game of margins. What can you do?
But this is exactly why Kami went for boots first. To escape from the trample.
He's even going to follow that up with the Orb of Venom, so get that additional movement speed slow. Make sure that they're not going to get caught out like that. Right now we just see PMA doing Primal Beast things, you know, chilling with the level 2 trample. Just completely demolishing the wave. What can you do?
Yeah. Who needs mana? Overrated. Of course, carry players are always happy when this happens. And they get to practice their PvE CSing in front of a tower. Is he gonna miss one?
Structures are fortified.
Nah.
Make it extra complicated.
They try to make sure they wouldn't get the flag bearer, but he gets it. Unfortunately for them. Kami too good.
Kami too good indeed. Ooh, gets another one. Gets another one.
Got the whole way. Oh, he missed the last one.
Feels bad, man. Shit carry.
Dire's
Kick.
top tower is under attack.
The other carry got the juice. Getting some harass right now because they have made a twin gate rotation. However, they do bring in allies. Zayax, amazing fissure. Making sure these heroes cannot escape. And Desire ends up being the first blood. Kidaro falling low. Tried with the attendants to heal himself, but he still ends up dead. The double kill for got the juice. They will try to chase down Ridis. And with the Monkey King throwing in the Boundless Strike, Warwick able to make it happen. It was a 2-for-2 exchange. However, the first blood drawn by the Dire lineup. And crucially, the double kill goes the way of the Dragon Knight. Not a hero that you want to give a strong start to.
DK can be really scary in this game. Of course, there is a Doom, so even if he becomes this raid boss, they're gonna have a way of dealing with him.
Yeah, definitely. Which is great, right? Because nobody on the team wants to build like a Vessel or a Shivas regardless. Like Doom can build it, but it's not always like a main priority for him.
Yeah, Dooms, they have some different builds. There is the team-oriented Dooms, there is the... I kind of wanted to play carry, but I didn't get my role kind of Dooms. With like the Midas and Octarine. Lots of different Dooms, and none of them are pleasant people.
I mean, it's in the name, right? You don't pick a hero named Doom to bring smiles into the world. For now, the CS looking decent for the side of Nightpulse. Doom at the top, Slock right behind. One that's struggling a little bit is Warwick in this mid lane, but
Attack. Dire.
he's laning into Invoker. He did spend some time traveling away. He actually might die here. Fisher's gonna be out. Oh, Monkey King. Monkey King's dead. He's gone here, Wingblade. I don't think he can survive this. He's gonna try his best, but Tornado, EMP, and you can't even go and take away the shield rune. That would have been a really nice play if he was able to do that. He might have actually been able to activate it, survive a little bit longer, but nothing doing. He just ends up dead. And Niku, very happy to be nearby as you watch his Zayax team that kill. Bottom lane though, EMA, as they see that Zayax isn't around, they're trying to jump onto this Primal Beast. Sadly though, they run headlong into the main problem with Slock. Basically just nothing but a super strong creep in the first 20 minutes of the game.
Yep. Did some solid damage, took some stacks, but at this point they're pretty much gonna be gone. He's back to being probably slimy and bad smelling creep.
Kidaro, stuck behind the fissure here, throws out the attendants. Some time will be bought with the Bounder Strike, but should end up dead. Second time in subsequent games that he's tried to go for a 7-minute bounty and instead ends up punished and losing his life.
Maybe they should just rename it to Intelligence Rune, because it tends to not be very wise.
Or Risk Reward Rune instead.
Yeah. Got the juice, heading towards Madness. Doing some general DK things. Pop his ulti for farming. Nothing out of the ordinary here. I feel like a few years ago you would have been flamed to hell and back for this.
Now I flame me if you're not doing this. Dude, if I click on my DK, who haven't fought for 4 minutes and he hasn't been using DK form, I'm like, dude, what's happening? Go ahead, creeps,
Avoids the damage, not the mana drain.
You can't miss the draws and then mana drain, right?
No, you can't. It's only damage.
Okay.
Imagine if you could avoid like stuns as well, then it would be a full phase shift. Crazy.
It used to be like that, don't you remember?
I think it used to work like that, yeah, but I'm happy it doesn't anymore.
I mean, this monkey hero is high up there for heroes who upon release were beyond cracked.
There was a dude who I used to be friends with who said that he would unfriend anyone who played even a single game of Monkey King in that broken state. And he actually went through with it. I wonder how he's doing now, because I haven't spoken to him because he unfriended me.
Yeah, because you're playing Monkey King. You know what? I respect that, honestly. I respect that a lot.
Gotta stick to your principles.
Smoke up by Navi. They're gonna head towards this Doombringer. They have Vision on top of him. They know where he's at. He's dead. Divide. Oh wait, he's not dead yet. Fissure? Zayax not closing off the path just yet. We'll do so now. And okay, that will guarantee the kill. Not so sure that they needed the full DK form for this, but nonetheless, Niku will be the one credited with the kill. 4 heroes on that one. Hashtag space.
Radiant's bottom
He
tower
almost
is under attack.
literally just ran away
Radiant structures
from
are
his troubles
fortified.
and made
They
it
can
out.
get PMA. If they can get PMA, it'll be worth it. Deadshot's on cooldown though for another 5 seconds. Oh, he throws it in the wrong direction as it comes back. PMA does get slowed by the enchant, but able to get the onslaught. That was the worst case scenario because they had him dead to rights. If they had the dead shot in the right direction, PMA is dead right now, but sadly not the case.
Still, game seems relatively even, but we have to keep in mind that there is a Doom in the game who is slightly inflating things.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What Dooms do. 2 points in Devour right now.
Dire's bottom tower
And
is
I'm
under
a
attack.
little bit worried for Nightpulse, even more than I was before. Because I'm looking at this net worth graph and I'm seeing a Monkey King who is lowest out of all of the cores. And
Yeah.
Monkey isn't a mid hero that you can play from behind, like just buy a farming item and be fine. You need to play this hero with high tempo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I like the move
I'm
they
not
made
sure.
earlier to bring Warwick north to get that other kill, but I do agree that they haven't been able to get him on the map enough. Can they fix that in the next few minutes?
I'm not sure who's gonna take the initiative. The one hero who could is Doom, but Doom also doesn't really have a lot of lockdown. So you would need to bring 3 heroes, and at that point you're so predictable. I think it's just gonna be farming from Nightpulse and hoping that somehow Kami can pull this one out of the bag. He's like the one hope.
Radiant
I mean, it
are
usually is the
scanning.
case that when you're in a desperate moment, you beg to Kami for help. So we'll see if this time around the prayers will be answered. Still high up in the network shots, so is the Doom.
Dire's bottom tower
And they
is
smoke
under
up with Doom and Desire.
Dire
Let's
are
see where they
scanning.
head towards. Dire scan though, is it gonna hit? Is it gonna hit? Is it gonna hit? Oh, baby! Hashtag game sense, son. They will know about this from Navi Jr. and they will not get caught out by accident on this move.
Ooh, Kami.
Oh,
Be a little bit careful.
Falling very low. He almost dies to the trample. Barely gets away. Thankfully does have the natural regen from the ultimate.
Me not enjoying this game too much so far. He's had recent success with Slark, but this game hasn't been too nice so far. But he has a defusal now. Still, it's risky to fight without ulti.
They do find this Invoker though, just right next to where the Slock was at. And while they're killing Invoker, Slock is holding down Xyx, preventing him from approaching the fight. With the additional pounds, dead shot, they get 2 kills. Night Pulse. Out
Okay.
of nowhere, gets some pretty big grabs and now can put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower mid lane.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You know what that was, Snare?
Dire's structures.
Uh-huh.
That
Fast
was
focus.
permanent agility.
Radiant's bottom
Oh,
tower is
love it.
under attack.
One whole edgy, baby.
You're never gonna lose that.
Oh, now
Let's
the juice
go
comes
for a
back
fight.
in. Look at the Slock losing so much of his HP. Unfortunately, though, PMA nor Xyx were there. If either of those heroes were there, and I literally mean either one, that would be a dead Slock. However, now they know that the Slock does not have Shadow Dance. So as they smoke up right now, if they can catch him off guard, Kami will have no way out. They're going directly towards where he's at. Will they plant the vision first? Xyx does not choose to do so. They find the vision now. PMA has the vision. Onslaught forward. Sunstrike catching him out. Pulverize is gonna not be there in time. As it arrives, there will be the Shadow Dance, or the Dog Pack rather. Nonetheless, they find the Echo Slam.
Radiant's bottom
Warwick
tower
wanted to
is
try and
under
hold them
attack.
back with the Bounder Strike, but unfortunately for him, literally as he jumped forward, Niku was there with the Tornado. So they just end up losing the Slog. Amazing counterplay coming in from Navi Jr.
Yep. Now to find the Enge as well as a little freebie.
Can they get
It's
the
not
rush?
fair.
Wait, it's not fair that the Enchanters are so squishy?
It's just what she says. I'm not sure what she's referring to.
Oh, the voice line. Oh. It's not fair.
Dire are scanning.
Poor Enge. Life is not fair. We all wish it was. But
Well, I'm the pro-
let's not get too existential, you know?
Bro, have you not met me? I can get existential all day. Let's chill, dog. You know? I'm rereading my Sword and Kierkegaard compilation. I'm ready to talk existentialism. Let's do it. Top
Oh,
lane.
I've
Oh, okay, we're fine. We're fine. Are we fine? Kami? Wrong direction, my friend. Goes into the shadow dance, but might not be able to escape. Warwick, though, coming in for the first Wukongs of the game. Boundless Strike drop onto PMA. They're not allowing him to escape the Wukongs. And they will be able to bring down the Primal. Sunstrike off the mark. Shortcut for Niku towards the greater victory in this fight will not be taken. Kami survives, back up to full HP. And fight off the fight. Seems like Night Pulse is slowly but surely putting themselves back in a very solid position in this game.
I have no idea how, but they are finding the fight somehow. I think a lot of it comes down to Shaker not having his blink yet. We spoke about how Desire managed to get his like 1430 blink dagger, and that it did so much. I feel like right now Navi is suffering from Zayat's not having his yet, and he isn't even close. And that's gonna mean that it's very difficult for Navi to start the fights that they want. So the reason why Night Pulse is able to win fights despite not being stronger in a straight up fight is because they get to pick all of their fights.
Speaking of picks, Kidaro almost getting picked off here. Not gonna die. The dead shot sending back PMA before he can find the kill. Tornado connects, and there's the Echo Slam onto 4 heroes. The Slog ends up dead. Doom dropped onto PMA, but he doesn't care. Has got the juice, now can come in without fear. Trying to bring down Divine Armor. Not going to be able to do so. Kidaro almost escaped, but sadly, the Cold Snap ensures that the TP gets cancelled. It is a miracle here, Wingblade, because miraculously, Night Pulse only lose 2 heroes. That looked like it was going to be a disaster of an engagement.
Invisibility.
It was a terrible fight. Stark like using all of his damage spells and losing all of his HP to a blade mail, popping his ulti, getting immediately tornadoed, and Zayats just walks in, gets a gorgeous Echo Slam.
Speaking of the Slog, bottom, he's trying to fight right now, get his revenge. They spin back onto the Earthshaker, and now DK realizing that he's overextended. Was inside the Wukongs for a little bit. They will come in with PMA. Big trample. Slug is gonna die from this. Trample blade mail, baby. Too much damage for him to deal with. And they don't even manage to bring down Got the Juice. So this DK manages to keep himself alive. And I feel like, honestly, the more this game goes on, this is going to be a consistent theme. Mass damage dealt to these heroes, but DK, Primal, they're just surviving by a sliver of HP, turning around with the Sunstrike, and being able to get a kill. I have a strong feeling, Wingblade, this is not the last time we'll see this sequence of events.
Yeah, I concur. Oh, and poor Kami, this is just not a fun Slark game. This hero sucks so much against Primal Beast, because he literally doesn't care if you see him or not, or if he sees you. He can use all of his spells, and if you try to hit him, he just pops Blade Mail and you still lose.
Yep. Oh boy. And part of the problem as well is that as a Slog, you always... he went for the Diffusal Blade build, so he's going to be trying to stack up like long duration fights, right? There comes a point where, simply due to the presence of Uproar, you never really feel like you're in kill threshold on this Primal Beast.
Yeah, and just wait for PMA to get his Aghanims as well.
Oof.
Oh. That is the absolute worst.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh. On the bright side for Night Pulse,
Dire are
it
scanning.
is only a 1k net worth lead in favor of the Na'Vi Junior lineup. And most of that lead is sitting on Got the Juice on his Dragon Knight. Unfortunately, this is the kind of game where DK carry alone should be more than enough to handle things once he gets to the Dateless levels, but now my man is chilling. Mid lane, they might actually kill this Pug. Nah. Redis with the decrep. I will say, you know, we watched game 1 with Kidara on his Lich, and he was doing amazing things, rescuing everybody. We wondered if they were going to end up banning out the Lich. It ended up just being ignored for the rest of the series. I am somewhat surprised that they didn't address this partner whatsoever in game 5.
It seems like this would have been a really nice Lich game. Then again, every game feels like it could have been a really nice Lich game.
Yep. Man, if they had the Lich, you see this guy decrypt somebody, you gaze them, you blast them, you chain frost them, you say, thanks, sucker, for the bonus damage.
As we see a small pause come out. I mean, Start of game one, we said it was gonna be a palsy kind of day, but so far we haven't seen too many, fortunately.
Oh, bro, look at the win probability. It's perfect. Just
It's
shy of
perfect.
the 20-minute mark. It is exactly 50-50 according to Gaben in win probability. Oh, you
Love to see it. My cat has politely requested access to my lap, so I will oblige.
Motion denied.
Come here, you little gremlin.
Right. There is some comeback right now. Nightboss just picked up a BKB for Divine Armor. So he's got phase drums, BKB. You were mentioning earlier who can take the initiative. Well, they don't necessarily have Blink Dagger heroes, but with phase drums, BKB, plus this Monkey King being able to jump around with the stride, they should definitely be able to find something going for themselves in the subsequent few minutes.
There's some big items coming out for both sides.
Mid lane, Slark is actually just forcing a fight on the DK. He's gonna get bounced away because, brother, we are not in the same league right now. We're not in the same league. We're not in the same competition. We're not even in the same sport, bro. Go do something else.
But the Juice has like 50% more net worth at this stage. I feel like he could probably take on 2
Radiant's
Slarks.
tower is under attack.
Only 2.
Radiant's
Damn, why are you
structures
disrespecting him so
are
much, bro?
fortified. Dire are
Okay,
scanning.
maybe 3 Slarks. What's the plural of Slark?
Radiant's middle tower
It should
is
be
under
Slarks,
attack.
right?
Probably.
1 Slark, many Slarks. Oh, actually, the better question is, what's the collective noun for Slarks?
Ooh. Like a gaggle of Slarks? A school of Slarks?
I like a school of Slarks, actually. Yes, I like a school of
Dire's
Slarks.
top tower is under attack.
But I don't think Slark players would ever go to school.
Man, I wanna
Misleading.
You know, if you play enough Slark, you'll suddenly realize that university is not that important.
Almighty
Yeah. I would say they get street smarts, but they also don't.
Nah, Slark players are street smart, man. I say that as a Slark player. I'm telling you. If you're gonna be in a fight in the middle of the streets, if you're gonna be dropped in the middle of nowhere in a city you don't know about, want a Slark player that's got your back.
Wouldn't he just stab you? Take your stats, run away?
No. What he would do is he'd let somebody else stab you, run away, heal up, and then come back and stab that person later.
Sounds very nice. Night Pulse going for a smoke. Putting that hypothesis to the test.
Radiant are scanning.
What do they have on the Slark? It is just a Yasha over corrosion diffusal. Sadly, they don't go towards the bottom, but they might find Invoker all alone. Niku is dead. Niku's dead. They have the reveal for him. They've got the Rod of Atos. They drop it down. They bring him off. Very nicely done. However, Zayax looking for revenge. Gets the Echo out onto 1. Divine Llama gets off the BKB. Still falling very low. Trying to TP out, but there's a pulverize from PMA, and he realized that that was a mistake to try and TP, and now the rest of the squad trying to run. Fissure holding Kadaro in position on this Enchantress. The life drain will be there. PMA kills him off with the trample. So they do lose Invoker, yes, but costs Nightfall's 3 heroes in the trade. And worse than that, your Wingblade, it also opens up the Roshan for the first ages of the game.
I'm not sure who's gonna take this. Probably Invoker if possible. DK only has 1 form. PMA is probably not gonna die anyway. We'll see. Doesn't look like he's making his way there. Is they're gonna put it on DK anyway?
I don't think it matters, honestly. Because PMA and DK have BKBs. And right now, if I look at the items on Night Pulse, without, middle, they found Warwick.
Key.
Monkey's there too. But the thing I was gonna say, I don't think it matters who gets the Aegis because these heroes, right? DK has SNY, Mask of Madness, Treads, BKB. PMA has BKB, Blade Mail, Phase Boots. Invoker has almost a full Hurricane Pike arriving, Witchblade, Power Trade, Specialist Array. Neither of these heroes are dying regardless to the items that they have on Night Pulse. So you can, you could have put it onto the Pugna and I don't think it would have made a difference.
Just feels so difficult for Nightpulse to do anything. You need to commit Doom to get a kill. Kami,
Well, at
finds
least find
Shaker.
Earthshaker, but I don't know about this, Kami. Who found who, my friend? Sunstrike will be there. Kami definitely Blast holds him in position a little bit longer. Very fortunate for him that Got the Juice wasn't there immediately, only arriving at the tail end of this engagement.
Has to commit so much even to just run away. I think he needs a BKB on Stark pretty desperately.
He needs a few items. He needs BKB for sure, yeah. And then after that, he needs some kind of damage item. I think in this game he definitely needs a nullifier as well, up against this Pugna. Needs a
Of course.
Bissell. It's not an easy game, man.
Yeah. Needs Aghanims as well, because you can't really play Slark without. You need a Skadi, probably. Moonshard for some damage. Abyssal, like you mentioned. Maybe a Refresher, because one BKB and ulti isn't gonna cut it. He needs Shard, and then maybe he can play the game.
Okay.
Radiant's top
So,
tower is
what?
under attack.
6 items away. Almost.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh boy. To make matters worse, the scaling. This is the thing, right? The Slok versus the DK matchup, in my experience, is impossible for the Slok. You just never scale to the problem is that the DK, during your Shadow Dance, right? So here's how the fight starts. You jump DK. We got him, boys. He pops BKB, it's fine. I'll go Shadow Dance, kill other people. By the time your Shadow Dance is finished, a sufficiently farmed DK has killed everybody. And then it's
Yeah.
just you versus 3 heroes. And it's like, well, I killed their supports, but their cores are still alive. All of them had BKB, so they suffered nothing against the monkey. 2 of them are tanky enough that they could actually survive a full duration Doom with no problem.
Yeah, but
So
keep
now
in
what?
mind, at that stage, you're gonna have like 12 SN shift stacks on DK, so he's gonna deal 12 less damage with 12 less attack speed.
Ooh.
And you're gonna deal like 36 bonus damage, so you're only gonna do half of DK's damage, as opposed to 1/3.
So instead of a 3200 crit, it's a 2900 crit.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And that's before he has Alacrity. Let's remember, DK can get Alacrity. He has it right now. 46 extra damage. BKB, Daedalus, SNY, Mask of Madness. Yeah, my man is out here. He's out here. And they're just going straight up onto the high ground. Popping the DK for him. Got the juice. Feeling no fear. 100 seconds left on the Aegis. They're daring them to come and fight. And look how far away Nightpulse are. They're smoked up right now, but now they know the angle they're going to come at. There's no way they're in the base, right? So you know they're coming from the backstab. PMA, he's the one standing here. He's broken all the smokes. And he's not the person you can go on first. He has the uproar. You cannot kill him in the first salvo. They do get the Doom out though onto Nico on the back edge of the fight. They finally try and catch and kill the Invoker. They succeed. What else can they find here? Zayax trying to hold them back with the Echo Slam. Wukong's command also being dropped down by this Monkey King. He's doing a decent amount, but he still has to leave his own Wukongs because DK is too strong. They do manage to bring down PMA. It's 3 for nothing. Got the juice, now surrounded. BKB active, he's flapping his wings. He does kill Dubai Llama. What can Kami do? It turns out nothing. The DK is just too fucking strong. Double kill for him. They zone back the rest of Nightpulse. They got the full lane of Rax. And they still leave with the Aegis fully in tow on the Dragon Knight for Got the Juice.
And that was insane. Slark had like 50 SN shift stacks and he still couldn't fight the DK. Like, I was half joking earlier, but that was insane. That was as good of a fight as you're gonna get as Nightpulse. Slark manages to kill 2 heroes before even touching DK. Then he gets like 3 seconds of free hitting in his shard, and then he still loses. I don't know. It's a hard game. Still wasn't a bad fight for Nightpulse though. They just can't deal with the DK right now.
Jump forward. Got the juice. Beating a Shiva. Some hits from the Impetus. Here comes the Slog as well. Can they actually do anything to the DK? Beautiful boundless strike coming in from Warwick. They actually kill Got the Juice. PMA right now held in position. He cannot escape either. Rod of Atos working wonders from Desire. 2 heroes brought down. Can they get more? Warwick chasing forward. He sees Ridis. There will be a deep trap to try and buy some time, but with the pounce into the Wukong's command, definite kill there.
Is under attack.
All right, Wingblade, good sir. Navi Jr. was running over Night Pulse, but after this right here, I think we might have a game on our hands, baby. Despite losing a lane of Rags, they demonstrate they can still fight effectively on the map if they find the right picks.
Dire structures
Yeah,
are
catching
fortified.
DK with his BKB down is huge. Because then you have that big percentage damage coming out from Dalai Lama. The ability to keep him in place. Of course, Ench is starting to deal some decent damage as well with the impetuses.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
So yeah, game is alive.
I was kind of worried that we were just going to have a blowout for game 5. But
Hoo-hoo.
Bottom
Miku
lane.
almost got sniped.
very close.
Yeah, I'm very happy that they managed to win a fight. Otherwise, this one would have been over quick.
Yep. I mean, it is still heavily favored for Navi Jr., unfortunately, but that is what we call proof of concept. But now they're going to smoke up on Navi. Climax has a Blink Dagger. Niku has the Hurricane Pike Witchblade. Would like to get closer towards having his Hex. And they're drawing the line directly towards Doom. I think the Lama is dead. Let's see. No. Bro, his game sense. Game sense, baby. That's what that's what you need to be a professional Dota player. Understand the enemy's movements. Keep yourself safe and not allow them to catch you with a long wraparound gank.
And it is worth mentioning that Navi's other cores, aside from the DK, are starting to fall behind a little bit. And we've mentioned before that Doom is very, very good at dealing with solo carries.
Under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
That is a little bit worrying for Navi. Of course, they're still in a good spot, but it's worth keeping in mind.
I will say, I believe the Doom's itemization is perfect right now. SNY Shivas with the BKB. If he ever gets caught randomly by this Earthshaker chain disable, he will not die 100-0 before he can get off the spell. Getting off that Shivas makes the Pugna very useless in the fight. Dooming the priority target does even more. Sadly, as they smoke up, most of these heroes have retreated, but they're drawing a very nice line here, and they're heading directly towards PMA.
Don't be mad.
PMA, don't farm the cap, don't farm the cap, no! The cap is your enemy, my friend. Boundless Strike is gonna be there. The Doom will come out, and there's a pause. All right. Do you think he's dead here on this PMA?
Yeah, I think so. He still has his BKB active, but his team is not gonna help him. He's gonna get caught as well. Yeah.
Oh, actually, the Doom TP'd out. The Slok was on the wrong side. He was. Oh wait, never mind. He died in Fountain.
Yeah, it's Doom. No
Yeah,
escape.
Doom. What can you do?
No escape. So, 2 nice kills in favor of Night Pulse. More
Yeah.
permanent agility. Aghanim's is gonna be up for Slark as well. It's looking up.
When the hell did he get 9 stacks of Agi? What the hell?
Well, every once in a while they kill a hero.
Okay. So free Blade of Alacrity. Feels good. Got the Aghanim Scepter right now as well. So Ags, the SNY, Diffusal Blade, Aghanim Shard as well for the Depth Shroud with Orbital Corrosion. I would still like to see a BKB, but this Slok is starting to scale.
Yeah. And at this stage, he's gonna be able to kill heroes like Shaker pretty easily. And I think if it gets to the situation again, where he has like 60 stacks, he's gonna be able to beat the DK.
Right around the corner. 60 stacks plus 6 more items. He's there. Just now.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Aside from all of the memes, what is he buying next? He has a Satanic in his quick buy. Not sure about that one.
I can sort of get it because, okay, I'll talk about it just now because there's about to be a fight, it feels like. Both sides posturing around the Roshan pit 1 minute to go. Okay, we have a bit of time. And the rationale for this when you're playing Slok is that sometimes we feel that even if I go BKB, I won't have enough HP that I can still die 100 to 0 to the Earthshaker, Primal Beast, Invoker combination. But if I have Satanic plus SNY, then I'm tanky enough that I can at least get off the Shadow Dance, at least once in the fight, guaranteed, no matter what.
And you have your Satanic for a man fighting when everything runs out. I can see it. Big smoke now from Nightpulse. Who can they find? Navi is positioned very well, I think.
But they have a very
Davai
nice
Lama.
wraparound. Oh, the Davai Lama. He can't approach, but the Wukong's command is also equally good.
He's
PMA
stuck.
needs to get out of here. He's stuck on Davai Lama. Can't really find the Doom aspect of things right now. They have to back off. Wukong's gets cancelled out. Got the Juice, finds the Dragon Tail stun. Out onto Kidaro. The Enchantress getting drained away. Fissure halts in the Doom Bringer. But Kidaro is still alive. Both sides have wasted Echo Slam, DK form, Wukong's command, but Doom is still available, and that's the most dangerous spell for this DK to worry about.
DK does still have his BKB. It's a lot of restraint to not use it in that fight. This game is on a razor's edge.
Moment.
Who's gonna jump first?
Turns out Kidara goes in first. He gets caught out, but now here's the jump from the Slog. Goes on to got the Juice, but Hurricane Pike out. Slog forced to pop the Shadow Dance. He's gonna be alive. Unfortunately, DK form is about to finish. So as it expires, Navi Jr. forced to just TP out en masse. And as they do so, they're going top because they know that's where Roshan is going. And they arrive before the Twin Gate rotation. They might still get this. They still come through the Twin Gate. Desire dies almost immediately. Kidaro gonna get trampled down to death as well. And now Davai Lama also loses his life. Nightpulse. They just went through the Twin Gate one by one wing blade, knowing for a fact that Navi Jr. TP'd out. What a risk to take, and what a failure of a risk. They now give up an Aegis and a Roshan's banner for their transgressions.
They got punished so hard for using the gate. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe they did that. But now, Aegis in the hands of DK. Doom not gonna be up for 40 seconds, so this is gonna be a lot of building damage.
Yeah.
The Juice on the high ground doesn't care about anything. Now with Alacrity as well, hitting for 500 a hit. Of course, with Roche's banner as well, all the creeps are immune. Pretties is gonna be able to provide sustain. This is a siege engine and a half.
Tier 3 already gone. Kami jumps in, hoping to try to dish out some damage. Unfortunately, forced away almost immediately. The Shadow Dance keeping him alive. Will be a nice little dead shot to send these heroes back. With the Doom TPing to the front lines, that will be enough to dissuade Navi Jr. They remembered in that moment that, guys, this is game 5. We do not have any secondary lives left. We have no room for mistakes. So you know what? Got the tier 3, forced them all back. This is good enough. Let's retreat. We'll set up for another push in the future.
Are scanning.
Looks like Nightpulse, they wanna find something now. Navi might not expect it. All the lanes are reasonably pushed in. If they can find someone, that would be huge. BKB is down for the Primal Beast.
Yeah, they see him. Slog was utilizing that bonus.
Ooh, the blink away.
No! Oh no! The sad part about that is that where PMA blinked onto, he literally blinked onto where the Slog actually was, but it came after the pounce. So Kami could not change direction at that point. PMA gets out scot-free and wastes the time of 2 core heroes who find absolutely nothing on that adventure.
Despite everything, the gold is still so close. Just 4k at 40 minutes. That's almost nothing.
Well-gotten gains.
Speaking of 40 minutes, we are at the point of getting some new neutrals, so let's see what cool stuff we have. Davai Lama has a Timeless Relic, which is crazy. Timeless Relic on Doom. Once he gets Aghanim Scepter, that's going to be obscenely good. Got the Juice has a Mindbreaker, Havoc Hammer on those Primal Beast, and a Ninja Gear on Teritus. This is an item, honestly, I feel it needs to be removed. Honestly, I feel bad about the fact that when I was making my rant, because I had a... I'm not even joking when I said I was ranting. I'll talk about it in a second. Slog is fine. When I say I was ranting for like 30 minutes to get some of these changes put through, right? And I don't mean talking, I was ranting. I should have ranted about Ninja Gear. This item is silly.
It's crazy and so good for Pugna in this game. All he needs to do is sit back. Now he's going to be able to do it super safely.
On the high ground, there's a Doom onto the Dragon Knight. That's only going to be life number 1, though. The Llama with his BKB, going to try zone heroes back from the back edge. Let's see if they can do anything on life 2. Got the juice. Now does have BKB, but doesn't have the DK form. Nonetheless, they have enough damage to kill off the Llama. But still, without having the DK form, without an Aegis, perhaps not feeling safe going onto the high ground. And they don't know for a fact that he doesn't have buyback. Despite the fact that he doesn't, as you mentioned in Game 4, there's information that we are privy to that they are not, so they have to play safely.
Still, it's not a permanent agility. That's good.
No, he didn't get one. He didn't get one. Still on 9.
You didn't get one?
No.
Sad. Well then, all is terrible and Nightballs is about to lose.
Oh, man.
He still has his Titanic queued up.
Radiant
He's
are burning.
10,000 gold behind the Dragon Knight. That tends to be a significant difference in Dota.
By the way, did you know that the splash damage of the dragon can hit you through the Shadow Dance, right?
Uh-huh.
It's very annoying. I don't like that, but it does.
Poor Slark. It's a hard game. Got the Juice now with the Bloodthorn as well. He is practically 6-slotted. He can work on getting an Aghanims and a Shard, perhaps.
I will say though, right? This lock, he's gotten an amazing amount of net worth. Sunstrike just scouts him out for a second. If this was like in this same game with the same net worth, if this was a draw, I'd feel so much better about their chances later.
Yeah, I think so too. But she can actually cut through the DK. Stark is gonna take so long. And Warwick is also sitting on like 4k money, so his actual like useful net worth is just 15k. Quite a difference.
You're trying to get Nullifier because they know how problematic. I mean, I was mentioning it earlier, right? That they need a Nullifier. I was hoping that Slock would buy it, but he also has other items to buy. But they cannot play this game without one into the Pugna. But unfortunately, the build-up of Nullifier, I actually think the build-up of Nullifier is the worst in the entire game of Dota.
Under attack.
At the very least, if you're buying Divine Rapier, you're like, you know what? It's a Hail Mary item, whatever. You expect it to be a little bit difficult. But Nullifier you actually want to use. And now they're going to jump, though. They find PMA, but he's still alive. Echo Slam from Zayac turns the fight around. They forced the early Shadow Dance, already killed off the Llama and eliminated Warwick. One hero has to
Echo
buy
Slam.
back, but my god, this Echo Slam from Zayac, and it's not done just yet. PMA able to find Desire, hits him with the Pop Rise. They ensure there's no escape. That's 3 heroes down for the count, 2 buybacks already committed. And Zayac yet again smiling ear to ear about his performance in this fight as they also kill the Enchantress on the high ground.
Navi just seems to have better vision every single time. How many times have we seen Davai Lama just break smoke, run in, try to find a target, just scramble, and then not find it? Feels like every single time.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Got
Radiant's
the
middle
juice now
has fallen.
on the high ground, able to bring down the tier 3 tower, the range racks and the melee.
Has fallen.
That's full megas now being accomplished. Navi Jr. 21,000 gold ahead. Only a 13% win probability for Night Pulse. They will be putting themselves in the pole position to round out this tournament, take Game 5, and be champions in CCT Series 6. They're almost there, Wingblade. And the question is there anything that Night Pulse can do to prevent them from getting to the final destination?
They just need another fight where they start off with getting a Doom and a pick-off. It feels like every time the Doom comes so late, and at that point the fight is already lost. So they need to somehow leverage like their vision advantage with their Slark to get good fights. But now they also have to deal with mega creep, so it just became so much harder.
Well, fortunately for Night Pulse, turns out that the big man is going to be taking a nap once again. About 2 minutes before we have another Aegis available. Unfortunately for Night Pulse, how on earth do you move away from your base as a 4-5 hero complement without alerting the side of Na'Vi Jr. that that's exactly what you're doing?
Gonna be rough, and their heroes aren't good at clearing megas either. Murta, Inch, Lark, Doom. Monkey King is alright, but all the rest takes such a long time to clear them.
Also just realized why this game has also seemed so lopsided since they've been pushing. Their high ground defense from Night Pulse is really, really bad.
Yeah, almost nothing they can do. And now all Na'Vi needs to do is just wait for Roche, take a deep breath, take the step onto the high ground.
To make matters even worse, as it stands right now, the side of Night Pulse only have a single buyback to their name, currently being held by the Slog. So if he doesn't buy back, or if he does buy back, that's it. It's the only life remaining that they can expend twice. Monkey, Enchantress, Muerta, all of them sitting on diebacks at the moment. And the Doom very far away in the gold department. I mean, he can sell some items with the Devil's Bargain, but doesn't want to not have the drums. Doesn't want to not have some phase boots, Blink, SNY, BKB. They actually might catch somebody. Unfortunately, it's going to be mid lane instead. That's going to be the real jump. Kidaro, he's dead. That's a dieback on the edge. 100 seconds in the grave. That's it. That's GG.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That should be GG. Let's see if Night Pulse can try to make something miraculous happen here. All the heroes are TP'd home. They go in. Doom deployed onto the Dragon Knight, but he activates the BKB. Big Wukong's command. But where is the damage from Warwick? Kami already forced us to the Shadow Dancer to stay alive. Divine Llama is already gone. And there's just nothing left in the tank. They don't have the damage. They don't have the disable. And they don't have the opportunity. GG, well played, has been called. Night Pulse, throw in the towel. And I present to you your CCT Series 6 champions, Na'Vi Jr., taking it in Game 5 in emphatic fashion here.
And an absolutely deserved victory from them. Their draft was just better, their play was just better, they kept it consistent through the series. They made it exciting for us, let's be honest, but my goodness, they deserved this victory so much.
Yeah, they played honestly impeccably. I think their last draft was my favorite one because this draft did everything, right? It gave them the push pressure that they had in the TA game 2, right? They had the Pugman, they had the DK instead of having Pugna Beastmaster. It gave them the ability to skirmish because they had Earthshaker, Invoker, Primal Beast. It gave them very solid lanes, obviously, as we witnessed. It gave them the ability to take down Roshan. And crucially for me in a game like this, it gave them turnaround potential. When I'm playing against a Slog lineup, the thing I want the most is that in the event that this guy jumps me with his team, let's make that as unpalatable as possible for him to do that. There were a couple of occasions where the DK would get caught out, this Invoker would get caught out, but very quickly you saw that they learned on Night Pulse that, guys, we can kill one hero, but it always costs us 3-4 heroes every single time we do this. And slowly but surely, you saw them being less and less aggressive on the map. And that's exactly what I want against a Slog lineup. Prevent him from exploiting the space, keep them on their side of the map, and crucially have a hero like the DK that if you just let me scale and I let you scale, I'm going to beat you 100 times out of 100. Honestly, this is, and if you wanted the textbook on how to close out a grand final, Na'Vi Jr. just gave you some good chapters to read. So congratulations to them, our grand champions. Really, really amazing game. But honestly, I think the coach, I know they let Artstyle go from Na'Vi Jr., so I don't know who's coaching them right now, but whoever the coach is, I feel like that man is my MVP for Game 5. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, we spoke about it coming into game number 5, about who had the advantage now, and I thought, well, it's gotta be Night Pulse, right? Because they just beat Navi's best strategy, but it turns out they beat Navi's best strategy so far, because Na'Vi definitely had more in the tank.
Yep. Turns out that the boys on Na'Vi Jr., they have some deep reserves and they take a well-deserved victory. Congratulations to them, Series 6 champions, tripling the money earning themselves $30,000 here. Night Pulse, you know, we actually discussed this at the beginning, bro. Before we started this series, whether or not will Navi Jr. have had an advantage by going down to the lower bracket, fighting through difficult games. And I think for me, watching this grand finals, it more solidifies that opinion because it became very clear that Night Pulse were not able to adapt to as much adversity as Navi Jr., right? When Night Pulse were put game one from Night Pulse, Peen, Crisp, didn't even seem like a challenge for them, honestly, right? The way that they were playing at that point in time. But when they got challenged, all of a sudden it's like, okay, guys, we can only really win with the Divine Llama Enigma at this point in time, right? If we don't have the Divine Llama Enigma, not only is the game like closer than we'd like to be, it's not even close. We actually got blown out of the water in those games where we didn't have that. Whereas with Navi Jr., they lost with their best strats upper bracket, drop down, play against Jiggling, play against Passion UA, lose with your best strats there as well, gives you time to adapt and adjust. So in the future, you know, for Night Pulse, perhaps they'll be looking back on this and being like, yeah, we could have taken a couple of additional games in the lower bracket just to like feel ourselves out, get to grips with where we are. But still, I can't take anything away from Navi Jr. Also, do you know something very interesting, fam? This is only the second time in CCT series history that an invited team has actually won the tournament. So even better achievement for them.
Okay, well, they deserve the invite then. Well done.
Well, of course, that is going to be the end of CCT Series 6. Before we close out, though, make sure I want to just put a shout out to our producers. You know, Pan Samek is not here right now, but shout out to him. Of course, shout out to Mopin at the moment. But Wingblade, tell me your favorite moment that you were able to witness in this tournament so far before we bring things home.
Oh. I think it was probably the self black hole, honestly, onto the TV. And I believe game number 3.
Yeah, that was game 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I just it was so funny to see an Enigma jump in, be like, oh, we got the good black hole, and then the ball just perfectly kept hitting your own carry. That's just the good stuff.
Yeah, that was very, very fun to watch. If you didn't watch that, if you didn't witness that moment, please go back and watch game 3 and just see what ended up happening. On the high ground on the Radiant side, Terrorblade caught in a very awkward position. Let's not spoil the whole fight. Make sure you just go watch that game for yourselves. I think for me, my favorite moment probably came in, I think it might have actually been in that same game. Was it in the same game or the game after? Where there was a 5-hero black hole on top of a supernova as well. Well, actually, there were several things. There was a 3-hero RP, right? 4-hero magnetize, 5-hero black hole, and a 4-hero supernova in one fight. You just do not get that every day of the week. So definitely go back and watch that game because it was chock full of highlight reel moments. Unfortunately, though, one and all, that is going to bring us to the end of our tournament. So this has been CCT Series 6, Navi Jr., now the new champions. No defending champions just yet, but I imagine that this victory is definitely going to buoy them into their road into future LAN tournaments that they've already qualified for. From ourselves, myself, Snare, and Wingblade, of course, we need to, before we say goodbye, let's shout out everybody else that's been part of this production. So we shout out Math Magician, R Cryptic, Zeke Exotics, Tea Time, Taltras, Otomo, Robin Roll, D2 Bowie, Harry Freak, all the gang that have made sure that this has been as stellar a production as possible. And we can't forget DK Truman, don't forget you, bro. Shout out to y'all for giving us your voices, giving us your energy in all of these games. Of course, shout out to my boy Wingblade here, who from day one not only has brought wisdom and his effervescent personality to these games, but ensured that I was able to be involved in this at all. So thank you, like from a personal note, my friend, for allowing me to be in this side of Dota. And of course, most importantly, thank you to you all at home. Your time, your attention, the fact that you are here with us is what makes this worth doing. Without y'all, literally the entire ecosystem of esports would not exist within Dota. So each single time that you log onto a stream, communicate in chat, let us know your thoughts. You are contributing to ensuring that this sport lasts as long as possible and we get to witness as great Dota as we humanly can. Thank you so much. Until the next time, this is Snare and Wingblade signing out. Make sure that you call your mother, let her know how much you love her, let her know how much you love Dota, and of course, let her know how much you are contributing to making this the greatest esport in the world. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Snare, Wingblade out until CCT Series 7. Shout out to Navi, shout out to you, and shout out to Dota.